The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome, everyone. It is June the 21st, 2024, and here's what happened on this rather eventful day in history. In 1788, U.S. Constitution comes into effect when New Hampshire is the 9th state to ratify it. In 1854, First Victoria Cross won during bombardment of Barmersand in the Åland Islands, Crimean War. In 1948, Columbia Records unveils the 33 1/3 RPM LP phonograph records invented by Peter Carl Goldmark, allowing up to 20 minutes per side, available in 10 and 12-inch diameters, at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, New York City. Over the next decade, its popularity and profitability pushed the 78 RPM out of production. In 1948, Lord Mountbatten resigns as Governor General of India, formerly the last Viceroy. In 1990, 7.7 Manjil-Rubar earthquake with hundreds of aftershocks hits Iran, killing about 50,000. In 1993, English mathematician Andrew Wiles proves last theorem of French mathematician Pierre de Fermat after 356 years, the world's most difficult math problem. In 1966, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf film directorial debut of Mike Nichols based on Edward Albee's 1962 play of the same name starring Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton is released. Academy Awards, Best Actress, 1967. In 1978, Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice's musical Evite, starring Elaine Page, premieres at the Prince Edward Theater, London. In 1970, FIFA World Cup final, Estadio Azteca, Mexico City, Brazil, and Pelé become the first team and player to win the World Cup 3 times, beating Italy 4-1 in front of 107,412 spectators. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. The Abbott and Costello program starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with tonight's guest star Elsa Maxwell, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program with the music of Alan Roth and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a toothbrush in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' lunch pail because he heard him say he was going to work on George Washington's bridge, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello, come on. Here we are on our second week in New York, and you show up late for the broadcast. Look, where have you been?
Huh?
Where have you been?
Oh, I've been over in Patterson, Abbott. Took me 8 hours to get here on a Greyhound.
Now, that's ridiculous.
8 hours on a
No,
Greyhound.
don't give me any of that. How could it take 8 hours to come from Patterson here on a Greyhound?
Well, my Greyhound got interested in another Greyhound.
Costello, do you realize that we're... Lou, are you paying any attention to me?
Yeah, pay as little as I can.
Well,
old
that's...
boy.
Listen, please. Do you realize we're invited to a big party at Elsa Maxwell's house tonight?
Yeah,
Why aren't you wearing your tuxedo?
it's ruined. I was wearing my tuxedo last night and the dog bit me.
Where did he bite you?
Well, if I was wearing license plates, you would have got the last 3 numbers. You'd have got the part that says NJ.
All right, look, will you please talk sense? Are you taking your girl, Lena, against the, to the party?
No. We ain't speaking.
Well, now, what's the matter with you and Lena again?
Well, yesterday she bought some brand new shower curtains, and she asked me to hang them up. And by mistake, I hung them over the front door.
Well, that's not so terrible.
Oh, no? Last night when she went to take a shower, she slipped off her bathrobe, pushed aside the curtains, and stepped out on the front porch.
Tell me, Costello, were you born...
Would have been worse.
Wait a minute, I want to ask you...
Would have been me.
I know that. Listen, I want to ask you one little simple question. Were you born dopey?
I should say not. I'm a self-made dope.
That's what I believe it.
Takes 2.
I'll bet you. Hey, now, wait a minute. While I think of it, Lou, I'll bet you didn't even get any flowers for Elsa Maxwell.
Yes, I did. I bought her a great big orchid for her hair.
An orchid?
An orchid for her hair.
You dummy. Orchids are $30 a piece. You could have bought a pair of pants for that.
Now, wouldn't she look awful silly wearing a pair of pants in her hair?
Now, will you please stop?
Well, if it's a cold night, she could always put her ears in the pocket.
Never mind the orchid. Why didn't you get her a corsage?
A what?
A corsage.
I don't know her sign.
No. Oh. No, you dummy. You don't seem to understand, Lou. I mean some flowers to wear on her dress, you know.
Oh, yeah. I bought her a bucket of camellias.
A bucket?
A bucket of camellias?
You mean a bouquet, not a bucket.
B-O-U-Q, bucket.
Bucket? All right, so...
What is it, bucket or bouquet?
Bouquet.
I
But
bought
if it'll make you happy, make it a bucket. Go
All
ahead.
right, I bought her a bucket of camellias, and do they smell beautiful?
Why, you idiot. Camellias have no odor.
Well, these do. The bucket I brought them over in had fish in it.
Costello.
Oh, these kids from Patterson are clever.
Costello. I hope you don't make a fool of me at Elsa Maxwell's party tonight. You know, there's going to be dancing, you know.
Oh, dancing. Well, I love dancing, Abbott. I used to be a lifeguard at the Roseland Dance Hall.
A lifeguard in the dance hall?
Yeah, I kept the wolves from getting too close to the waves.
Look, Costello. What kind of dancing do you do?
Oh, me, I do the shimmy.
The shimmy. The shimmy is a back number.
Oh, I can start mine from any place.
Oh, talk sense, Costello. Do you conga?
Huh?
Conga. Were you ever in a conga line?
I tried to get in the conga line once, but I must have gotten the wrong line.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I never got to dance. But I came back with an armload of paper towels.
Look, Costello, I can tell that you know absolutely nothing about modern dancing.
Who don't?
You don't.
I come from a family of dancers. My Aunt Minnie, she was a famous balloon dancer on a stage.
Do tell.
One night a mouse ran across the stage and Aunt Minnie screamed and dropped her balloon.
Yeah, what happened?
The mouse fainted.
Costello. I'm not going to take any chances. Now, before we go to Elsa Maxwell's party tonight, I'm going to see if you really know how to dance. In other words, I'll give you a lesson.
Oh, you don't have to give me any lessons. I took lessons from Martha Mary. There's only one thing wrong. He taught me the woman's steps.
What's wrong with that?
I'm the only wallflower in the history of dancing that uses the men's smoking room.
There, look, never mind that. Look, I'm going to teach you how to dance right now, right here.
Right
Now,
here?
Yeah, right here. Now, let's say that I'm a beautiful society girl. Now, this is my my first party, incidentally. I'm coming out tonight.
You're the kind that ought to be pushed back in.
Now, look, cut that out. I'm a beautiful girl.
What's your name?
What's the difference? Let's say my name is Laura Doone.
Your name is what?
Let's say Laura Doone.
Oh, I know your sister. Nothing, Doone.
All right, never mind. Will you please pay attention?
Liberty.
Wait a minute, listen to me, please. Now, here I stand. Here I stand, all ready to dance. Now, I'm dressed in a strapless evening gown, and you asked me to dance.
No, I can't dance with a girl with a bare back.
Why not?
Why? It always makes me feel like I'm patting a bald man on the head.
Never mind that. Now, let's dance. Now, here we go. Come on, now. Now, slide, glide, slide, glide. My Costello, that's wonderful. I like the way you dip.
Who's dipping? My pants are falling down.
Always in this lovely, we're dancing past the orchestra. Well, what's the matter?
I danced too close to the trombone player.
Ophthalmologists, cardiologists, gastroenterologists, otolaryngologists. No, folks, I'm not practicing tongue twisters. Just listing different kinds of doctors covered in the Great Cigarette Survey recently made by 3 leading independent research organizations. Yes, they covered doctors in every branch of medicine. 113,597 doctors. From Mexico to Canada, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Doctors in every state of the Union were asked, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" And the brand most named was Camels. Rich, full-flavored Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos. Superbly blended Camels, the cigarette with the cool, throat-welcome mildness. Sure, doctors, like all you folks, smoke for pleasure. Camel's flavor and mildness register with their tastes and throats, just as with yours. Now, this impartial, factual evidence shows that
according to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Alan Roth and the Camel Orchestra feature the popular rhythm favorite, Dr. Lawyer Indian Chief.
Come in. Why, it's Mrs. Niles. What are you doing in New York?
Oh, I just flew in from Hollywood.
Flew in, hey? How did you come in, on your broom?
Costello, I'll have you know that when I arrived this morning, they rolled out the carpet. Oh, I wish you had been there.
What for?
Then they could have rolled out the barrel.
All right, you laid it. You don't have to scramble it.
I have no time to argue with you, Costello. Oh, I'm dead tired from my plane trip. I'm bushed.
Bushed? You look more like something that's been treed.
I'll have you know that I just came from the beauty parlor.
What's the big
Why,
problem?
this beauty treatment... Costello, this beauty treatment cost me $200. And already I've been taken for Lana Turner and Rita Hayworth.
You've also been taken for $200.
Costello, will you behave yourself? Leave Mrs. Niles alone.
Yes, you little pipsqueak. Another remark like that and I'll kick you out of this studio kit and caboodle.
Mrs. Niles, you may kick my kit, but don't you dare lift your foot to my caboodle.
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Niles, will you go with Costello to Elsa Maxwell's party tonight,
Why, I wouldn't be seen with this uncouth, fat little assassin.
I wish you hadn't said that, Mrs. Niles. We could be very dear friends if you would have faith in me.
Have faith in you?
Everybody has faith in me. Even my dog has faith in me.
Oh, dog faith Costello, eh?
Please, Mrs. Niles, won't you go with Costello?
Oh,
Come on.
very well. I'll go with Costello on one condition. I insist that he drive me to the party.
All right, I'll drive you to the party, but you have to bring your own harness.
I've never been so excited in my life.
Well, Costello, at least I tried to get you a woman to take to the party, didn't I?
Try to get me a what?
A woman.
You want to bet?
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Costello, it's Professor Melonhead. Well, what are you doing here?
I'll tell you what I'm doing here, Abbott. I just read in this newspaper here that Costello was going to Elsa Maxwell's house party. It's an outrage. I will not tolerate it, after all. I have jurisdiction over this. I happen to be Miss Maxwell's right-hand man. I'm her major domo.
You look like her shiny domo.
There you go, Costello, making remarks about my bald head again. I'm proud of my bald head. My head looks like a baby's.
Yep. Like a baby cereal bowl with shredded wheat around the edge.
Melonhead, why do you object to Costello going to Elsa Maxwell's party tonight?
Why, if Costello were to appear at Miss Maxwell's party, it'd be a catastrophe. It would be...
cat foot is free?
No, not a catastrophe. I'll explain a catastrophe. Costello, suppose your cat had kittens in your hat, what would that be?
A miracle. My cat's name is Jake.
Don't worry about Costello at the party. Please, I'll take care of him.
All right, Abbott. I warn you, Costello, don't partake of any edibles or viands until the butler announces dinner.
Well, who?
The butler. Look, I'll explain the butler. At your house, how do you know when it's time to eat?
Well, my mother takes the iron bars off the dining room door. I hope your wife, Melonhead, ain't going to do the cooking tonight at Elsa Maxwell's. No. She makes the world's worst pancakes.
Now, never mind about... Wait a minute. I don't want you to make any more remarks about my wife's pancakes.
Well,
in fact, Costello, the next time you mention the word pancakes, I'm going to take this newspaper and hit you over the head with it.
You mean every time I mention the word pancakes?
Hey.
Cut it out! I mean, after all, I simply don't like your wife's,
what?
That stuff, anyway.
You don't like what stuff?
I don't like the word you want me to say if I say it.
What word?
You're going to hit me on the head if I say it.
What word?
Pancakes? I'll tell you, Mary, that hurts, Melonhead.
It hurts,
That hurts when you hit me on the head.
Well, I only hit you on the head because you said something you're not supposed to say.
Well, I won't say that word no more.
What word?
That pep. Patty cake? You thought I was going to say pancakes. Melonhead, I'm hurt. That hurts a whole lot. That does.
Don't ever say it again.
I won't say the word no more.
In fact, you should never eat them again.
Eat pancakes?
Where are you?
Melonhead.
What?
Down the end of the page.
All right.
Melonhead.
What?
I'm not going to say any more about your wife's cooking. That stuff she makes.
Why?
You know why?
Why?
I'm going to tell you why.
Why?
Because there was a war once.
A war? What do you know about the war?
Plenty about the war, and it's got something to do with what you were talking about when you were hitting me on the head.
Is that so?
Yes. This war, I was going over. I had to go. And then I was going to fight for our country over there.
Of course.
And I was right where the bullets were the thickest.
Where the bullets were the thickest? Where was that?
Underneath the ammunition truck.
Now, be serious.
And finally I come up out of there, and there was a bullet coming right at me.
A bullet coming at you?
And it hit me.
A bullet hit you?
Right in the heart.
Right in the heart.
And before I left home, my father gave me a good book.
Yes?
And he told me to put it by my heart.
The good book.
And you know what saved me from being killed?
The good book, of course.
Oh, no, one of your wife's pancakes.
Oh.
It's an amazing instrument. Intricate, sensitive, a miracle of chemistry, physics, and all the assorted sciences. And you own it. It's your own T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. And it's also the greatest cigarette testing machine in the world, the most critical laboratory for any cigarette. So just try Camels on your T-zone. See how your taste responds to the rich, full flavor of Camel's superbly blended and costlier tobaccos. See how your throat reacts to Camel's cool mildness. Perhaps, as with millions of other smokers, your T-zone, too, will report that Camels suit you to a T. Oh, and another thing. Did you know that when 3 leading independent research organizations put the question, what cigarette do you smoke, to 113,597 doctors all over America, the brand most named was Camels? Yes, that's so.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And here's Camel's lovely Amy Arnell, the girl with personality.
When Madame Pompadour was on a ballroom floor, said all the gentlemen, obviously, the Madame has the cutest personality. And think of all the books about Du Barry's look, or was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. What did Romeo see in Juliet, or Pierrot in Pierrette, or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. What did Harry J. see in Betty G, or Garson G in Gable C, or Bing and Bob in Dot Lamore? Toujours. I've got the grable grace, I've got a grable face, except I've had it much longer than she. Gee, if I only had her personality. Personality.
Boy, gee, this is some party, Costello. What a crowd, eh?
Hello, boys.
Costello, it's Elsa Maxwell. Costello, do you realize that this is the one and only Elsa Maxwell?
Yes, here I am, in the flesh.
Whose is it? You better give it back. You're stretching it all out of shape.
Don't you talk to me that way, you baby bunion.
Baby bunion?
Yes, you're a little corny.
Don't mind him, Elsa. Is there anything we can do to help entertain your guests tonight?
Yes, I'd like to have you boys put on a play. I have a wonderful vehicle for you, Mr. Abbott.
And what about a vehicle for me?
A vehicle for you, Costello? How about a garbage truck?
Hey, you know, Abbott, this dame's got better jokes than I got.
Elsa, have you something in mind for us? I know you have produced some big Broadway shows and...
Oh, yes, but I've been on the stage, you know. I've also appeared in a few Western pictures. In fact, I played a regular Western girl. I shot from the hip.
From away out there?
Shut up and listen to Elsa.
Oh, that's all right, Bud. I think Costello's only pulling my leg.
Pulling it? I couldn't even lift it.
You know, boys, I've written a little sketch that we can do tonight. It's called Anthony and Cleopatra. It's a lovely play, Costello. You will be Anthony, and I will be Cleopatra, the siren of the Nile.
You sound more like a foghorn on the Hudson.
You don't understand, Costello. Elsa will be Cleopatra, the most enchanting lady on the Nile.
Yes, Costello. In this play, I am the sorceress.
Sorceress? You're a whole set of dishes.
What a lovely play, Costello. I fall madly in love with you. I get you in my clutches.
Yes.
But you break away.
Yes.
Again, I get you in my clutches.
Yes.
And again, you break away.
Looks like my brakes are okay, but my clutch is slipping.
Cut it out, Costello. Let's get on with the play. Melonhead, will you set the scene?
Okay, Abbott. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a drama of Antony and Cleopatra, starring Elsa Maxwell, Bud Abbott, and Lou Costello, entitled How the Terrible Snake Killed Cleopatra, or Costello Makes an Asp of Himself. As the scene opens, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony are walking along the banks of the Nile. Julius Caesar speaks.
Ah, Anthony, isn't this a wonderful country?
Yes, Julius. There is no country in the world as beautiful as egg wiped.
Egg wiped? Wait a minute, Costello. Where do you see egg wiped on the script?
It's right here in the script.
What do you mean?
Egg wiped. E-G-Y-P-T. Egg wiped.
Ah, you dope. That's Egypt.
Huh? That's Egypt?
Egypt.
You read the straight lines, kid. I'll get the laugh.
Ah, yeah, quiet, Costello. Ah, Anthony, we are approaching Cleopatra's camp.
Halt, who goes there?
God, tell Cleopatra that Julius Caesar and Mark Antony are here.
Which one is Anthony?
I am.
Mr. Anthony, I have a problem. I've been going with a girl for 8 years, and
Just a minute. You got the wrong program. This is a play about Sahara.
That's my girl's name, Sahara.
Get out of here!
Come on, Anthony. Oh, look, there's Cleopatra's scow lying at anchor. Let's get aboard.
Okay.
Oh, get off me, you fools!
Come on, Costello. Let's get on with the play. You come here as Mark Antony, the great lover. Take Elsa Maxwell in your arms and read your line.
Okay. Ah, Cleopatra, at last we are together, my proud beauty.
But, Anthony, I am not proud.
You're no beauty either.
Never mind. Stella, take her in your arms.
Yes, Anthony. Put your arms around my waist.
I'll have to make 3 trips.
There. Now, with your arms around me, Anthony, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking how wonderful it would be to have this much butter.
You should talk. Why don't you take that flower out of your lapel and wear it in your vest?
Why should I wear my flower in my vest?
Be nearer the pot.
Come, you two. You're supposed to be in love.
Yes, Anthony. Remember that old adage, all the world loves a lover.
Oh, yeah? Then why do they have cops in Central Park?
But Mark, my sweet, this night was made for love. There are lovers everywhere. Listen to that couple on yonder bench.
I'm getting a divorce. You're not going to treat me like your first 6 husbands.
I only had 5 husbands.
You had 6.
5.
6.
There you go, counting that midget again.
Come, Mark Antony. Sit beside me on the throne, and I will fetch one of my slave girls to entertain you. Enter, slave.
Didst thou summon me, O queen?
Yes, Salome. Kindly attend to the wishes of our guests.
Oh, Mark Antony. I am here to serve you. Oh, what can I do for you?
Come here and kiss your poor old father.
Please, Mark Antony. The queen will be jealous. Oh, kind sir, is there anything I can bring you?
You already brought it, babe. Come on here and kiss your poor old father.
Costello, will you leave that girl alone?
Yes, Mark Antony. This is an insult. You are making love to this slave while I am here.
Who wants a local when you can catch an express?
Salome, get out of here. Away. I, Cleopatra, will dance for Mark Antony. I will do my famous fan dance.
You do a fan dance?
Yes.
What do you use? Windmills?
Let Miss Maxwell do her fan dance, will you, please?
I'd rather see her do a hula dance.
Oh, you think I could do a hula?
Oh, you can do a hula, certainly. All you do is walk out on the floor fast, stop quick, and let nature take its course.
Costello, will you stick to the play? Now comes the big love scene. As the barge floats down the River Nile under the Egyptian moonlight, Miss Maxwell is sitting on your lap.
Oh, goody, goody. Well, Costello, here I am on your lap. Costello, speak to me. Where are you?
I'm this grease spot on the chair.
Now, as the slave girls sprinkle roses around your feet, you take Miss Maxwell in your arms, mind you, in your arms, and you kiss her.
I can't do that, Abbott. Miss Maxwell and I, we can be nothing but friends.
Oh, please. Please, Costello, don't say that. Call me anything but just a friend.
I'm afraid I can't. Tut-tut, you're just a friend.
Here, I'll put my arms around you. Now, am I just a friend?
Yes, you're just a friend.
I'll put my cheek against yours. Now, what do you want to call me?
You're just a friend.
Then I will kiss you. Now, am I just a friend?
I won't tell you till you let me up. Well, after that kiss, I can't call you friend. Not after a kiss like that.
Then, What will you call me?
Grandma.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory. Tonight we hail the 99th Division, heroes of the Remagen Bridgehead. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with the mobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to Veterans Hospital, Marion, Illinois, U.S. Army Cushing General Hospital, Framingham, Massachusetts, National Naval Medical Center, Bethesda, Maryland, U.S. Marine Hospital, Savannah, Georgia, and Veterans Hospital, Northport, Long Island, New York, in your honor, men of the 99th Division. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. A rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, this is our last night in good old New York City.
Yes, Abbott, but this is not our last broadcast. In fact, we're going to do 4 more broadcasts from Hollywood.
No, not that! Get these guys off there! How much shit you guys stand?
Wait a minute! Just a minute! Why don't you go out and take a long walk on a short pier, old boy?
Oh, get this corny guy with that broken-down joke.
What's the matter with that joke? That was one of my father's jokes.
What are you, one of your mothers?
Good night, folks.
Good night, Patty and Carol. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night, Mom, Patty, Carol, and everybody. Mary,
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
If you smoke a pipe, it'll really be a red-letter day when you switch to that big red tin, Prince Albert. Yes, more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the world. It's crimp-cut, burned cool, and it gets a special no-bite treatment that takes out all the parch and sting but leaves in all the rich, mellow, wonderful flavor. So switch to Prince Albert today. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new romantic singer. Remember, Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC with Red Foley.
Perhaps you've seen pitiful pictures of starving people in your newspaper recently. These scenes are being repeated over and over throughout Europe and Asia. Many of these people, especially the children, will die without our help. You can help by avoiding all food waste, by preserving food through home gardening and canning, and by giving canned food and money to your local emergency food collection. Share a meal, save a life. Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for the Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes, which will come to you from Hollywood. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay around now for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Bert Parks in New York, wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Monday on AN, hairstylist Alan Edwards previews the 1979 look for the men in your life.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is the Crosby Clooney Show, number 405, for Friday, September 15th, 1961.
Bing and Rose. Oh, wee. That sounds like a powerhouse duo, doesn't it, Rosie?
A twosome to be reckoned
I
with.
reckon you're right, Miss Maysville, Kentucky. I reckon we're off. Buddy, let's go. Just you, just me. Let's find a cozy spot where we can cuddle and coo. Just us, just we. I've missed an awful lot, and my trouble is you. Oh, gee, what are your charms for? What are my arms for? Use your imagination. Just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful you. Imagination, just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful, lovable you.
Bing, let me tell the Sara Lee limerick today.
Well, you're on, kid. Take your best shot.
There was a young mother named May who welcomed her kids home from play with Sara Lee cake for a cool summer break. No wonder they run all away.
Goody.
You like it?
Goody gumdrop.
Uh-huh.
And here's another version, special for the ladies. There was a young wife named Gay who pampered her husband each day. With Sara Lee cake for a cool summer break, she got her new mink coat right away.
Hey, that might work, especially with Sara Lee cream cheesecake. It's a favorite with most men.
What makes it taste so special, Rosie?
Sara Lee skill. And because it's made with the freshest real cream cheese and other fine ingredients.
You know what I like? I like that crunchy graham cracker crust.
And that special surprise topping.
You're making me so hungry.
With Sara Lee cream cheesecake, you can enjoy really delicious cream cheesecake as often as you want. Oven fresh from your freezer. Like all Sara Lee cakes, it's completely baked, ready to serve and enjoy. Merrily, merrily, only Sara Lee tastes so good.
Rosie, you have a merry sparkle in your eye. What are you fixing to do?
Well, Ken, I'm just in the mood to mix up some emotions.
Should I run out for a bowl and a spoon?
No. All I need to stir up these emotions is Buddy Cole and his mixed-up musicians.
What's the title of the song?
Mixed Emotions, like I practically said.
Oh, that clears everything up.
I have mixed emotions. When it comes to loving you, I know I shouldn't like the things you shouldn't do. But if you were perfect, it wouldn't be the same. To a tiger's not a tiger if he's tame. But when you're near me, I am happy, just alone with you. But when you're far away from me, I'm awfully blue. You're the bitter and the sweet combined. So what am I to do? I have mixed emotions over you. The bitter and the sweet combined. So what am I to do? I have mixed emotions over
Rosie, did you know that nowadays women who wear glasses, at least some of them, have a whole wardrobe of glasses?
You mean different frames and different styles of glasses?
That's right. And, of course, due to the fact that women have become eyeglass conscious and so style conscious in their eyeglasses, the men have followed right along.
Just keep following along there, man. We're glad to know where you are. And if you're following us, you're on the right track, may I say.
You may.
Well, personally, I don't see what's the sense of all this fancy eyeglass bit. You just wear glasses to see with, don't you?
Sure, but other people see you when you have them on, so why not vary them and dress them up a little?
I stand corrected. More or less.
I accept your more or less apology.
Well, they claim that the average woman has 3 5/10 pairs of glasses, and the average man averages 1 7/10.
You're lagging, men.
That's obvious. Always has been, in fact, that the women are more fashion conscious than the men.
Oh, yes, and some women have jeweled frames for evening wear, rather reserved, conservative ones for the office, and various colored frames for different costumes and different outfits.
That's a sensible, chic attitude, the only way to go. And you say that men are following along this way of thinking, huh, Ken? They change their glasses with a change of outfit, too.
That's right. If you wear a brown suit, you should wear brownish, maybe tortoiseshell glasses with that outfit. And if you wear a dark suit, you should wear black rims.
Oh, it's that important, is it?
Mm-hmm.
What about a seersucker suit?
Oh.
What are you going to do?
You wouldn't wear tan shoes with a blue suit, would you?
I would. Consistently. But, of course, that has nothing at all to do with the dictates of fashion.
Don't buck the tide, Bing.
I think I'll get a monocle with a neon frame.
That'd be good.
Telescopic lens.
Oh, you could run George Jessel out of town with a monocle like that.
You know I could. I'm as style conscious as the next guy. Once I'm aroused, you get me started, I'll go.
Hey, look. Buddy Cole is peering over his eyeglasses at the moment.
So he is. What, I wonder, has he in mind? Rosemary and I are out in an album now called How the West Was Won. It's a big album. Lots of wonderful folk songs, western songs, all sorts of sentimental songs, novelty numbers and whatnot. We'd like to do one right now called Crossing the Plains. You ready, Rosie?
Sure, got the mules hitched and everything.
Come, all you Californians, I pray open wide your ears.
If you are going across the plains with stubborn mules or steers,
Remember beans before you start, likewise dried beef and ham.
beware of venison, dang the stuff that's oftentimes a ram.
Crossing the plains, crossing the plains, crossing over the plains. You must buy 2 revolvers, a bowie, knife, and belt.
Says you, old feller, now stand off or I will have your pelt.
The greenhorn looks around about, but not a soul can see.
Says he, there's not a man in town but what's afraid of me.
Crossing the plains, crossing the plains, crossing over the plains.
You shouldn't shave, but cultivate your down and let it grow. So when you do return, 'twill be soft and white as snow.
Your lovely Jane will be surprised. Your ma'll begin to cook. And the greenhorn to his mother will say how savage I must look.
Oh, well, now
crossing the plains, we'll all go crossing the plains. Crossing over the plains. When you arrive at Placerville or Sacramento City,
you've nothing in the world to eat, no money, what a pity.
Now your strapping pants are all wore out, which causes people to laugh.
When they see you gaping round the town like a great big brindle calf.
Come along, we're crossing the plains.
Come along, we're crossing the plains.
Come along, we're crossing over the plains. Come along, come along, come along, we're crossing the plains.
Come along, we're
crossing the plains.
Come along, we're
crossing over the plains.
Let's see now, Rosie. We still got time for a couple more songs. I shall lead off then, Rosie, and then you'll follow with your choice.
Once on a treetop tall, a little bird sang out the sweetest song I ever heard. Chee-chee-oh-chee, it sang to me so merrily. Chee-chee-oh-chee, the little birdie on the tree. Life's such a lovely thing, it seemed to say. If you will only sing your cares away. Chee-chee-oh-chee, so merrily it went along. Chee-chee-oh-chee, so happily his little song. And so I sing. Chee-chee-oh-chee, this happy, happy little thing. If you feel blue, sing chee-chee-oh-chee, and you can be as happy too. And so I sing, chee-chee-oh-chee, this happy, happy little thing. If you feel blue, sing chee-chee-oh-chee, and you can be as happy too.
Hey, looky, Miss Rosie, an automobile sponsor.
That's news to me, Mr. C. How so?
This copy here talks about a cushioned, smooth ride. Ever tell you, Rosie, about the old Stutz Bearcat I had back in... Ooh.
Never mind. This cushioned, smooth ride describes the performance of Traverse draperies when hung on Eastern's Duo Trax Traverse rod.
Duo Tracks? Oh, now I know why my Stutz rode so rotten. It didn't go on tracks. Tell me, Rosie, what's so great now about the Duo Tracks?
Unlike ordinary single-track rods, the Duo Trax gives each drapery panel its own separate track for unfailing, jam-proof action every time. Remember how you talked to your Stutz when it wouldn't go?
Tut, we're on the air, Rosie.
Relax, Bing. The way draperies zip along with Eastern's patented Duo Trax, you'll have only words of praise for this finest of Traverse rods, guaranteed for 5 years. Folks, at your local department or drapery store, get the Duo Trax as well as a complete line of drapery hardware by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, featuring a rod for every purpose, every purse. For the name of your nearest dealer, call this station.
Holding hands at midnight, 'neath the starry sky. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Just imagine someone waiting at the cottage door, where two hearts become one. Who could ask for anything more? Loving one who loves you, and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and if you get it, won't you tell me how?
Rosie and I are going to stroll along now, folks.
But we'll return Monday, same time, same station.
Have a good weekend, and we'll see you Monday.
A memorable magazine phrase hailed the creation of United Fund and community chest campaigns as putting all your begs in one asket. Well, these great campaigns help so many agencies, serve your community so widely, and cost so little. Nobody needs to be reminded what good can come of supporting this annual campaign. The time is now for giving the United Way.
I drink Dr. Pepper and I'm proud. I used to be alone in a crowd, but now you look around these days, there seems to be a Dr. Pepper craze. I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, if you drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper too. Us peppers are an interesting breed. An original taste is what we need. Ask any pepper and he'll say, only Dr. Pepper tastes that way. I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Come on! Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Right. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Fort Ord, California, with Les Brown and his band of renown, yours truly, High Averback, lovely Connie Moore, Jack Kirkwood, and our special guests, Jimmy DeMeritt and Bing Crosby. And here he is, AWOL from Hollywood again, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Well, here we are at Fort Ord, right near Monterey, California. Monterey is where they have a lot of fishing and canning. You don't exactly smell the odor. It steps up and shakes hands with you. I may be stationed at Fort Ord any day now myself. I just got a new draft classification, 4W. That means physically fit, recommended for wax. Playing in Bing's golf tournament up here at Pebble Beach. I expect to be way out in front, waiting for the winners to come in. It's a nice golf course. Army engineers help lay out the Pebble Beach golf course. The other day, a guy swung and hit a landmine. He beat the ball into the hole by 10 seconds. I can really move when I have to, you know. But I play a lot of golf. Golf, that's a sports term, meaning why work for a living when Crosby's willing to bet? practice round today, and a lot of people followed me around. It seems for years they wanted to see me swing. Boy, was I... Jane Russell offered to be my caddy, but whenever she yelled 4-8 would show up. And it was really windy out there today. I don't know if it was blowing hard or not, but I had the only caddy in the course with 2 Adam's apples. See, it was blowing hard. Yes, But I got a par in the last hole. I was so excited, I walked up to an old lady in the crowd and said, I went around the 80. She said, I know it. I'm the girl you went with. Hollywood's favorite singers who flew up here with us to sing that hit tune from Guys and Dolls, If I Was a Belle, Miss Connie Moore.
Ask me how do I feel, ask me now that we're cozy and clinging. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a bell, I'd be ringing. From the moment we kissed tonight, that's the way I've just gotta behave. Boy, if I were a lad, I'd like, or if I were a banner or a queen. That's me, how do I feel? Little me with my quiet upbringing. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a gate, I'd be swinging. And if I were a watch, I'd start popping my spring. Or if I were a bell, I'd go ding-dong, ding-dong, ding. Ask me, how do I feel? Ask me now that we're fondly caressing. Well, if I were a salad, I know I'd be splashing my dressing. Or if I were a season, I'd surely be spring. Or if I were a bell, if I were a bell, if I were a bell, I'd go ding-dong, ding-dong, ding.
A special service officer of Fort Ord. Say, that's pretty. What can I do for you?
I came over here to ask a favor of you, Bob.
Well, what's that?
Well, I've heard some of your programs from other camps, and I've noticed that you always have an enlisted man come up and take part in your show.
Well, I did, but I've discontinued that for personal reasons. You see, when we got on the air where I couldn't control them, some of the boys forgot I was the star and tried to hog all the laughs.
I wonder if you would make an exception tonight and use a very talented boy we have here at Fort Ord.
Well, is he an actor?
Oh, no. You've nothing to worry about. He's too shy to be an actor.
Well, I'd like to use him, Colonel, but I've been fooled so often.
Oh, go on, Bob. Give the boy a chance.
Sure. Come on in, Sergeant Timoney. Bob, this is Sergeant Timoney of the 6th Infantry Division, Fort Ord.
Hiya, Bob. How are you, Sergeant? You're sure you're not an actor?
No, I'm not an actor. Before I came in the Army, I was a plumber.
A plumber? Well, that's different. Welcome to the show. This is Miss Connie Moore.
How do you do, Sergeant?
Gee, I wanted to meet you from the very first moment I saw you, Miss Moore. Your beauty has a gossamer quality.
Why, you look like a dream floating through the obstacles of dawn, parting the mist and seeking an enchanted garden.
Some plumber. I feel like I've just had a dose of Drano. I'm beginning to get a little suspicious about you. You sure you weren't an actor before you got in the Army?
No, of course not. But I do have ambitions to be a writer. That's why I wanted to be on your show tonight, Bob. I've written a script for you.
Oh, comedy?
No, although I think you're probably the greatest comedian of our generation. I've written something more seriously because I realize that you have great potentialities as a fine dramatic actor. Given the right vehicle, no performer in the theater today can excel you.
Gee, what a compliment. And now what can I do for you? Shine your mess kit? Fluff up your stripes? Throw a sand flea on a second lieutenant?
No, Bob, all I really want you to do is read the script I wrote.
The script you wrote? Well, I'd be delighted. Is this it?
Yes. The scene is a very dramatic incident in the history of Scotland. Miss Moore plays the part of Mary, Queen of Scots. Her right-hand man is Jock McTaggart, brave warrior and leader of Scots Highlanders.
I'm ready. Hootsman. Please. Well, I'll try it, but I don't look very good in kilts on account of my legs. I shaved in a hurry this morning. From the knees down, I have 5 o'clock shadow.
But McTaggart is a very brave man. When the enemy attacks, he stands off 100 men single-handed.
I'm ready. Bring him on. Hootman. Hoot, 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 hoot.
You don't play that part.
I'll mow him down. I don't. Who plays the part?
I do.
You're not an actor. You told me you were a plumber.
I am.
Well, how are you going to fight the enemy? Squish him to death with your plunger?
Oh, Bob, don't be so jealous. I'm sure the sergeant has a starring role for you.
Oh, that's better. Well, let's get at it.
It is Scotland's darkest hour. In the royal chambers of a castle, Mary, Queen of Scots, receives the report from the battlefield. She speaks.
Out with it, Mon. What news do you bring?
I hesitate, Your Majesty, to reveal to you the tragic turn of the battle. The enemy has pressed us back.
Aye?
Aye, this very castle is in danger.
My castle? Oh, come on.
'Tis true, Your Majesty. The enemy is preparing to assault the outer walls. They attack at the hour of 1 o'clock.
Then we are lost. Ah, how tragic that I, Mary, Queen of Scots, should live to see that great clock there in the tower strike my doom.
Ah, Your Majesty, even now the hands point to the hour of 1, and the great tower clock is about to strike.
Bong. That's it, huh? That's the part I play?
Yes, that's it, Bob. And that's the end of the skit.
Oh, that's swell. See, I was just getting into the spirit of the thing. What'll I do now? I'm all wound up with no place to bong. Gee, you've left me all...
I heard the whole sketch, Sergeant Timony, and I thought it was great.
Thanks a lot, Colonel.
Fort Ord is proud of you, Sergeant Timony, and grateful to you, Miss Moore, for playing your part so well.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Colonel.
I want to thank you especially, Bob, for putting on our sketch. In appreciation, I'd like to invite you to the Officers Club when the broadcast is over to spend the evening.
Oh, thank you, Colonel, but after playing a clock, there's only one place I can go.
Where's that?
To Mortimer's Bar. I want to oil my mainspring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players have had a lot of fun hopping around from one service camp to another. And we've had a number of letters asking how we select these camps we play. Well, it's all done by a talent agency in Hollywood. Let's go back to the middle of last week when Bob went over to check in for his booking.
Well, this is where the talent office is located. Gee, it's such a nice tall building. I'd like to own a tall building like this. It'd be so much fun to go up on top of it and spit down. But then it would take a lot of money, and besides, how often would Crosby be passing by? Here's the talent office. The sign says, ring bell, count 3, then walk in. 1, 2, 3.
Come right in, boy.
Oh, thank you. What's that sign out there? Why did I have to count 3 before I came in?
To give my secretary time to get off my lap, boy. I wear tweed suits and the fuzz slows her up.
Okay, boy. Look, I dropped in because I'd like to take a troop of entertainers to an army camp.
Excuse me, boy. I'm awful busy. We book entertainers here in the order of their importance. There's an act ahead of you.
Now, wait a minute. I'm Bob Hope. What act is ahead of me?
I'll whistle for them as soon as they finish their strong heart.
Now, quit stalling and get on that phone. Get me a booking.
All right, boy. All right. I'm dialing right now. I know a camp where I can place you. Hello. Fort Ord? General Frederick? This is Kirkwood at the booking office. Remember, General, you asked for Jane Russell, Jean Turney, Lana Turner, and Ava Gardner? Well, I'm going to get all of them for you later on. But right now, I'd like to send you somebody else. Who is it? Well, let's put it this way, General. In every barrel of apples, there's one that's rotten.
Listen, Kirkwood, just tell him you're sending Bob Hope.
Yeah, why not? What can he do to me? I'm too old to be drafted. General, I'm setting up Bob Hope. What's that? Oh, you will? Well, that's fine. Goodbye, General. He'll be delighted to have you, Hope. Now, if you're going up to Fort Ord, you'll need some entertainers. Well, who've you got? Sit down here in the audition room, and I'll send some of our talent in. See you later, boy.
Wonder what kind of guy that Kirkwood is. While I'm waiting, I'll snoop around in his desk and see. Paradise, a blackjack, set of brass knuckles. I knew he was a man of good taste.
Hi, Bob.
Oh, hi, Everbeck. What do you want, Hi?
Well, I heard you were auditioning talent for Fort Ord, so I rushed right over. I worked up a specialty, and I want you to hear it. Now, listen to this. A poem about a cowboy to his dying horse. Old paint, you're a-going fast, and I loved you like a bride. I'd have told you before, old critter, but it's the first time you has died.
The horse is dying.
What's that?
I say the horse is dying. He's not alone. Beat it, will you? Drag that horse out, will you?
What a guy, afraid of real talent.
Gee, acts can't be this hard to get. Say, Kirkwood.
I'm right on the job, boy. Here's another fellow for you to audition, a fine singer.
Well, a singer? This is the famous golfer, Jimmy DeMeritt. Well, what's Kirkwood sending you in here for, Jimmy? You're a golfer. I haven't seen you since we both played in Crosby's invitational golf tournament at Pebble Beach.
That's right, Bob. And the way your game's improved, it's kind of surprised me. Let me shake the hand of a guy who came in 112th in the tournament.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. There were only 108 entrants.
You're forgetting the 4 caddies.
Yeah, how about that, Crosby? How cheap can a guy get? He had his kids carrying clubs for $1 a bag.
I know. They're really cutting to your take, didn't they?
I charge a little more, but I'm worth it. What other caddy goes over to your opponent when he's putting and blow smoke in his eyes?
Not only that, who else can stick their nose into your golf bag, inhale once, and vacuum up all the loose tees?
Yeah, I got to stop that. I thought I had sinus trouble, and it turned out to be Sam Snead's putter. Let's get out of the locker room, Jimmy. If you want to be on my Fort Ord show, what are you going to do?
I've got a great little number I do at parties. It's awfully poppy. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Old paint, you're leaving me, old paint. Old paint, old paint, old paint.
They're off and running at Pismo Beach. Okay, Jimmy, I'll take you along to Fort Ord with me, but I still need some more talent for my show.
Hello there.
This must be that live ammunition they're talking about.
Are you looking for talent for your show at Fort Ord?
Bong! Yes, I'm looking for talent. What do you do?
Does it matter?
Well, it would be nice if, what I mean is...
He means, are you in show business?
That's it. You're hired. Now, about transportation, it's 300 miles to Fort Ord, and...
Don't worry about it, honey. I'll drive you up in my car. How about it?
Down. You want to have a real cozy trip up north, honey, go with me. I'll see you at Burbank in the morning. The plane will be warming up in the field, and I'll be warming up in the airport.
Well, I appreciate your offers, fellas, but I'm going with someone else. Someone I can depend on to get me there.
Someone you can depend on? Who?
Me, Clyde. Just call me Old Pink,
Who's here? Perry Como's father.
All right, move over, fellas. Who's got the dice and what's his point?
Hiya, Bang. I didn't know you were here.
Well, I was passing by, Jim. Thought I'd drop in on old platoon hips.
Now, wait a minute, Lard. How did you know I was here?
Why, it's easy. The fish canneries were flying the white flag. Got to be.
I'm glad you went by the fish canneries. It's the closest you've ever been to a scale.
Say, bazooka snoot. Don't you go too near them. They're paying a big premium on swordfish this year.
Well, I want to tell you, it was nice of you to toddle by on your little fat legs, Bing.
All right, Gwendolyn, get back in the quadrille, will you? Now, listen, you can blast my Pebble Beach golf go-round if you want, but I bitterly resent that crack you made about my being cheap. You who wrapped bubble gum around the pedals and tried to sell them for golf balls.
Don't get sore just because I play better than you do. You're getting too old for golf. In fact, you have to have a rub-down with Lydia Pinkham's to get you through a game of beanbag.
All right, Pete, Pat. I just want to remind you of one thing. You came up a little empty yourself at the golf tournament, didn't you?
Fellas, quit beefing. If you try to improve your game instead of arguing so much, you could enjoy golf.
I don't know, Jimmy. I'm rather happy with my game. Caddies at the club fight to get my sack. I'm considered very easy to caddy for.
You are. When you're not looking, they can sneak rides in the back of your wheelchair.
Fellas, I meant what I said about improving your game. You better get with it or you'll be caddying yourself.
Hey, Jimmy, I just thought of a proposition that might interest you.
What's that, Bob?
Well, you want to get into show business. Bing and I are old hands at it. If we teach our racket, would you teach us your beautiful golf swing?
Say, that's not a bad deal.
You mean that in return for a little coaching, you guys will teach me to be a performer?
Yeah, just like this. Listen to this. Charlie, my boy, oh, Charlie, my boy, you thrill me, you fill me with oceans of joy.
Say, Peanut, I'm talking to you, Peanut.
Yeah, what do you want, Brittle?
What's your brother doing now?
Huh?
What's your brother doing now?
Oh, he's an electrician. He makes light switches.
Light switches? Does he work at it all the time?
No, just on and off.
How'd you like it, Jim?
What do you say, Jim?
Meet me on the first tee tomorrow morning.
To learn your golf swing?
No, to carry my club.
Oh, get out of here.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Just ignore this crass interloper, Les. Just play.
Wait a minute. What goes on? Wait a minute.
Why,
what are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yes.
I was about to raise the entertainment level of your little flea-bitten peep show here by...
I don't see that there. Where is that?
I was about to carol something.
Now, look, I don't mind your coming in here and slowing up our show, but you, play less.
You have to follow your dreams till they all come true.
Can't get over this guy just sneaking in like this.
Look around when they do, and you'll be home.
I wish he'd go there. He sounds like a slow leak that needs tuning.
You have to follow your heart, and it may be far. Then just ask where you are, and you'll be home.
Say, tone deaf.
Yeah?
Bucket ears, listen to me.
Bucket. What is it, Bucket Steve?
Leave my form of travel out of this, will you, please? Who told you how we got up here? I have a question.
Well, I'm sure it must be very important.
It is. Have you ever thought of having your voice quick frozen and selling it as nothing?
There'll always be meadows yonder with greener clover.
Clover in your meadow's getting a little thin on top.
And those you'll wander right over. That shining castle you see on a distant shore.
About a 7-iron for me.
Go and knock on the door, and you'll be home.
The Bob Hope Show is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
We really work up a thirst around here, but we like to watch our shapes. Diet soft drinks really got us down. We didn't like the aftertaste, but then we tried sugar-free Dr. Pepper. It tastes terrific. Wow! Sugar-free Dr. Pepper tastes fattening, but it's not. How can sugar-free taste so sugarful? What a great taste this one's got. Sugar-free Dr. Pepper tastes fattening, but it's not.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You receive a call that a fatal accident has occurred at a Hollywood motion picture studio. Your job? Investigate. Here's what a leading tobacco publication and the nation's press have had to say about king-size Chesterfields.
U.S. Tobacco Journal, Atlanta, Georgia. Chesterfield King Size is going strong. One jobber reordered twice this week, in addition to his regular order.
And the Herald Tribune reported King Size is a sellout. Extra supplies of Chesterfields rush to dealers here.
The reason for King Size Chesterfield's amazing success is this. All King Size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield King Size gives you quantity plus quality. Premium quality.
That means Chesterfield King Size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other King Size cigarette. The same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. Enough more of this tobacco to give you more than a 1/5 longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and King Size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Friday, August 5th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 2:25 p.m. when we got to the Winton Picture Studios. Stage 2.
Better check the guard over there.
Yeah.
Yes, can I help you?
Police officers, about the accident, where do we find Mr. Adams?
Oh, yeah, he said look for you. Let me see. I saw him around here a minute ago. Oh, there he is, over there by that office set. See him, the one in the blue suit? One with the gray hair? Yeah, that's him.
Thank you very much.
I know. You can check with the office. If they can come up with an idea, I'll go for it. All I know is that we got to have this turkey finished. Yeah, something you want?
Yes, you Gerald Adams?
That's right.
Police officers. My ID card.
Oh, yeah. You're Friday, huh?
Yes, sir. It's my partner, Frank Smith.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi.
How much you know about this?
Well, doctor down at Georgia Street told us that Henry Wilson had an accident. Is that right?
Yeah, he was the director. At least he thought he was.
I wonder if we could see where the accident happened.
Yeah, sure. Over in stage 1, just across the way. Hold on a minute, will you? I'd like to talk to Sam for a minute, try to get things organized here, get things moving.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Just wait here. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Quite a place, huh, Joe?
Yeah, a lot of room. It's a big stage, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, all this, the average person doesn't stop to think about it.
What's that?
You know, a fellow lays out 85 cents to see a movie. Never thinks about all the people, all the equipment that goes into making it possible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Terrible thing. We're 12 days behind schedule now. This will probably knock a couple more days off. The exec's going to scream like an eagle when he sees what this opus is costing. Here, right through the story.
Right.
One's right over there.
Yes, sir. Wonder if you'd mind filling us in on this thing.
Yeah, sure. What can I do to help?
Well, if you can tell us how the body was found, who found it, how the accident occurred.
Well, as near as I can figure, it must have happened about 12:10, 12:15. Crew had broken for lunch. Most of them were over at the commissary. I came down from the office and wanted to talk to Henry about tomorrow's schedule. Wanted to try to change some of the shots, make it more simple. He wasn't in the lunchroom, so I went ahead and had lunch.
Uh-huh.
About, I think it was about 12:40, Al Evans, the greenery man, came in and told me he'd found Henry's body. A lamp had fallen on it. Darn fool yelled it so loud that everybody in the place heard him.
I see.
Well, I came right over. First, it looked like Henry was dead. He'd lost a lot of blood. Felt his pulse. Found out he was still alive. That's when I had the ambulance called. Here we are. Go right in.
Thank you.
Over here by the house set.
Yeah.
At the time those big doors were open, the green men were putting in the shrubbery here. After I found out about the accident, I had the doors closed so people wouldn't be roaming in and out.
Are the doors usually left open?
Usually are. When there's no shooting on the stage, when we're using it, they're closed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, right here is where he was found. You can see the lamp, but the sun arc must have hit him right about here. Poor guy.
Yes, sir. Is that where the lamp fell from, up there?
Yeah. Yeah, there you can see on the scaffolding where it was. Between the babies, there's space there.
Who puts the lamps up there?
Well, it's in the gaffer's department. He's in charge of them.
Wonder if we could talk to him.
Yeah, sure. He's over in 2. I'll call him.
Thank you.
Big lamp, huh?
Yeah. Sure smashed up in it.
Gee, that thing must weigh a couple 100 pounds.
Yeah, look up there. It's quite a drop. Figure it's about 40 feet up there. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, that anyway.
He's on his way over.
What's your position here, Mr. Adams?
I'm production supervisor, unit manager. A lot of names for it. I try to take care of the running of the company as far as this one picture is concerned, make out the budgets, work on the schedule, the directors, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Really hard to say just what my job is, so I do a little of everything.
Yes, sir.
You fellas from homicide?
Yes, sir, that's right.
You think that there's something wrong here? Maybe Henry's accident wasn't an accident or something?
Well, it's just that in any death where there isn't a doctor in attendance at the time of death, we have to look into it. It's just routine.
I thought for a minute you might think there was something fishy about this. That's all we need. Have murder on the set. Might as well fold up.
Oh, hi, Jerry. You want to see me?
Yeah, Dick, these officers like to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
This is Mr. Friday, Mr. Smith, Dick Patterson, our gap.
How are you?
Hi, Mr. Patterson.
What do you want to know?
Well, Mr. Adams here tells us that you were in charge of installing those lamps. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Are you trying to say I had anything to do with causing Henry's death?
Oh, no, sir. We didn't say that.
Well, what are you saying?
Well, we're just trying to get the facts straight.
No need to get upset, now, Dick.
Well, what are you talking about? These cops come in here and try to make out I didn't put those lamps in right?
That's not what they said.
Well, don't you think I feel bad enough? Henry was a good friend of mine. We've been together a long time. I don't know how the lamp got loose.
I wonder if we could look at its mounting. That'd be all right?
Sure. I've wanted to get up there anyway to look at it myself. But Jerry here said not to touch anything till you guys got here.
Okay. How do we get up there?
There's a ladder back here at the rear of the stage.
Uh-huh.
I can't understand it, Mr. Friday. I've been hanging lamps for a long time. It's going on 20 years. First time anything like this ever happened. Oh, here it is, just going up.
Okay.
Hey, watch your step. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can get there down this way.
They use these walks to hang the lights on, do they?
Yeah. You got to be awfully careful, though. Watch your step. It's a long way down.
Yeah.
Once in a while, if you want a real high shot of the scene, we lift the camera up here. Mostly, though, it's used just for lights. Here it is. Now you can see there where the light was.
Yes, sir. I'll appreciate it if you didn't touch anything. If you just stand back there.
Sure.
Yeah. The base of the lamp went through this hole there, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, look at the one over there, same way.
Yeah. You have anything else securing the lights once they're tied down?
No, sir. Once they're in place, the weight of the thing itself will hold it.
In other words, you drill this hole and you place the lamp in the hole, and it could. Well, it doesn't look like the wood is chipped, does it?
No, these scaffolds are pretty new. This stage hasn't been up more than a year.
Well, from what you can see, Mr. Patterson, can you figure out how the lamp might have fallen? How it could have broken loose?
Oh, I'll tell you, officer. Bob, that's my best boy. Bob and I were over here last night checking the lights on the set. Now, I didn't actually get up here myself, but Bob did. Now, he's a good boy. He's been around a long time, doesn't make mistakes like this. He secured this lamp himself. Now, I know it was right.
Well, then, have you got any idea how it might have fallen?
None at all. Matter of fact, I don't think it did.
Sir?
I don't think it did fall. I think it was dropped.
3:15 p.m. Frank and I went back to stage 2. We talked to Bob Murphy, the best boy, and got the same story from him. He said that he'd secured the lamp in position himself and that as far as he was concerned, it could not have fallen. He agreed with Dick Patterson that the lamp must have been removed from its place and either dropped or was thrown at Wilson. At this point, there was the possibility that the death was not an accident. We asked the unit manager to assign one of the studio police to guard the scene of the accident, and then we called the crime lab. Dean Bergman lifted several clean prints from the broken lens of the lamp. Bob Murphy's fingerprints were taken, and they matched those found on the lamp. There were no other prints on the glass. The men from the crime lab found a small piece of blue cloth on the mounting of the lamp. Lee Jones put it in an envelope and gave it to me. At 4:20 p.m., we talked to Gerald Adams in one of the portable dressing rooms.
I just can't believe it. There were a lot of people in town that didn't like Henry, but I don't think there was anyone that'd kill him.
Was there anyone in the company that he had any disagreements with, would you know?
What do you mean?
Well, anyone he had quarrels with, arguments, would you know?
Well, I guess Sam would be the most likely. They argued all the time.
Sam?
Yeah, Sam Phillips. He's the first assistant director. Real talented guy. Been at it a long time. He and Henry worked together for a long time. They were always arguing. I guess if you didn't know him, you might think they were serious, but here in the company, we all knew. We understood.
Understood what?
Well, Sam's been in Hollywood almost since it was. He began as a prop man, worked his way up to be a cutter. Then I guess about 15 years ago, he went into directing. He's going to get a picture of his own pretty soon. He'll do well, too. Real talent.
Well, about these arguments, Mr. Adams, between Wilson and Phillips.
Well, to understand him, you'd have to know Henry. He was one of the first directors in pictures. Came out here from New York even before Sam did. Really old school. He drove special cars, most of them pure white. Had all his clothes designed and made. He wore a cape while he was on the set, you know. Referred to himself as Wilson. You know, Wilson thinks this, Wilson thinks that. If you didn't know him, you'd take him seriously. Once you did that, you were in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Were you ever present when one of these arguments took place?
Yeah, matter of fact, they had one yesterday.
That's so.
Yeah, over in the commissary. I thought for a minute it was going to be pretty serious, and then I realized it was all a gag. Everyone else did, too.
What was it about?
Well, like I told you, the picture's 12 days over now. A lot of tension on the stage. Everyone's pretty edgy.
Yeah.
Well, Sam's a great practical joker, always trying to cook up something.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, the jokes do the job. They give everybody a laugh. They all feel a little better. Well, day before yesterday, Sam got one of the set dressers and took a cement deer. The kind people used to have on their front lawns?
Yeah, I think I know the kind you mean.
Well, the two of them carted this deer down the parking lot and put it in the back seat of Henry's car. He planted it so the deer was looking right at Henry when he got in the driver's seat. The thing weighed about 250 pounds. Once they got it in, Henry couldn't get it out. He tried that night. He couldn't make it.
He didn't think it was very funny, did he?
No. He had to leave it in the car all night. Drove home with it. Next morning, when he checked in the lot, he tried to get it out again. While he was trying, the horns on the thing tore up the upholstery in his car, really ripped it up to pieces.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Well, finally, Henry got a hammer and broke the thing up. Smashed it in little pieces and threw them all out of the car. Left them right in front of the scene dock.
Yeah. Was that when he and Phillips had the argument?
No. Yesterday morning when Wilson got on the set, he wasn't saying anything to anybody. All the crew knew about the deer, and they were all waiting for him to say something about it, but he didn't. He just drove the crew through the morning setups. The argument took place at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Henry waited until the whole crew was having lunch, and then he stormed into the cafe. He walked over to Sam, really read him off, called him a child. He said that if he'd spend a little more time doing his work and less time playing around, the picture wouldn't be so far over scheduled. Really made him look like a fool. The argument went on for about 15 minutes.
Well, what was Sam doing all this time?
Well, he just sat there, and then finally he got up and grabbed Henry, kind of shook him, said he'd never been talked to like that before, and it wasn't going to happen again. Said he'd kill Henry next time he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Henry looked pretty scared. Sam's a big man, I think if he made up his mind to do it, he could have broken Henry in two.
Mm-hmm.
Sam looked at Henry for a minute, and then he laughed. Then Henry started to laugh, too, and then the whole place, I guess it's like laughing in a horror picture. Anything to break the tension. Looked real tight. Even I wasn't sure it was a joke,
You said that Sam lifted this deer into the car by himself?
Well, I don't know if he did it by himself, but I know he could lift it without help.
How much did you say that deer weighed?
Oh, about 250 pounds. Why?
Well, I was just thinking. That's about what that big lamp weighed, isn't it? 3:45 p.m. Frank called the office and had R&I run the names Sam Phillips and Henry Wilson. Sam Phillips had been arrested once for disturbing the peace. He'd gotten drunk in a nightclub out on Sunset Boulevard and gotten into a fight. The report said that it had taken both of the arresting officers to subdue him and take him into custody. There was no record on Henry Wilson. We continued to talk to the crew. Each one of them told us about the arguments between Phillips and Wilson, but most of the people we talked to didn't share Adam's idea that the arguments were just a joke. The script girl told us that on at least 3 occasions, members of the crew had to keep the men apart, and that Sam Phillips had said he'd kill Wilson. We asked each of them if they'd seen anyone enter or leave the stage at approximately the time of the accident. None of them had. They explained that Wilson had been trying to pick up time, and that as soon as they'd finished one shot, he was yelling at them to get ready for the next one. 4:22 p.m. We talked to Sam Phillips.
Sure, we had some beefs. None of them were serious, though.
Well, how about this fight you had in the commissary yesterday?
You mean the thing about the deer?
Yeah.
Well, that didn't mean anything. Oh, I admit I was pretty sore for a minute, but right away I knew Henry wasn't serious. Even if he was, I guess I can understand it. Must have made him pretty sore to see his car ripped up.
Did you lift that deer into Wilson's car by yourself?
Yeah, I had one of the set dressers with me. He kind of steered the thing in. Sure looked kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. You sure you weren't over on stage 1 today?
Positive.
You got any idea of how that light got loose and fell?
No, I've been in the business a long time. That's the first time I've ever known a lamp to fall. They've been tipped over when on a floor stand, and I've seen them broken when the set is moved. I've never seen one drop like that.
Do you have any idea how this could have happened then?
Not the slightest.
You're a first assistant, is that right?
Yeah.
How long you been in this job?
Oh, I guess about 15 years now. I was a cutter for a while. Took a big cut in salary to go into directing. Figured it'd be a way to get a picture of my own. A lot of directors come from the cutting department.
That so?
Yeah, they do. I didn't care much for it, though. I like to be on the set. See things happen. I like the activity.
Mm-hmm. Did Wilson know that you wanted to be a director?
Yeah, he said that if I stayed with him, he'd try to get the producers to give me a picture. Matter of fact, I kind of thought I might get this one.
Is that right?
Yeah. When I was in the pre-planning stages, they hadn't assigned a man to it yet, and Jerry and I both wanted it.
Jerry? You mean Adams?
Yeah, he wants to be a director, too. It's funny, I guess everyone wants to be a director. Jerry's been trying for a long time. I don't think he'll ever make it, though.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's too valuable as a unit manager.
Yeah. Was Adams very upset when he didn't get this picture?
No. I was pretty sore. I told Jerry about it. He just sat back and said that's the way things are and that it doesn't pay to fight the front office.
Mm-hmm. Did you say anything to Wilson about how you felt?
Yeah, I told him. Said I thought it was real unfair. Said I thought he could have done something about it.
What did he say?
Told me to be patient. My time would come.
Do you know if there was anybody on the lot who might have wanted to kill Wilson?
No. Oh, there might have been some people who didn't like him very much, but you run into that in almost every picture. You know, little jealousies.
That right?
Yeah. You really think he was killed, huh?
Well, it could have been, yeah.
Sure hard to believe. We've been making pictures about this for a long time. You know, murders. But now that it's right here, really on the set, it makes you feel you can just check ahead in the script and find out who the killer is. Read about the ending. Kind of seems just like another picture.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had somebody here with you, officer.
That's all right, Mr. Patterson. What is it?
I wonder if I could talk to you?
Sure.
Well, it's kind of private. Well, if you're through with me, I'll get back to work.
No, you just wait. I'll be right back. Here, we can step out here.
Okay.
Now, what is it, Mr. Patterson?
Well, I feel like a real idiot. I should have remembered it when you talked to me before.
What's that, sir?
Well, I remember just before the company broke for lunch, Sam gave me a note. Said I should give it to Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Did you see what it was?
No, it was folded up. Had Wilson's name on it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Well, did you give it to him?
Yeah, he read it, and then he said he had to leave the set for a few minutes, said he'd be right back.
He left the stage then?
Yeah.
Where was Sam at this time?
Well, I don't know. You see, he gave me the note just outside the door to the stage. I was bringing in some more lights, and right after he handed it to me, he left.
Uh-huh.
Headed for stage one.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield was first to name its ingredients. Ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Now, Chesterfield is first to give you scientific facts in support of smoking.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette.
A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfields. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfield. 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays, and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this report, and buy Chesterfields either way you like them, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
We talked to Gerald Adams and had 2 of the studio police start a search for the note. Frank called Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and asked if the note had been found on the body of Henry Wilson. The doctor told us that he didn't know and that the dead man's personal effects had been turned over to the coroner. We called them and they told us that there was nothing of that description found. While the search for the missing note went on, we continued to talk to Sam Phillips.
The whole idea is crazy. I told you I wasn't near stage one at all this morning.
How about the note?
I don't remember any note.
Well, the gaffer says you gave it to him. Told him to give it to Wilson.
He's crazy. If I had a note for Wilson, I'd have given it to him myself. I'm with him all day. I've got no reason to have someone else deliver messages for me.
Well, then you deny giving him the note, is that right?
Well, certainly.
All right, mister, we'll let you know just how you stand. We got a witness who says you were seen going to stage one. A couple of minutes later, a man is killed on the same stage. You admit that you've had arguments with Wilson. Seems like you might have had a motive for killing him.
I told you I didn't go near the place. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I know what's happened.
What's that?
Well, when Dick told you he saw me heading for stage one, he probably saw me heading for the office. I have to pass near the stage to get there. Matter of fact, I even cut through it once in a while.
Did you happen to cut through it today?
No. At least I don't think so.
That's pretty important that you remember.
I'm trying. Let's see. I know what you guys think. I don't know how to show you that you're wrong.
But can you come up with an explanation for the note?
Well, I'm trying to tell you I don't know. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
What?
I did give Dick a note.
Yeah.
Told him to give it to Henry.
What was in it?
Well, I don't know. I didn't even read it.
Well, then you didn't write it?
No, I found it in my desk when I was up in the office this morning. I figured that someone had put it there thinking I'd see Henry and give it to him.
What time did you find it?
Let's see, I guess it was about 9 or so. Guess I put it in my pocket and then forgot all about it. And just before I went up to the office to tell him that we were breaking for lunch, I remembered it. I gave it to Dick and told him to hand it to Henry. That's what the note's all about. Right after that, I went upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Do you always tell the office that you're broken for lunch?
Yeah, most of the time I phone, but today I went up myself. I've been kind of expecting a letter from my family back east, and I thought it might be in, so I wanted to check the morning mail.
Got any idea who might have put the note on your desk?
No, I just found it, tucked away in the corner of the blotter. I really didn't look at it. I was in a hurry. Wanted to finish lunch so I could get back on the set. We have a lot of work to do this afternoon.
Did you see Wilson after you left the stage?
No, I looked for him at the commissary, but he didn't show up. And the greenery man came in and said that he had the accident.
Uh-huh. You recognize the handwriting on that note?
No, all I saw was the name, that it was for Henry. Come to think of it, though, I do kind of remember that it was familiar handwriting, thinking I'd seen it someplace before.
You remember where?
No, I wish I could. Have you found it yet?
No. Wilson must have dropped it someplace here, though. It wasn't on his body. I wonder if you'd take a look at this.
What's that?
Well, the crime lab crew found this on the stage, caught on the lamp that killed Wilson.
Looks like the material they make suits out of.
Yeah, from inside the cuff. See? See the little zigzag mark where it's been cut?
Uh-huh.
You ever see this type of material before, Sam?
Let me see. Looks like it came from a blue suit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good material. Sure an odd color. Yeah, I think I've seen a suit like this. I think I saw it this morning.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, sure. Jerry Adams was wearing it.
6:30 p.m. We called Gerald Adams into the dressing room.
Were you on stage one at all before the body was found?
No, sir. Why do you think I had something to do with it?
Well, we're just trying to get the facts here.
Well, I want to help, but it seems to me that you'd spend your time a little better if you talked to Sam, the note and all. Still deny giving it to Henry?
No, he says that he gave it to him.
Well, then there you are. I guess that argument was a lot more serious than we thought, huh?
That's a nice-looking suit you got on, Mr. Adams. New?
Yeah, this is the first day I've worn it. Present from my wife. Pretty blue. I don't usually care for blue, like brown, gray, mostly. Wife's been trying to get me to wear blue, so she got this suit for me.
Yeah, looks like it's made pretty well there.
Yeah, it is. She had my tailors put it together. I didn't even go down for a fitting. Needs a few things done to it, like the shoulders pulled in a little. I don't much care for padding in the shoulders,
Mm-hmm. You mind if I look at the cuffs? I've always had trouble with the cuffs on my suits. You can see here how they've worn. Must be in the way they're made.
No, I don't think so. That looks like it came from your shoes rubbing against it.
You mind if I look?
No, here.
Yeah, it sure is beautiful material.
Yeah. She sure got good taste. Of course, it should be. She paid $180 for it.
Wow. You got a little tear here on the cuff. Inside. Have you noticed that?
No. Let's see.
Right there.
Oh, yeah. How about that? I got to get that fixed. A little piece torn right out. Huh?
Uh-huh.
What did you do when you found Wilson's body?
What do you mean?
Well, what were your movements?
Well, it'll be kind of hard to explain. If you want to walk over there, I can show you.
All right. Let's go.
Company's broken. I told him wait up in the office. Figured you might want to talk to him some more.
Fine.
Here, I'll get the door. It's sure a beautiful night, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Best time of the day in the valley. After the sun starts to go down, everybody's always kidding about the cool breeze that comes up, Really does out here. I know the wife and I practically live out of doors during the summer months.
Is that right?
Yeah, we both love the valley. Right, here we are. That's the work lights on. You want me to get the others?
No, there's enough light.
Okay.
Now, if you'd show us just what happened when you found the body.
Well, I came in that door, the big one there. It was open.
Was there anybody on the stage then?
No, not right away. The greenery man came in right after me, and then Jack the guard from the other stage.
Uh-huh.
And like I said, the body was lying about here. And the lamp was there. You saw that when you were here.
Yes, sir, we did. Did you go near the lamp, touch it in any way?
No, I didn't. The only concern was Henry. That's all I thought about. I knelt down to feel Henry's pulse, and then I told Jack to go and phone the ambulance.
Yeah?
Then I had the doors closed. I waited until a lot of policemen got here, and then I went back to the other stage.
Mm-hmm. Our crime lab found a piece of cloth caught on that lamp. Matches the tear in the cuff of your suit.
Can't understand how it could have gotten there.
What if we could look through your pocket?
Why? What's that going to prove?
We just want to take a look. It won't hurt anything.
Well, maybe it won't, but I don't see why you're asking me all these questions. Seems to me that Sam's your killer. Why don't you talk to him? Make him tell you why he did it.
All right, come on. Let's see what you got in your pockets. Take everything out, put it on the table.
All right. Here's my wallet.
Well, you better take the money out of it.
Okay.
Now, let me see the wallet.
All right, here.
Just a second, Mr. Adams. What'd you drop over there? Right there.
Hmm?
Looks like the note we've been looking for, Joe.
What's it say?
Wilson, I have to see you. Something's come up. Meet me on 1 when you break for lunch. It's private. Signed, Jerry.
How about this, Adam?
Oh, I don't know anything about it.
Well, maybe we better talk downtown.
Going on in place with you. Watch him, Joe.
He's going up that ladder.
All right, give it up, Adams. There's no place to go up there.
Stay away from me.
Come on, Adams, give it up.
He's not coming down.
Well, he can't stay up there long.
Why don't you shoot me? I'm not going to do what you say. Go ahead and shoot me.
What for? You're not going anyplace. How about it, Adams? Why'd you do it?
He had it coming. All his life stepping on people. This picture was mine. They told me it was. And he took it away from me just because he wanted to be a big man. This was my picture. He took it.
All right, come on down.
I'm going to stay up here.
You suit yourself. We got lots of time, Adams.
Can't you just go away and leave me alone?
You know better than that. You killed a man. Now, come on. You either come down or we'll come up.
What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, give him a minute. He wants to be a director.
Yeah.
Let him figure out the ending.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 17th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Friends, in a sense, every smoker is his own judge and jury when it comes to selecting a cigarette. Now, you've heard the facts in our case for Chesterfield, and I'd like to sum them up for you. Chesterfield, the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield, the first and only cigarette to name all its ingredients. And now, Chesterfield gives you scientific facts in support of smoking. You heard the report read earlier. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report ever published about any cigarette. Consider these facts carefully. I'm sure you'll want to change to Chesterfields. Regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. And much milder.
Gerald S. Adams was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Whit Connor, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfields. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the nation's headquarters for election news.
Tuesday.
Give me 5.
Fonzie is secretly married. What? He has a kid and everything.
Fonzie, a father? Find out on Happy Days.
I don't think they made up yet.
Then it's love at first fight, and Laverne and Shirley play matchmaker.
Hello, sweetie.
Then Jack takes on the neighborhood bully on Three's Company.
He's asking for it. You want to get married?
And John's surefire line backfires.
Sure.
On Taxi. Tuesday on ABC.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello? Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Duffy, you know who's coming down here tonight? Milton Berle. Yeah, the star of the new Ziegfeld Follies. What? Has he got nice legs? Duffy, please, you remember Milton, the kid that used to steal the joke books? Yeah, then say that he made up the jokes himself? Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, Milton. Duffy, with you, everybody's a bum. Well, Duffy, why don't you be more like me? You know the New Year's resolution I made? What? Stop stealing from the cash register? No, Duffy, I resolved that I will help my fellow man, be he mineral, vegetable, or even you, Duffy. Goodbye. See, now,
Well, what's that sign you're writing, Mr. Archer? Welcome sign for Miltonboro?
No, it's a resolution, Eddie. One of them New Year's sayings. You know, sort of a proverb. Listen to it. There is a well-known golden rule. Through the ages, it's been true. Always be good to your neighbor. He may live next door to you. That's good, huh?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, too.
Yeah, sure.
How about hanging up a sign for the waiter? Me.
Like what, Eddie?
Well, like this. The golden rule has a fine intent, but a 10-cent tip will pay the rent.
Money. Eddie, don't you know that there's some things in life that money can't buy?
You give me the money, I'll do the shopping.
Hello. Oh, hello, Finnegan. Hey, Finnegan, you know who's coming down here tonight? Milton Boyle, the star of Ziegfeld Follies.
Oh, boy, the Ziegfeld Follies. What's that?
Finnegan, that's a show, you know, with a lot of beautiful dames, them chorus girls, dressed up in nothing but, you know what I mean, Finnegan?
And they call it the Follies? What's foolish about that?
Finnegan, they don't call it the Follies because it's foolish. They call it the Follies because people laughed at Ziegfeld, you know, when he first put the thing on. You know, like the first time they opened that fish market. They called it Fulton's Folly.
Oh, I see. Then, Arch, why don't they call it Ziegfeld's Fish Market?
Well, Finnegan, it is a very strange quirk of human nature that when a guy pays $4.40 for a seat, he'd rather see a dame than a fish.
Oh, I see.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. How are you? My, you look charming tonight.
I do, don't I?
Miss Duffy, I didn't mean it. It was just part of me resolution to be nice to people.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. I know I look attractive tonight. A woman always knows when she's more attractive than usual.
How?
Fellas whistle at her on the street.
I see. Well, how come you're all duked out? Is there something special?
Oh, certainly. Ain't Milton Berle coming here tonight?
Yeah.
Well, ain't it possible he can get me in the Follies?
No, it ain't.
Why not?
Because the Follies has got all the stage hands they need.
I don't want to be a stagehand. I want to act. I want to sing. I want to dance. I want to recite.
What's Burl gonna do? Sell cold drinks in the lobby? You and the Follies. Oh, that kills me.
Oh, yeah? What's so funny about it? Wasn't I the star of the 10 Jolly Girls AC Military Review and War Bond Pageant Follies?
That sounds like the greatest military reverse of the year.
Oh, yeah? Well, it just so happens I was the hit of the pageant. Why, when I walked down the stage and said, I am Miss G, the boys need me. Gee, I was so good the audience stood up and shouted, send us to Africa. So now why couldn't Milton Berle
Now, wait a minute, Miss Duffy. The Follies is different. It ain't for a girl like you. In the Follies, you gotta walk up and down on the stage in a bathing suit. You know, 1,000 guys is leering at you, making unkempt remarks. You know, giving you the once-over, making you feel uncomfortable.
So what? I do it all summer for nothing at Coney Island. I feel very comfortable.
Please, Miss Duffy, don't ask me to ask Burl about a thing like this, huh?
Well, Archie, what about that resolution of yours? Help your fellow human being.
That's right. I'm helping Burl. He's a human being, too. I think. Miss Duffy, I've been thinking it over, and I think I got it. The way I can get your job in the Follies.
How?
I will change you into a different woman. I'll turn you from night into day. I will be Frankenstein, and you will be my monster.
Well, what are you going to do to me?
You, Miss Duffy, are going to be a glamorous French singer.
But I can't speak French.
So what? You can't sing, neither. I will make you a glamorous star with boyfriends by the galore. We'll get Seymour and Finnegan to help us, and you'll be... Wait a minute. Hey, Bud, what are you snoping around for?
I'm Clark Denis. I sing here.
So what? So who's stopping you? Ladies and gentlemen, Clark Denis, a terrific singer. Good enough for you, Bud?
Good enough.
Okay. Come here, Miss Duffy. I want to talk to you a minute. Here's what I want you to do.
As long as you're not in love with somebody else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You got me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me, baby? Why don't you fall in love with me?
No, Denis, if you was prettier, I might get you into the Follies, too.
Announcing the arrival of Mr. Milton Berle of New York, Hollywood, and Low State.
Thank you. Thank you, my good man. Thank you. Thank you. Here's something for your trouble.
And for my trouble, this is a nickel. I got more trouble than that. Hey, wait a minute. This is a lead nickel.
Oh, how cheap of me. Here's a lead quarter.
Well, Milton, how are you? You're looking as fine as a fit fettle. You look great.
Oh, well, it's very, very easy these days, Archie, to fool people. A shave, a haircut. Say, Archie, you're looking pretty fit yourself.
Well, I lead a very healthy life, you know. Plenty of exercise.
Yes.
Get me daily dozen every day. 12 games of pool.
Pool rooms, my good man. What do you do for fresh air?
I play with the window open.
Archie, that is not enough. You know that health is the most important thing in life. Now look at me. Strong, sturdy, full of vigor. Yes, sir, out in Hollywood I go horseback riding, play golf every day. Then to the mountains, skiing in a bathing suit, the icy wind circulating through my blood.
Milton, what are you coughing about?
I came out without my rubbers. But, Archie, I've got great resistance. It'll go away in about 4 months.
Oh, that's too bad. Milton, I understand...
Too bad, did you say, sir?
You know, Milton, it's a funny coincidence. I seen your last picture, and, I don't know, somehow or other I suddenly got a hunch you'd be back in New York soon.
My dear boy, do you know that the Schuberts had a terrible time getting me to leave Hollywood? You didn't know that, did you? They sent me telegram after telegram, wire after wire, and I ignored them. Finally, they sent me a paid wire, and I opened it. It said, Burl, come back to the legitimate theater, and I laughed. Then it said, we want you for our new musical, and I sneered. Then it said, we want you to star in the Follies with 50 beautiful girls. So here I am.
50 beautiful dames.
Yes?
What are they paying you, Milton?
Who cares?
Same old Milton, a pushover for feminine punkertude. By the way, Milton, I wonder if I could get a girl in the Follies.
Why, sure, Archie. I'll be glad to get you one. There's lots of them.
No, Milton, this is a dame I want you to put into the Follies.
Oh, into the Follies. Oh, I see.
A beautiful French dame, you know? The biggest star in Paris. The toast of the Thames.
Thames? Archie, if you're thinking of that river in Paris, the word is Thames.
That's the French pronunciation. Anyways, Milton.
Yes?
When this dame sings them French love songs, you know, like Mademoiselle from Armentières, it brings lumps to your eyes. But why should I stand here talking? I'll have you meet her. Monsieur. Monsieur.
Yay?
Mr. Boyle, I want you to meet that glamorous French star, Monsieur Fifi la Duffy.
Ooh la la, mon chéri.
Dinky, dinky, parlez-vous.
Oh, you speak French?
Do I? Now, say, wait a minute, Archie. I was down here 2 years ago, and the girl punching the cash register looked an awful lot like Fifi here.
You did, huh?
Yes.
Probably a case of reincarnation.
Fifi, haven't I seen you before?
Possibly in France.
What did you do in France?
Oh, I studied in the singing school.
What singing school?
The 10 Jolly Girls AC.
AC?
Yeah, that's French. Academy.
Now, tell me, my little moron glacé. What could you do in the Ziegfeld Follies?
Oh, I sing.
You sing?
Yes, I sing, I dance, I recite.
What, no train zeal?
Now, Milton, wait till you hear this dame sing. You'll see why she aroused the rage of Paris. Milton, she's got millions of guys chasing her, offering her a king's ransom. Jewels. A diamond tiara.
A what?
A tiara.
What about a boomdier?
That, too. Nothing is too good for this dame. Now, Milton, the piece de resistance. You are about to hear the greatest living French entertainer of her nationality, dead or alive.
Can I take my choice?
Milton, listen to her first. Mr. Van Steeden, drum roll, please. Thank you. Ladies and gendarmes, we now introduce the darling of Montmartre, the wickedest woman in Paris, Monsieur Fifi la Duffy. Proceed ahead, Pete Tight One.
Merci, messieurs and senors. And to you, dear Mr. Boyle, I throw the kiss.
Lucky for me, I can't catch.
First, I will act for you a scene from one of my biggest triumphs, L'amour toujours au dur.
Oh, do.
When the scene opens, I, Mary Bully Bass, am talking to my sweetheart, Pierre. Ah, Pierre. Pierre, I love you. I love you so much, I hate you. And other times I hate you so much, I love you. I love you, you fool. Don't touch me. Go away, I adore you. Come back. No, I despise you, you fool. I despise you and love you and despise you. Kiss me.
This sounds like the foreign version of Tobacco Road.
Pierre, why do you spurn me? Why are you so cold? Can it be that somewhere you have another woman waiting for you?
Well, if he hasn't, he's nuts.
Ah, Pierre, you have another woman, but I will have revenge. From this you will not escape. From this you will die.
From this, we can all die. You know that. Now, look, Archie, I've heard enough. Will you tell her... What is this now?
Wonderful to see you again. You remember me, Jacques Seymour?
Yes, oui.
Who is this walking mattress here?
He's just another one of Fifi's countless admirers.
Oh, I see.
Ah, Fifi, tell me you love me. Tell me that you will become my wife and live in my 78-room mansion with 14 servants.
What, Fifi La Duffy in 78 rooms? You want me to live in a shack? Jack?
Shack Jack. I'll be back, Whack.
Now, wait a minute.
Fifi, if you do not love me, life has no meaning for me. Farewell, Fifi La Duffy. I kill myself.
Oh, another day, another suicide.
She's certainly a killer, ain't she, Milton?
Yeah.
Eddie, remove that plump cadaver.
Okay, Mr. Archie, let's go, corpse.
Now, listen, Archie, I've heard enough. Besides, I've really got to run along now.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I have to leave.
But give the dame a chance. You can't judge a book just by reading it. Wait till you hear her next speciality. Go ahead, Monsieur.
Thank you. I would like to present now a few impersonations.
You'll love this, Milton. Yeah. This is where she rises to her depths of greatness.
Ah, thank you. For my first impersonation, I give you the great French actor, my oh so dear friend, Charlie Boyer.
Whatever happened to Ben Turpin?
In this impersonation, Charlie is talking to Hedy Lamarr in Algiers. You are beautiful, Hedy. I love you, Hedy. We will elope, Hedy. At midnight, Hedy. Be ready, Hedy.
Oh. Be ready, Hedy. I should have stood in Betty.
Wait.
Oh, fine. Who is this character here?
I am another one of Monsieur Duffy's lovers.
This dame must have an X card on Lovers.
Bonjour, Fifi. Do you remember me, Monsieur Finny Lagan?
Ah, Finnegan!
Cherry, I have for you a gift.
A gift? Ooh la la! Give me the gift!
Look at that, Milton. A diamond and emerald-studded whistling tea kettle.
A tea kettle, take it away, Finnegan. I do not like tea.
Marry me and I fill it with coffee.
Marry you? Never!
Never? Then I kill myself.
Another day, another suicide.
Listen, what's par for this course?
Milton, this goes on all the time. Guys kill themselves like that. This dame's a second Bluebeard.
What was that? What happened?
Another guy outside. He didn't even bother to come in. Now, where was we?
My song.
Yeah, her zong. Now it goes from murder to massacre.
The title of the song is Parlez-moi d'amour.
Parlez-moi d'amour. That will build you up from obscurity to oblivion.
Parlez-moi d'amour. The words I am longing to hear. Parlez-moi d'amour. Repeat them again, I implore.
You ever hear anything like it, Milton?
No, not since my sister backed into a hot stove. Stew.
Parlez-moi d'amour. And whisper these words to me.
Great, ain't it?
Yeah, she sounds like an all-clear signal.
There you are, Milton. What is your verdict?
My verdict? She's guilty.
Should never have made them resolutions. Excuse me, Milton, will you? A minute. Miss Duffy. Milton just heard you sing.
Yay?
Yes. There's only one way for you to get into the Follies.
Ow.
Ow. You gotta play up to the guy. Give him a kiss.
Ow!
Ah, Mr. Boyle!
Ooh la la!
Oh, you are so beautiful, so handsome. In France, we have the old French saying, faces like yours are fashioned by the angels.
Faces, but not the nose. The nose was made to order.
Ah, Milton, do not joke with me. I love you. I will love you always. Never will I leave your side. Never will I stop kissing you.
Never.
Never!
Milton, holy cat!
Ho hum, another day, another suicide.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. The platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
In one of her last articles, the late anthropologist Margaret Mead examined the growing pressures on the nuclear family and suggested ways that television can help relieve those pressures. You can read her provocative ideas in TV Guide. Then a noted educator tells parents how they can make better use of television to help their children learn. Don't miss a special sports wrap-up on all the bowl games and a profile of that television staple Dick Clark in the new issue of TV Guide.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexion. So get Palmolive and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile, dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Babyface.
Babyface, you've got the cutest little baby face. There's not another one could take your place. Babyface, my poor heart is jumping. You sure have started something, babyface. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a show, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby face. I didn't need a show, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby face.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, culture has come once again to the town of Weaverville, this time in the form of a touring theatrical stock company now playing at the local theater. And making a personal appearance in the leading role is none other than Evelyn Lovelace, star of stage, screen, and radio, but not lately. The play in which she's appearing is a little number called The Warning, and judging from the conversation she's now having with her manager, the people of Weaverville have taken it.
30 people, that's all there were in the entire audience last night.
I know.
Well, you should have done something to stimulate business. Why didn't you have my latest picture showing at the movie house while the play was in town?
Your picture wouldn't have drawn either, Evelyn. People today want talkies.
Well, it's this jinx town, that's what it is. I'll be glad when we open in Middletown tomorrow.
We may not be opening anywhere tomorrow.
What?
Our stagehand quit. You promised to make him your leading man, and then all he did was move furniture and sets around. That's why they all quit.
Well, so what? We'll get another stagehand.
Yeah? Without a nickel to pay him?
There's a yokel in every town dumb enough to fall for the line I hand them about becoming a matinee idol. Have I ever failed yet?
No, we've always had a stagehand.
And we always will. Just wait till I turn my sex appeal on the next sucker. You know what'll happen.
Yeah. You didn't understudy Theta Berra for nothing.
So off went Evelyn Lovelace in search of a sucker. Was it fate that led her past the Bon-Ton shoe store where our young hero works? Anyway, chalk up this much for feminine intuition. Just one glance through the window, and she knew her search was over.
Good morning, madam. Could I interest you in a pair of shoes? We have...
Stop.
I said something dirty?
No, say that again.
You mean, could I interest you in a pair of shoes?
Yes, that voice, that quality, that resonance, that vibrancy. Where did you ever get a voice like that?
Gee, I don't know. It just kind of came with my body.
Compelling, magnetic. Tell me, have you ever sung?
Yeah, a little.
Sing for me now.
Now? Okay.
Oh! Magnificent, superb. I've never heard anything so divine.
Oh, it just happens to be a catchy tune.
Don't you understand? Destiny has brought us together. Oh, if you only knew how long I've been looking for someone like you.
Yeah?
Yes. And then just now, when I heard you say, Madam, could I interest you in a pair of shoes? I knew my search had ended.
Your feet have really been killing you, huh?
No, I'm not talking about my feet. I'm talking about the stage.
Huh?
Don't you know who I am? I'm Evelyn Lovelace.
Oh, sure. I didn't recognize you without your makeup. You're the star of that play I saw the other night, huh?
Yes. Now do you understand what I want? The theater is calling you.
Oh, my gosh, if it's about that piece of gum I stuck under my seat.
No, it isn't that. I want you to be my new leading man.
Your leading man? Me?
Of course. Can't you see why? That warm, glowing personality of yours, your divine talent, magnificent artistry, your dazzling good looks, your thrilling physique. That's why.
Yeah, you've got your reasons, all right.
Please, don't hesitate. The theater needs new blood, and I can make you the greatest star who ever lived.
Gee, I don't know. I've got a girl, and she may not approve of me going on the stage.
A girl? What one girl? You'll have thousands of girls at your feet, all begging to become your slaves.
But I'm not that kind of a fellow. The only slave I want is my wife.
Oh, you can't let this girl stand in your way. We'll tour the country together, live in a trunk. We'll do the greatest plays ever written. Henrik Ibsen, Bernard Shaw, Anton Chekhov, Shakespeare.
William Shakespeare?
That's the one, yes. Say you will, please.
Well, I...
Oh, thanks. In the name of American theater goers everywhere, I thank you.
Oh, that's all right.
You will be the greatest actor the world has ever known. I can hear you now reciting your lines from the immortal bard. Tomorrow and tomorrow, you say, creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death.
Gee, I hope I don't have to explain what I say afterwards. Come in. Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hi, Dennis. Why, you're packing a suitcase.
Yeah, gotta go out of town.
Oh? Well, when will you be back?
In about 5 years.
5 years? What are you talking about?
I'm giving myself to the American theater goer.
What?
Grease paint, girl. It's in my blood. The stage has beckoned, and I've decided to yield to the lure of the headlights.
You mean footlights?
When I'm on the stage, they'll be shining at me from all directions.
Dennis, will you please make sense? What's the nonsense about the stage?
Nonsense? Huh. Listen to this. Madam, could I interest you in a pair of shoes? Does something to you, huh?
Yes, it makes me think you've gone crazy.
Oh, don't fight it, Mildred. You see, I met Evelyn Lovelace today, and she asked me to be her new leading man.
Evelyn Lovelace?
Yeah.
But how could she? You've had no experience.
Well, nevertheless, we both feel that a person with my new blood ought to live in a trunk.
What?
We're touring the country together for the next 5 years, Millie. We both feel that I have something to offer the public.
But, Dennis, what about me?
Oh, I'll offer it to you later.
You mean an acting career is more important to you than I am?
Well, all I'm asking you to do is wait, and 5 years isn't very long.
Dennis, say if you go away for 5 years, I'll be married and have a big family when you come back.
Well, I suppose I can't stop you from killing time while you're waiting. But Mildred...
You heard me. Have your darn career. Be the biggest star in the world. I'll never have anything to do with you as long as I live.
How do you like that? Boy, women sure are hard to understand. Oh, well, from now on, I don't have to understand them. They'll have to understand me. Gee, I wonder if that's going to be any easier. Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, my boy. Did I just see Mildred running down the hall crying her little heart out?
I'm afraid you did, sir. She and I have just...
Oh, my goodness. What happened?
Oh, I was telling her something, and when I got through, she said she'd never say another word to me again as long as I lived.
Well, what were you telling her? Maybe I can tell it to my wife.
You're joking, Mr. Anderson, but this is serious.
Well, of course, Dennis, and I apologize. Now, you tell me what it's all about.
Well, she broke off our engagement because I'm going to make $1 million.
I see. And just how do you plan to do that?
Well, I've decided to go on the stage and become the greatest matinee idol in the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does beat opening a hot dog stand.
Yeah, but it might take a couple of years, and Mildred doesn't want to wait for me.
Yes, I know. It's an old story, Dennis. Marriage versus a career. The same thing happened with my father's best friend.
But wasn't he a little old for Mildred?
A different girl, Dennis, but the same story. He postponed marriage for a stage career, too. That was back in the 1890s.
And when did he finally marry the girl?
Something always came along to delay them. First, he had her wait 8 years. Then, just as they were about to be married, the Spanish-American War came along.
Gosh.
In 1906, when they were ready again, there was trouble on the Mexican border. He did another hitch in the Army. Then in 1917, when he had enough money to ask her once more, along came the World War.
Gee, and they never got married.
No, they never got married. And today, he's 76 and she's 74.
Well, tell me when they plan on it again so I can volunteer before I'm drafted.
I only told you this story, Dennis, to show what can happen when a man chooses a career instead of a wife.
Yes, sir. It's a sad story.
Yes, it's the saddest I've ever made up. The saddest I've ever heard. Now, you think about it, Dennis. It could happen to you.
Gee, yeah. Mildred or a career. A career or Mildred. It's not easy to choose.
I know.
I think I better take a walk around the block a few times and think this out, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, you do that, my boy. I'll see you later.
Okay. Which is more important, the glitter of lights or the glitter of Mildred? Mildred can give me a home. Well, the stage can give me a home. Mildred can give me companionship. Well, so can the stage give me companionship. Mildred can give me babies. Yeah, Mildred goes one up all right. Gosh, what a problem.
Hey, buddy, watch it. You're crossing against the light.
I love Mildred, but this is my big chance for success. Can I afford...
Buddy, look out! That car! Oh, smoke! It knocked him 10 feet.
Is he all right? Is he all right?
I don't know. He's unconscious. Here, give me a hand with him.
Stage or Mildred? Mildred or a career? Which?
Well, this is the finale coming up, Dennis.
It's the finale in more ways than one, Mr. Hammerstein. It's the last song I shall ever sing on the stage. Well, waiting in the wings for me is my fiancée, Mildred Anderson, to whom I'm engaged and go steady with.
Yes, I know. And I'm going to miss you, my boy. 1898's the greatest year my theater's ever had. Because you're the biggest star the world has ever known. Now go out there and kill 'em.
I'll try.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. Oh, if you refuse me, honey, you lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own. Hello, hello, hello there. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Oh, send me a kiss by wire. Oh, baby, my heart's on fire. Oh, if you refuse me, honey, you lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
Oh, Dennis, that was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, how I've longed for you these past 8 years. May I kiss your hand?
Why, Dennis, I'm not wearing gloves.
Of course, I beg your pardon. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My handsome is waiting for me at the curb.
I know, and I saw Justice Arnold sitting inside of him.
Then you know all. Mildred, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I like you, Mildred. Indeed, I do.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, listen to this. The USS Maine has just been sunk in Havana Harbor.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Spaniards. See you in a year.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
Well, this is our number, Denis. Let's give them everything we've got.
Yes, the last number we shall ever do together, Herbie. For waiting in the wings tonight is my intended, Mildred Anderson, to whom I have plighted my troth.
Yes, and I'm going to miss you, boy. 1912's the greatest year we've ever known, because you're the greatest star in history.
Thank you, Herbert. Well, let's go. Tell me, pretty maiden, are there any more at home like you?
There are a few, kind sir, but your girls on proper due.
Then tell me, pretty maiden, what the very simple girlies do.
Kind sir, their manners are perfection and the opposite of mine.
If I love you, would it be a silly thing to do?
For I must love someone.
Then why not me?
Yes, I must love someone really, and it might as well be you.
Dennis, that was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, how I've longed for you these past 14 years. Have you been well?
Well, I did have a touch of pneumonia.
When?
1903.
Yes, that was a beastly winter. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My Stanley steamer is outside at the curb.
I know, and I saw Chris Arnold inside, covered with steam.
Then you know all. Will you be my wife, Mildred? I like you. Scout's honor.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing to hear you ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, can this be true? The SS Titanic has been sunk in the North Atlantic.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fish the survivors from the icy waters. Wait for me, my darling.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
I'll hate to lose you, Denis. The Follies of 1917 is the greatest I've ever produced, because you're the greatest star the jazz age has ever known.
And I hate to leave, Mr. Ziegfeld, but waiting in the wings for me is the girl of my dreams, Mildred Anderson, whom I love with a passion none the less powerful because of its purity.
I know. I know, my boy. I shall announce your final number on the stage myself. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you now that great star, the one and only high-hatted tragedian of jazz. This is Everybody Happy Day!
Oh, when my baby smiles at me, my thoughts go roaming to paradise, yes. And when my baby, when my little baby smiles at me, folks, oh, what a wonderful light that comes to her eyes. Listen, buddy, give him the smile that just brings love. Give it to him. Ah, cut it out, will you? That's it. That's the smile that brings real harmony. I sigh and I cry. Oh, it's just a bit of heaven, when my baby smiles at me. Play on. When my little baby smiles at me. Ah, gee. Ah, stop it, I say. And when my baby smiles at me. Oh, I can't stand it. Now, honey, cut it out, will you? Come on, give him the smile that just brings love. Come on, give it to him. Gee, that's it. That's the smile that brings real harmony. Come on, baby. I sigh and I cry. Oh, just a bit of heaven, heaven. When my baby smiles at me. Is everybody happy?
That was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, oh, how I've longed for you these past 5 years. How is your dear family?
They're all dead.
Oh, what wretched luck. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My Rolls Royce is parked right outside the stage door.
I know, and I saw Justice Arnold sitting inside of it.
Then you know all. Mildred, will you marry me? I'm beginning to have quite a warm regard for you.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, have you seen this? The SS Lusitania's been sunk by a submarine.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Hun. I'll be back when it's over there.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
Well, our last number, Denis. 1941 sure has been a great year.
Yes, I'll miss you, Herbie. But waiting in the wings for me is the old lady I care deeply for.
I know, but I just want to tell you how wonderful it's been to have worked with you all these years as the ink spots.
It has been grand, hasn't it? Well, let's give this last number everything we've got.
You bet.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I love you too much. I just want to start a red-hot flame down in your big old fat heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you, Poopsie gal. And I know nobody else ain't gonna do. No time, no how.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Dennis, you were wonderful.
Mildred, my darling. Oh, how I've longed for you these past 24 years.
Yes, it seemed like almost a quarter of a century.
Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My convertible is right across the street.
I know, but I didn't see Justice Arnold in it.
Yeah, I didn't want to throw away another $2. Will you marry me, Mildred? I'm 76. Middle age will soon be upon me.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, have you heard the radio? Pearl Harbor.
My gosh, that's been bombed?
Yes, bombed.
Oh! goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Jack. 45!
Dennis, I'm back. Don't leave me. Don't you see, Dennis, your whole life has slipped away from you. Wake up before it's too late, Dennis. You've got to wake up. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, Dennis, wake up.
Huh? Mildred, where am I?
Oh, you were hit by a car right in front of the house. Are you all right? Are you all right?
I think so. Gee, I had the wildest bomb.
What's happened here?
Oh, Miss Lovelace.
Yes, I came over to see if you were ready to leave with me.
Me? Are you crazy? I just had 4 boats shot out from under me on account of you. I'm staying right here.
What?
Yes, you can have the stage. I don't want it. I know what'll happen if I go with you. I'll be so old when I get married, my first kid will be my grandchild. Come on, Mildred. Let's go home.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to say goodnight. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new 3-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
This is Dennis Day, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us tonight, and listen again next week, won't you? Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Bond's Double the Difference offer is your guarantee of Bond's low prices.
Well, that I'd like to see.
Buy 25 different items worth $20 or more, then check those same items at any other store.
If you find their total is less,
bring us the prices you found.
We offer you double the difference in cash.
It's the best offer around. It's low prices that you want. Come to Bond.
Alice, come to Bond.
Come to Bond.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. This morning, bright and early, I had an idea. Oh, yes, I have ideas once in a while. Why not start a special little department here on the show? Call it the Department of New or Unusual Uses for Johnson's Wax. I could even ask you people to write in and tell me about new uses you've discovered for wax. And maybe we'll read them on future programs. Isn't that a good idea? For one thing, we may all get some very timely suggestions, either for saving work or protecting our things. I could start off this Department of New Uses with a letter that came in the other day from a woman in Illinois. Here it is. I always wax my oilcloth tabletops and pantry shelves. I wonder how many other women have discovered this new use for your wonderful Johnson's Wax. It keeps the oilcloth glistening, easy to clean, makes it last longer, and the dishes don't stick to the cloth. Yes, sir, folks, that's just one of the 100 extra uses for Johnson's Wax. For protecting, beautifying, taking better care of the things you have. It's a strange and wonderful thing that in times of great national emergency, some born leader always arises to lead his people to victory. In England, there's Churchill. In America, there's Roosevelt. In Russia, there's Stalin. In China, there's Chiang Kai-shek. And in Wistful Vista, during the Red Cross drive, there's, well, wouldn't you just know it? And here he is as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
So you've been appointed to collect funds for the American Red Cross, have you?
Couldn't turn him down.
When do you have to go to Washington?
Oh, I won't have to go to Washington. It's too crowded. I couldn't do my best work there. They say they got people sleeping on billiard tables down there.
Well, what's another 7 hours behind the 8 ball to you anyway?
Oh, anyway, I'm not exactly the national collector for the Red Cross.
Oh, just for this state, huh?
Well, no, not exactly for the whole state. You see,
Just for Wistful Vista?
Well, practically, yes. I'm in charge of this neighborhood. Or, to be strictly accurate, of this street.
Oh, the whole street?
No, just this side of the street.
Well, heavenly days, even that's a responsibility. The whole of one side of the street.
Oh, it ain't exactly the whole side of the street. It's just this end of this side of the street.
Your territory's getting more exclusive by the minute, dearie. You sure you're not just in charge of the last 4 feet of the east side of our coal cellar?
No, sir. I got the responsibility of collecting funds for this whole end of the street. My quota is $50.
$50? Isn't that a lot?
$50 is just a drip in the sink. You realize that the Red Cross has already turned out to 520 million surgical dressings? Did you know that the Red Cross operates 150 service clubs and recreation centers for the guys overseas? Do you realize...
Wait a minute, dearie. You don't have to sell me the Red Cross.
Oh.
What I want to know is, who appointed you?
Well, you see, it was a kind of a volunteer thing. They were all...
Who appointed you?
Well, frankly, it boiled down to a choice.
Who appointed you?
I did.
Who set the quota at $50?
I did, and I'll collect it, too. And if anybody comes to this house today without kicking in some dough, I ain't the salesman I think I am.
All right. You don't have to stick your chin out at me. It's a wonderful idea, and I'll help you. How much does the Red Cross need in all?
$125 million.
Well, you may have a hard time collecting money for anything just after people have turned their pockets inside out to pay income taxes, Magee.
This ain't a matter of reaching into your pocket. This is a matter of reaching into your heart. You pay taxes on a percentage of your income to support the government. You give to the Red Cross on a percentage of your belief in humanity. Excuse me if I sound a little drippy, but that's how I feel about it.
Well, you know, in that case, I think 50 is too low a quota.
Okay, I'll double it. I'll make it $100.
Good.
And if I don't collect it, I'll write my personal check for the difference.
Oh, sure. Give them your check and a fielder's glove.
Huh?
Maybe they can catch it on the third bounce.
Don't worry, the bank knows me.
They should. You worn out one of their rubber stamps. You know, the one that says, "We regret to inform you that..."
You know how bankers are. They've been peeking through those brass bars so long, they got a very narrow outlook. You know why old McDonald down at the Third National has to start wearing sports shirts?
No.
Because shaking his head no all day in a high collar, he was sawing his head off. As a friend of mine, old Fred Nittany of Starved Rock, Illinois, used to say, he says to me...
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, if it isn't Abigail Uppington.
How do you do, Mrs. Magee and Miss Magee?
Hi, Effie. Fling your frame on a chair and save a third of coupon 17. I was just talking about you.
You were?
Yes, sir. I was just saying. Now, you take Uppie, I says. Now, there's a gal that's as open-handed as they come. Always ready to toss a buck on the drum for a good cause. As warm-hearted as a hot hamburger and as generous as the day is long in the Arctic Circle.
How much do you want? And for what?
You have the subtle approach of a 20-mule team crossing a wooden bridge, McGee.
Okay.
Well, it's about the Red Cross War Fund, Abigail. McGee is collecting for it.
I've set a quota of $100 for this end of the street, Uppy, and it's a darn good cause.
How much do you want to give, Abigail?
Well, nothing at the moment, my dear.
What?
What do you mean?
No, I sent them a large check yesterday morning.
Oh, my gosh, and I was counting on you, Uppy. Hey, you got any sporting blood, kid?
Now what, McGee?
Ever see a pair of these before, Uppy?
Why, what interesting little objects, Mr. McGee. Made of ivory, are they not?
Yeah.
They're called dice, Abigail.
Uh-huh.
Otherwise known as Memphis marbles, Birmingham dominoes, and gutter golf balls.
You play a game with them called craps, Uppy. What do you say we try it? Oh, say for a nominal sum. The winnings to be donated to the Red Cross. What do you say, kid?
Oh, McGee, now don't take advantage of Abigail's ignorance.
Oh, my dear, I should love to try it. What does one do with the juice?
Dice, Uppy. Dice.
Oh, but there are two of them, Mr. McGee. Dice singular, juice plural.
Well, they're still dice, Abigail. And it's singular what people can do with them, plural. Sure, McGee.
Now, look, Uppy, you shake them in your hand like this, you see?
Mm-hmm.
Then you throw them out and try to throw a 7. But if the dots on top add up to, say, 8, why, that's your point. You got to throw them again and try to make an 8, see? If you get a 7 before you make your point, you lose. Otherwise, you keep trying for the 8 till you get the 8.
Oh, sounds ridiculously easy, Mr. McGee.
Famous last words.
Well, you got the right spirit, Uppy. And whatever I win, I'll give to the Red Cross. How much you want to play for?
Well, you said some nominal sum. Let's say $20.
Wow.
That isn't nominal, that's phenomenal.
Well, $20 it is, Uppy. Now, you take the dice. Here. No, not in the palm of your hand, not between your thumb and forefinger. $20 on the carpet, and I'll cover it. You kneel down and roll them out. Go ahead.
My, this is fun, isn't it, really? I should warn you, Mr. McGee, I was very good at playing jacks when I was a girl. Ready?
Ready.
Shoot 'em.
Come on, babies, talk to Mama. Come 11. A 4 and a tray, and we're here all day.
Emily.
A 5 and a 2, cause the rent is due. 7 it is. Cover that 20, and you're going to need no leather. Roll them out again, Abigail. Another 7 straight from heaven. Wow, am I hot tonight? Come on, ration book. Mama needs shoes. 8 off from Decatur. 8's my point, and I'll clean the joint. Feed me, buddy, feed me.
Well, I'll be a monkey.
Look out, Wolf. Here comes Little Red Riding Hood.
Here we go again. Come 7. 7 or 11. Come
much did Abigail finally take you for, McGee?
$37.
Oh, dear.
But she promised she'd give it to the Red Cross. Hey, can you imagine her playing bright-eyed innocence, and all the time she shoots craps like she'd served 7 hitches in the Marines?
I never saw anything like it. She handled those ivories like she'd been a personal friend of the elephant that grew them.
I wonder if she's ever had any bone operation.
Why?
I'll bet them dice were carved out of her own clavicle. Of all the dirty tricks I ever...
Did you give Abigail $37 in cash?
No, I gave her a check.
A check?
Yeah.
Why, you haven't got that much in the bank.
I will have before the day is over.
But that money will be for the Red Cross.
Sure it is. I give her my check, she gives it to the Red Cross. I cover it with what I collect.
Oh, dear.
As long as the Red Cross gets $100, that's all I care.
You've got me all confused. I think you better call Mr. McDonald at the Third National and tell him you might be a little overdrawn.
What? Call that penny-pinching old pettifogger? No, sir. That guy ain't human. He's an iceberg that was left over from the glacial period, and they built the bank around him.
I think Mr. McDonald is very nice. He always...
Uh-oh, the mail girl. The baguette. Come in.
Hello, dearie. Any mail for us today?
Nothing but a postcard, Mrs. McGee. It's from Mr. McGee's Uncle Sycamore in Horse's Head, New York. It's way down in the bottom of my mail bag, but I can dig it out in 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, don't bother, sis. Never mind. You remember what the message was?
Yes. He says he struck oil on his farm last week, and he hopes you'll forgive him.
Forgive him for striking oil?
Oil is the name of a hound dog I gave him once. They call him Oil because he acts so crude. Hey, sis, you got a minute to spare?
Certainly.
Well, look, this is my territory to collect money for the Red Cross War Fund, you see. They're putting on a drive this month in this country and Canada.
But I already signed a pledge in my own neighborhood.
Look, sis, I'll make you a sporting proposition. How much dough you got with you?
$3.30.
Oh, dear.
Okay. We'll cut the cards for $3. Whichever of us wins gives the dough to the Red Cross. How about it?
That's fair enough.
Here's a deck of cards, McGee.
Now, you cut them first, sis. Yeah. Just draw a card. Any card.
All right. Here you are. The ace of spades.
No use you drawing, McGee. You can't beat the ace of spades.
Rat. Now, you win, sis. Just send the $3 to the Red Cross.
Very well, Mr. McGee. No, you send it.
Huh? Oh, okay. Now I'm out $40. Imagine the luck of that gal. Out of 52 cards, she has to draw the highest one in the deck.
Oh.
I don't see why.
McGee, you know what I did? I gave you the wrong deck.
What you mean?
This is that pack of cards you bought at the magic shop to do tricks with.
Huh?
And every card in it is the ace of spades.
Oh, sure.
I still think you ought to call Mr. McDonald about that check you gave Mrs. Uppington.
I ain't calling McDonald till I absolutely have to. He's too tough. Why, that guy won't even let his kids play the piano because they might negotiate a couple of bad notes.
Well, as a collector for the Red Cross, you're not exactly the...
Hello, folks. Glad to find you at home.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Harlow, you're just the guy I was hoping to see. I'm campaigning.
For what? Fewer ration points on corn?
Don't irk me, Junior. Don't irk me.
No, don't, Mr. Wilcox. He's had a long enough irking day as it is.
Well, what's the campaign?
Well, look, son. Who is it that goes all over the world bringing good health and good cheer and a helping hand? Who represents the finest and best and unselfish devotion to the cause of making the old world a better place to live? And don't say the Johnson Wax Man.
I wasn't going to. I was going to say the Red Cross.
Oh, well, good for you, Junior. Now, look, I'm the collector in this neighborhood for the Red Cross War Fund. How's about throwing $5 or $10 on the drum, huh?
Well, I'd be glad to, chum, but I'm a little short at the moment. Will Thursday do?
Of course it will.
No, it won't. I want it today. And while I didn't want to mention it at this time, Junior, you can pay me that $25 you owe me. I'll give that to the Red Cross and call the debt paid.
What, $25?
You know the time you were short on your income tax in 1934, and I loaned you $25.
Did he, Mr. Wilcox?
By golly, he did.
Betcha.
And that reminds me. How about that $50 I gave you to bribe that cop the time you knocked over the traffic light? You owe me $25, and I can use it.
Oh, my gosh, I'd forgot all about that. Well, look, if I give you a check for it, will you send it to the Red Cross?
I certainly will, pal. I'll endorse it over to him right here and now.
Now, McGee, if you write another check, Mr. McDonald will be angry.
Who's Mr. McDonald?
He's the man who will be angry if McGee writes the check.
Oh.
Here you are, Junior. Now, let me see you endorse it to the Red Cross.
All right, here. Give me your pen.
Yeah.
Pay to the Order of American Red Cross.
Gee, he writes fast.
Well, I'll get this right in the mail, pal. So long, Molly.
Let me see. 40 and 25, that's $65 you're overdrawn, Magee.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have people sending the Red Cross bad checks.
They're not bad. You think I'm a crook? I'll make those checks good. Old McDonald at the bank will cover me.
Well, he wouldn't if he knew what you say about him.
But he don't. He don't know I think he's a miserly old peep squawk, or squeak pot, or pipsqueak. But what do I mean?
Pipsqueak.
Yeah. Remember the trouble we had with him when we bought this house and he put the deal through escort?
You don't mean escort, you mean escrow.
I do not. Escrow is a magazine for men.
You're thinking of Esquire.
Esquire? I thought an esquire was a guy that lived in an igloo and ate blubber.
That's Eskimo.
Well, then what's an escort?
An escort is somebody who takes you places.
Well, that's McDonald, all right. He sure took us.
Well, all I can say, dearie, is that...
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wimp.
Hi, Wimp, old sock. Where you been all this time?
Out of town, Mr. Magee.
Oh.
I went to New York to see my publishers.
Oh.
They bought one of my poems.
Or cloud or storm, we airmen of the sea, proud to shield our land of liberty. For we're the skyline of defense, the Navy's flying might, the first in every fight. On wings of steel, we'll never yield the blue. Sky anchors away, sky high, anchors away. Anchors away. Airmen of the Navy, wings at sea, watchmen of Columbia's fleet, heed now to the call for victory. Ready to fly, ready to fight, ready to die. Speed on to defend America. Airmen of the Navy blue, fly fighting for all America. Give her the gun, ever alert, war to be won. Oh, sky anchors away, to keep from flying high. We're masters of the sky. The Navy blue will blow the foe to bits to guard our nation. Naval aviation is the skyline of defense. The greatest of the earth, we'll fight for all we're worth. We'll always keep the Navy's brood aloft. Sky anchors away, anchors away. Sky
Let me see now. $37 to Uppington, $25 to Wilcox, $17.50 to Winkle. $80. Hey, Molly.
Don't bother me, dearie. I'm making the bed.
Did you look and see how much I had left in my checkbook?
Yes, I did.
How much?
13 cents.
My gosh, 13 cents. $80 and 13 cents is... You can't subtract that. Well, looks like I got to go see old McDonald. That old nickel nurse is sitting on $70 million, and he'll scold me for $80. If I wasn't collecting for the Red Cross, I'd... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Don't bother me today now. I got heavy responsibilities. I says I got heavy responsibilities. I'm collecting today for the Red Cross.
Oh, how much have you collected for him so far, mister?
Well, I haven't exactly... no actual cash. That is... well, the Red Cross is getting about $80 so far.
Oh, gee, that ain't hay, is it, mister?
No, it ain't, but we got to do better. Have you got any money, sis?
Sure I have, I betcha.
How much?
I got $50.
Who am I to snare to $50? Let me take it, sis, and I'll match you for it. Winner to give it to the Red Cross.
Okay, mister, here.
I'll flip it and call it. Heads or tails? Go.
Heads.
Well, I'll be it. Heads it is. Okay, you win, sis. Here's your $50 and another one. Hey, you want to do it again?
No, thanks. No, thanks, mister. If we keep on playing, you might win my $50, and you couldn't spend it anyway.
Why couldn't I?
Because that's why my daddy gave it to me.
Huh?
It's got 2 heads on it. So long, mister.
that settles it. I'm getting in too deep. Hey, Molly.
Yes, dear?
Get your hat. We gotta go see old MacDonald. Now look, Mac, old man. I always spoke very highly of you.
Have you a cold, Mrs. Magee?
No, no, Mr. McDonald. No, don't let me interrupt.
You were saying, Mr. Magee?
I was saying that I've been overdrawn before, Mac. You've always covered me, and I always made it good. Gee whiz, what's a mere $83?
Mr. Magee, I am a banker. I am responsible to hundreds of depositors in this bank. I must know when we advance money that it isn't going for something foolish. What became of the $83 you want me to replace in your checking account?
Well, he lost 37 in the crap game and 25
A crap game? Now, look here,
Now,
McGee.
wait a minute, Mac. Now, wait a minute.
Quiet a minute, McGee. What about the $25, Mrs. McGee?
Well, that was perfectly legitimate, Mr. McDonald. He paid off an old debt to Mr. Wilcox that he'd owed for 7 or 8 years.
There, see, that shows I'm honest, don't it?
Honest? Letting a debt go for 7 years before you paid it off? How long would it take you to pay off the money you'll owe this bank? No, McGee, I'm
Of course,
afraid...
the $17.50 he lost was legitimate, Mr. McDonald. He merely made a wager, and he lost to Mr. Wimple.
Yeah,
A wager. He gambles. He bets. He lets his debts ride for year after year.
Yeah, but look, Mac, old
It's no
man.
use, McGee. You're thoroughly irresponsible.
What?
I can't give you a cent. You'll have to make those checks good the best you can.
Yes, but...
But how about the Red Cross?
The what?
The Red Cross, Mac. I was trying to collect the money for them. $100 was my quota. All my checks were endorsed to them.
Well, why didn't you say so? Why were you wasting my time?
Huh?
Don't you know I have a son in the Army and a nephew in the Air Corps and a niece in the wax?
No, we didn't know
Don't you
that.
think I want to back them up with everything I can?
Well,
For goodness sake, do you think any of us can afford to let the Red Cross down when they're feeding starving children all over the world, making life bearable for prisoners of war, saving lives with blood plasma, training nurses for all branches of the service? What's the matter with you, McGee?
Well, gee whiz, Mac,
What's the idea of losing only a miserable $37 shooting craps when the money goes to the Red
Well,
Cross?
he only
Don't
did-
interrupt me. Mr. Swallow, put $83 in Mr. McGee's checking account immediately.
Hot dog.
And listen to me, McGee.
Huh?
If I ever hear of you making any more silly bets for less than $1,000 when the Red Cross gets the money, I'll close your account. Now get out!
Okay, Mac.
In going around into people's homes, I always notice the floors. I guess you'd expect that from me, wouldn't you? Like a bus driver on holiday? Of course, I see all kinds of floors and all kinds of linoleum. I always get a big kick out of finding a piece of linoleum that looks like new, colors bright and fresh, only to find out that it's actually 15 or 20 years old. Why, it's been waxed ever since we put it down, and now it's protected regularly with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. That's the answer I get. And there on the pantry shelf, sure enough, is the familiar can or bottle of Johnson's glow coat that takes such good care of that linoleum, increases its life 6 to 10 times. All in addition to saving many hours of your time, because glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It shines as it dries. Johnson's glow coat is your real friend and ally.
McGee, there's something I want to say to you.
Look, Molly, if it's about shooting craps, I promise I'll never...
It wasn't about shooting craps. I just want...
I know, letting that debt to Wilcox run so long. Gee whiz, I just forgot it, that's all. And after this, I promise I'll
It
always...
wasn't about your debts. I merely wanted...
All right, so I did match coins with that little girl. But my gosh, she's old enough
I
to...
wasn't going to say anything about matching coins. All I
If it was talking dirty about old MacDonald, I take that back. He's okay, but I never knew
Will
he
you
was-
be quiet a minute?
Okay, let's have it. What do you want to say?
Good night.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night.
The character of Wallace Wimple heard on this program was played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Chicago, WMAQ at 9 p.m. BULOVA, Bull of a Watch Time. You've done. VA, Bull of a Watch Time. You've done. VA, Bull of a Watch Time. You've done. VA, Bull of a Watch Time.
We've created some very special people at First Federal Savings. These people, whose identities remain a secret, check on our teller courtesy by performing actual transactions at our teller windows. Every month, they check every First Federal branch to make sure you'll find a smile at every window. First Federal Savings. We want to give you the best service in town.
First Federal Savings of Santa Monica, offices throughout the Southland.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
One in person.
As long as I'm down, I'll pull up my stockings. But thank you, and good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, just a minute, stranger.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Now, who told you, gave you permission to introduce me? Where's Jimmy Wallington?
Hi, Fred.
Wallington.
Hello, Sam. How was I, Mr. Wallington? Oh, you were great, Sam. Here's your 50 cents. You did a swell job. Thanks, Mr. Wallington. So long.
Look, what is going on here, Jimsy? What is this Sam 50 cents business here?
Well, I've been pretty busy lately, Fred.
Yeah.
I hired Sam to handle some of my small jobs for me.
Oh, that's fine. Introducing me as a 50-cent job, huh?
Well, what is it? Here he is again. Sam can do that to save me a headache.
Now, well, let me tell you something, Mr. Wallington. Everybody on this program has got a job to do. And I want no substitutes. If there is any... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, fellas. What's cooking?
Well, if there's anything... quiet now. If you... if there's anything in the air, he just left.
He didn't all go, did he?
No, Kenny, apparently he didn't. Kenny, what do you think? Madam, Madam, you'll have to have your carbon ground. We cannot. Kenny, what do you think? Let's tell a couple of bad jokes till she sobers up. Kenny, what do you think of an announcer who shows up with a guest announcer to handle, as he puts it, a small job?
Why, that's awful.
Well, it's just what I've finished telling Mr. Wallington. Now, I don't want anyone on this program dragging Flotsam and Jetsam up to our microphone.
Jetsam?
Yes.
Say, that reminds me, Mr. Allen. Don't miss Mr. Kaporis when he sings tonight.
Kaporis? Where is Kaporis singing?
On this program. I've got a benefit tonight. Mr. Kaporis is taking my place.
You have a proxy vocalist standing by?
Why not? I can make more money playing benefits than I can around here.
Well, that's not the point now. You maliciously changed the subject, Kay. That's not the point. There will be no other substitutions on this program tonight. Now, I just had that all out with Mr. Wallington.
Oh, but can't Mr. Kaporis sing just one song, F.A.?
No.
Just a chorus?
No.
Not one teeny-weeny note, F.A.?
No, and that's final.
Well, all right. I guess I'll have to stay here and sing then.
That's a must. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny?
While I'm singing...
Yes?
Can Mr. Kaporis hold my hand?
All right. While Kenny is off to rehearse his cuticle pressing with Mr. Kaporis, we turn to the latest news of the week. Have you got a better fanfare than that, Al? Could I have another one? That one's been used. I can tell a used fanfare. Could we have another fanfare, Al? Another coming up. That's better. The Texaco News... See, they should rehearse. The second one is always better. Always after this, when they play the first one, let it be just an audition fanfare, and then... The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Severe cold wave that gripped most of the nation and sent mercury tumbling to 20 below zero in the Middle West arrived in New York and New England states during the past week. At Ithaca, New York, the weatherman said,
temperature 10 above and getting colder.
At Melrose Falls, Vermont,
temperature 10 below and getting colder.
Greenfield, Massachusetts reports,
ain't got the temperature yet. Mercury's so low, we're drilling for it.
Similar reports of sudden cold spells come in from many cities and towns throughout the eastern area. Texaco News gets first-hand flashes from several victims of the sudden cold wave. Dr. Ballop, as usual, was first in the field with a cold pole. How do you get your figures for a cold pole, Dr. Ballop?
Well, first I have to assemble my statistics.
Yeah?
I tabulate the wind and the velocity, subtract the precipitation, multiply by the barometer reading, divide by the hour of the day, add 5. That's the Great Lakes.
Well, naturally.
That gives me the mean temperature.
Well, that's only theory. How do you personally know that it's cold, Doctor?
Well, confidentially, I wet my big toe and hang my leg out the window.
The old reliable farmer's almanac method, hey? Well, as soon as you know it's cold, what is your next move, Doc?
I get on the phone and I question people. I say, what do you think of the cold?
And what does your cold poll for this recent spell show, Dr. Ballop?
83.6 of America said brrr.
Yeah?
15.9 said grrr.
And the other 0.5 said?
Hang up, jerk. We thought you was the pot of gold.
But after all, you're not the pot of gold, Dr. Ballop.
Brother, I not only haven't got the gold, I haven't...
Thank you very much. At Oswego, New York, one man who had great difficulty with the cold was Thatcher Spratt. Now, Thatcher...
Sure was cold. I had mittens on over my mittens.
Really?
Yeah, I had to put weather stripping under my zipper.
You don't say. Well, what was this outstanding prank that the cold played on you, Thatcher?
Well, there's a feller up in Watertown, New York, owes me $10.
A business debt?
Nope, he was Wilkie-minded, so I bet him.
Oh, I see. Well, did you collect?
No, so I called him up last week. I called him the day the cold spell started.
What happened?
Lord, it was cold. I picked up the phone and started to say, Operator, I'm calling Watertown.
Yeah?
I couldn't say Watertown.
Why not?
Every time I said water, the word froze in my mouth. I must have spit out 20 cubes.
What do you know?
I finally got tired of spitting out cubes, so I hung up. Lost my $10.
Well, that was cold.
I'll tell you how cold it was. I'm a 32nd degree Mason, and I went down 10 degrees.
Well, that's good enough for me, and thank you, Thatcher Spratt.
Wilkie didn't win, did he?
Only in certain states. A young lady who blames the cold for losing her lucrative theatrical engagement is Honey Flanagan. What happened? What happened, honey?
Well, I'm the leading femme attraction with a barbecue trick.
Oh, you're with the burlesque show, are you?
Yeah, maybe you heard of me. The Pavlova of 10th Avenue.
No, I haven't. What is your specialty, honey?
I'm a bubble ballerina.
Oh, a bubble dancer?
Say, what I can do with the gossamer globule ain't nobody's business.
Really?
Why, when I trip down the runway manipulating that soap watermelon, brother, I'm out of this wild.
You're the last word in grace, huh?
I look like a stem with me grape dangling.
Well, what about this cold spell, honey?
Oh, that's how I lost my job.
What happened?
Well, the day it got cold, I'm doing a matinee. I'm dancing on the runway, manipulating me bubbles.
Yeah?
The house has gone wild. I'm dipping, the bubble's dipping. I'm spinning, the bubble's spinning.
Yeah?
A customer coming in opens the front door and a blast blows down the runway.
Cold?
Cold, it's freezing. I'm getting the chills.
But in spite of that cold, you finished your dance.
Oh, yeah. Well, I come off the stage, me tooth is chattering. manager's waiting. He fires me.
Well, for what?
He says I'm dancing with 10 bubbles.
Well, how could the manager say you were dancing with 10 bubbles when you only had one?
It was that cold, mister.
You mean?
Yeah, them other 9 bubbles was goose pimples.
I see what you mean, and thank you, Honey Flanagan. A native New Yorker who was the outstanding metropolitan victim of the sudden cold was one Nero Tremaine. Now, Nero?
Say, you don't mind me wearing this kimono, do you?
Oh, you have to wear the kimono in public, do you, Nero?
Yeah.
On account of the cold?
Yeah, it all comes out as my grueling story unfolds.
Well, what took place?
Well, the other day I'm taking a bath, see? It's kind of warm, so I open the bathroom window.
Yeah?
I'm splashing around in the tub when, zowie, a cold blast blows in through the window.
And?
Whappo. From the hips down, I'm a cake of ice.
Well, how long before the ice melted?
It ain't melted yet.
Why?
Well, the water froze so fast, it pulled the enamel right off of the tub.
Well, I'll be...
No ice can't melt with no enamel around it. I'm a walking frigidaire.
And you are doomed to go through life wedged in this enameled ice cake?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it uncomfortable?
Yeah, sometimes my stomach gets itchy.
And you can't scratch it?
Nah. I gotta put a door in or something.
You poor man. What are you going to do to make a living?
What can I do? I'm starting Monday with Ripley.
Good luck to you on your tour, Nero.
You don't want to say that?
No, I don't. But you'll keep a long while in that condition, and good luck to you, Nero Tremaine. While weathermen and forecasting experts are at a loss to explain the sudden arrival of the cold spell, Texaco News brings you the real lowdown. The reason the country has been swept by this unexpected cold wave can be traced to a recent speech by the president. On October 29th, the president said,
"In November, America will feel the first effects of the nationwide draft."
And so we go from the cold to Kenny Baker, who is hot tonight. With Mr. Kaporis holding his hand, Kenny sings a song that makes its radio debut this evening. Tonight, this song is being sung on the air by Kenny for the first time. It's called Chapel in the Valley.
Say, Fred, will you have a cigar?
A cigar, Jimmy? What is this? Are you celebrating a blessed event?
No, Fred. I just thought you might like a cigar, so I'm giving you one.
Oh.
Go ahead, take it.
Oh, no, something's wrong here. When Wallington gives away a cigar, there is something in the awry. Are you going to ask me for a raise or something?
No, Fred, it's all right. If you don't want the cigar, I'll give it to Goodman.
Oh, no. Rather than that, I will take it. Hey, have you got a light?
Why, sure, right here. I've got a match right here now.
Say, that match went out.
Yeah, that was a dud. Here, I'll try another one.
Another dud?
That's right.
I get it. You didn't give me this cigar to smoke, James. You are using me to demonstrate a dud. You, I understand, are an authority on duds.
Yes, Fred. There are many kinds of duds. When the engine of your car answers the starter, sputters, goes dead, it can be a sign of duds in gasoline, too. Duds are the worthless parts of gasoline. The sluggish, slow-action elements that are a drag on your engine, a drain on your battery. That's why Texaco removes these gasoline duds by a vital step in the refining process. The duds are out of fire.
Mr. Al Goodman and 15 men who have walked with Rachmaninoff, ever so slowly, have just played I Got Plenty of Nothing, and for good measure, it ain't necessarily so. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah, what is it?
My answer is yes. Goodbye.
Hey, what was that? Who was that? Well, I've got to catch that guy. Hey, sound man, open that door, will you? Hey, you.
Yeah?
What a business. I say, sound man, open that door, and the guy 20 feet away opens the door. Then I yell, hey, you, and a fat actor who's been standing next to me all the time says yes.
I beg your pardon, brother. You called me?
Are you still in character?
Certainly.
Then I called you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what inspired you to come barging in here? I'm minding my own business. You come rushing in. You say, Mr. Allen, I reiterate, what is it? You say my answer is yes and leave. Now, what was that?
Well, last week your announcer said, are you using Texaco gas?
Well?
My answer is yes. Goodbye.
At least he could have come in a car. I mean, I ought to rent myself out as bait for a psychopathic ward. If I could get all of the crumbs that show up at this microphone together, I could open a free lunch for sparrows that would reach from here to Passaic. I have more...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well, pardon.
It's you.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Is there a draft in here? Do you feel a telltale zephyr when I open my mouth? You know what a zephyr is with the tea in it? It's a zephyr that blows through a tea shop and picks up the tea as it's passing through. Did you feel a zephyr?
No, but I caught a cold last Sunday.
You did? You overtook it or just caught at a football game?
No, I was listening to Jack Benny.
Yeah?
He was coughing and sneezing on the radio. I guess I caught it from him.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I heard Benny Sunday. What a show. Entertainment, 15 Gesundheits and 3 commercials.
Jack didn't even mention your picture.
No, I don't think you'll hear anything more about Love Thy Neighbor out of Benny.
Why not?
Well, I understand that he saw the picture run off at the studio out in Hollywood last week, and when the picture was over, Mr. Freeman gave Benny the key.
What key?
The key to the cutting room. So that Benny could get a load of himself on the cutting room floor. Benny is so good on the floor, they tell me, he's had 3 offers from the Johnson Wax people.
You mean Jack may be through in pictures?
Well, if he is, it serves him right. That guy with that middle-aged spread trying to be a Mickey Rooney. What does Benny want with those Cupid bow lips and that flea-bitten toupee? John L. Lewis has got more hair in one eyebrow than Benny has got on his whole...
Jack doesn't need hair. On him, skin looks good.
That guy living out in Hollywood with his mother-of-pearl incinerator, he certainly lives high for a low life. Benny is so low he can read by the light from a hot foot. Well, that's Benny's quota for tonight. Now, who's our guest, Portland?
It's Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month.
That is correct. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we present a little lady who Major Bowes feels has one of the most remarkable voices he has ever brought to the microphone. I would like to have you meet at this time Miss Adelaide Bishop. Well, I was going to send a man out to give you a piggyback in, Adelaide, when you didn't show up. You tired?
No.
You're not, aren't you really?
No.
Cross your heart.
Cross my heart.
All right. Well, good evening, Adelaide.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
How old are you?
I'm 11.
11 years old. You don't mind me calling you Adelaide, do you, Adelaide? Would you rather I called you Miss Bishop?
No, Mr. Allen. Major Bowes called me Adelaide.
Oh, I know, but the Major is a much older man than I am, Adelaide.
That's funny. He doesn't look any older than you do, Mr. Allen.
That child needs glasses, that's all. But before... And when you get your glasses, get the bifocals on top so you can look up at people. But before we start, Adelaide, may I tell you how much I enjoyed your singing on Major Bowes' program?
Thank you.
You know, for a little girl, your voice has a remarkable range. What type of singer would you say you are?
I'm a coloratura soprano.
A coloratura soprano. At the age of 11, you are jousting with the most difficult of all vocal calisthenics. Well, how do you account for your unusual voice? Was your mother a singer?
Yes, Mother was a coloratura, too.
Ah, that explains it. And your mother has started you taking vocal lessons?
Yes, I've been studying for 2.5 years.
And who is your teacher?
Louis Polanski.
And what does Mr. Polanski say about your singing, Adelaide?
He says if I'm a good girl and practice hard, someday I may sing in grand opera.
Well, are you only interested in operatic music?
No, I like swing music to listen to, but not to sing.
You're strictly long hair in every sense of the word, aren't you? Well, what are your favorite operas, Adelaide?
Personally, I prefer Rigoletto, Lock Me, and Lucia di Lammermoor, and the other coloratura roles.
Well, Adelaide, Major Bowes and I both predict a brilliant future for you, and we hope your operatic wishes come true and that you will have a long and successful career in the world of song.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I want to thank Major Bowes, too.
Well, I'll wake him up and tell him as soon as I get through here. You're entirely welcome, Adelaide. And now, what are you going to sing for us?
The Bell Song.
You know, most little girls, 11 years old, Jimmy, you ask them what the Bell Song, they think it's something the Good Humor Man wrote or something. But say, Jimmy, you're just the man I want to see. Now, you're an expert on motoring. I'd like to get your opinion on a big idea I'm kicking around.
Oh, it sounds great, Chief.
Well, why don't... Now, wait a minute. Don't give me that Hollywood reaction.
Okay, Chief, what is the big idea?
Well, I have thought up a way to beautify all those highway warning signs. You know, the signs that say stop, go slow. It sounds like that.
Well, how are you going to beautify them, though, Fred?
Tear them down, Jimmy. Now, instead of these warning signs, I'd put up big animated electric signs. You know, like a 100,000-watt replica of Hedy Lamarr.
Well, what sign would Hedy Lamarr replace?
Danger, soft shoulders. What do you think of my idea, Jimmy?
Well, it's terrific, Fred. There's just one minor thing the matter with it.
What is that?
It won't work.
Well, why not?
Because there's one highway warning you can't replace, Fred. I mean the danger sign you can't see.
A danger sign well, what sign is that, Jimmy?
It's the bite of cold in the air, the frosty breath on your windshield, and it says, much colder weather ahead. So don't delay. Get Texaco's 5-way protector.
He was late for rehearsal this morning.
Oh, no, I was pretty busy.
He was very late.
Well, I'm not interested, Portland. Now, ladies and gentlemen.
But Teddy was almost half an hour
now,
late.
Portland, please.
That's pretty late.
Well, I'll grant you that. But what can I do about it? The child labor laws protect Kenny. If I do anything to Kenny, the quiz kids will probably go out on strike. And I don't want any pickets around here with their voices changing. Now, just let's forget about Kenny.
But Kenny told me to tell you he was late.
Oh, he did?
Yes, and Kenny told me to tell you that he hasn't got a watch.
Oh, is there anything else he wants me to know?
Yes, there are only 19 more shopping days to Christmas.
Now, look, Portland, when you see Kenny, you can tell...
Say, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Mr. Goodman?
Kenny Baker was late for rehearsal.
I have the misfortune... You took it a tone higher this show. I have the misfortune to know all about that, Mr. Goodman.
You also know Kenny hasn't got a watch. And to Christmas, there are only 19 days for shopping left.
That also. That also I know, but not quite in that order.
You know all that?
Yes. And if Kenny wants a watch, he can take it up with Santa Claus direct.
Does Kenny believe in Santa Claus?
Well, I wouldn't know how.
I, as a kid, believed in Santa Claus.
And what do you believe in today?
The bylaws of Local 802. And the rights of the American people.
But what has that got to do with Santa Claus?
Mr. Goodman, Portland, is the king of non sequitur. He is the originator of the isolationist sentence. Nothing Mr. Goodman says is relevant to anything that has been said, is being said, or will be said.
If that's a bawling out, and you're asking who can take it, I am answering Goodman.
Fine. A different interpolation each time. And my answer to that is...
Leave it, Mr. Allen. Here comes Kenny.
Gee.
Oh, Mr. Allen?
Hey, hello, Kenny.
Well, what do you know? I'm late again, huh?
Oh, well, that's all right, Kenny.
Gee, if I only had a watch, I could tell you how late I am.
Don't worry about it, Kenny.
Well, I'm overdoing it.
No.
Did Portland tell you I was late for rehearsal this morning?
Yes, Kenny.
Did she tell you why I was late?
Yes, Kenny.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, Merry Christmas, Mr. Allen.
Now, look, Kenny, this isn't the Benny program. I know that on that show you were trained to do your Christmas hinting early.
Who's hinting, Mr. Allen?
Well, with all this talk about being late, no watch, and Christmas.
Oh, I only mentioned Christmas on account of my Christmas card. I wrote one for everybody.
Oh, you composed the Christmas verses yourself?
You bet. Look at these cards.
Gosh,
Read us one, Kenny.
Okay. Here's a verse I dedicated to my Uncle Phil. Oh, Uncle Phil, with hearts so full of Christmas spirit and good wool. If your nephew buys a watch, Uncle Phil, will you pay the bill, Uncle Phil? You will?
That is sentiment and bad timing.
Well, you said to wait for last.
That was last week. Every other week, and not every week. That is sentiment?
It sure is, brother.
That is brazen hinting for a watch if I ever heard brazen hinting for a watch.
Well, I think it's beautiful, Kenny. Has he got another one?
Oh, you bet. This one's for Mr. Goodman. You want to hear it, Mr. Goodman?
I'm all ears.
You certainly are.
Now, this is no time for flattery, Kenny. Just read your card.
Yuletide greetings, maestro mine. Boy, oh boy, how you keep time. For you, the orchestra with love is full of a. Brother, can you spare a bull of a? Did you like that, Mr. Goodman?
Yes, you can mail it to my old address.
I suppose that Bolivar is sentiment in there. That isn't hinting.
Well, I'll leave it to Porty.
It's pure sentiment. Kenny, you're a genius.
Thanks, Port. And to show my appreciation in advance, I wrote a card for you. It's very romantic.
Oh.
Gosh, read it, Kenny.
All right. Merry Christmas to you, Porty, and season's greetings for 1940. On this program, the rest are fools, but you stand out like 17 jewels.
Again with the watch.
Haven't you got a verse for Mr. Allen, Kenny?
No, I don't know.
Oh, you bet. This has a special sound effect.
Well, I don't.
All right, eh? Hark, Mr. Allen. That was a chime. That's how people without watches tell time. I'll think of you Christmas while the clock is tick-tocking, and I'll hang up my left wrist instead of my stocking.
Kenneth Baker, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Making a hollow mockery of Christmas Day, the holly, the mistletoe, the Christmas spirit. What do they mean to you? Nothing. You just want to watch.
Yes.
Well,
shame on myself.
I should say so.
I'm a bad boy.
You certainly are. Yes,
After all, watches don't grow on trees.
My brother-in-law got one off a fence.
Quiet, Mr. Goodman.
Mr. Allen, do you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to tear up these Christmas cards and buy everybody Christmas cards with sweet, unselfish sentiments on them. And when February comes, I'm going to mail them out.
Christmas cards in February?
Yes. I'll put a little note in with them explaining.
Explaining what?
I'll just say, sorry this card reaches you so late, but without a watch, do I know what time it is?
Now, I will tell you once and for all what time it is, Kenneth Lawrence Baker.
I know. It's time for my song.
Right. And a set of Encyclopedia Britannica is on its way to Kenneth Lawrence Baker, General Delivery, Box 4, whose next number, first time I knew my mouth wasn't big enough for my tongue to get out. Kenny, whose next number is Pale Hands I Love.
Take my case next.
Your case?
Yeah, my wife beats me. She's been beating me for 3 years.
Well, what program do you think you're on?
Ain't this the Goodwill Court?
No, it isn't.
Am I a dope?
Yes, I think you have hit the nail on the head, frankly.
Well, what am I going to do? My wife beats me.
You mean she uses a baseball bat or brass knuckles?
Oh, no, not Maybell. You see, the thing is, we're a two-car family. She's got a car and I got a car, see?
Uh-huh.
Every morning we go out to the garage together. She gets in her car and I get in mine.
Uh-huh.
But by the time I get my car started, hers is always out of the driveway and 3 blocks down the street.
Oh, so that's why you say...
My wife beats me.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do for you, friend. I'm going to turn your case over to a higher court. I pass you on to my colleague, Judge Larry Elliott. What is your verdict, Judge Elliott?
Well, my verdict is that the gentleman should do what the lady in the case has obviously already done. Namely, change to Sky Jeep, the luxury gasoline.
Luxury's okay for my wife, but I balance my budget.
But this luxury isn't expensive.
Now, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a mystery melodrama. It is case number 247 3/4, taken from the secret files of the great international detective, Fetlock Bones. This case is called Death Comes to the Mystery Story Writer, or Cheese It, the Corpse. Music.
The great detective Fetlock Bones needs no introduction to our audience. The crime has yet to be committed that Fetlock Bones has failed to solve. In 1927, Scotland Yard, after working on the case of the dynamite muffin for 20 years, gave it up. The mystery was solved when Fetlock Bones said,
Your deduction that there was dynamite in the muffin Lord Busby bit into is incorrect, Watson, old boy.
Then how do you account for the fact that Lord Busby's head was found in the attic, his legs in the cellar, his arms out on the lawn, and his torso sitting in the wine closet?
Elementary, Watson. Lord Busby had a nervous breakdown. He simply went to pieces.
In 1931, when confronted with the great zipper mystery, Pinkerton threw up his hands. The zipper mystery was solved when Fetlock Bones said,
Gladmore Sutro was not murdered. He committed suicide.
Look, Fetlock, the bullet hole was under the zipper in his smoking jacket. The zipper was closed.
Right you are, old boy.
Well, after he shot himself, how could he close the coat zipper?
He didn't.
What then?
Gladmore opened the zipper in his smoking jacket to shoot himself.
Yeah?
His head slumped forward. His goatee got caught in the zipper.
And?
When rigor mortis set in, his head snapped back, closing the zipper. It's an open and shut case, old boy.
In 1939, when called in on the baffling case of the poisoned bloodhound, the thin man went back into pictures. The poisoned bloodhound case was closed when Fetlock Bones said,
The bloodhound was not poisoned, John Edgar.
Then how did he die, Mr. Bones?
Business had been bad in this pet shop.
Yes?
The owner couldn't afford to buy red ink. He's been dipping his pen in the dog.
And the bloodhound?
Expired of anemia. Elementary, old boy.
Tonight, December 4th, 1940, another mystery stumps the world. Mr. Moto has given up. Mr. District Attorney has resigned. Superman has passed the buck. The FBI has finally appealed to Fetlock Bones. Fetlock Bones, at this very minute, is standing outside the door of a Park Avenue penthouse, pulling his peaked cap down over his eyes, removing his magnifying glass from his Boston bag. The great detective Fetlock Bones is ready for action. He knocks at the penthouse door.
Mr. Bones, at last you've come.
Rather, I took a taxi and ran all the way.
You took a taxi and ran?
Yes, the blasted taxi started before I got in.
Well, you've come just in time, Bones. I was putting in a call for Basil Rathbone.
Well, you can't solve a mystery by transcription, old boy. Well, I shall get to work. Now, who are you and who's been done in?
I'm M. Lincoln Rooster, the publisher. My best-selling mystery writer, Ellery Spleen, has been murdered.
Where was he shot?
In the penthouse right here.
And the circumstances? What are the circumstances?
Spleen was giving a dinner party for a few author friends. We were celebrating the publication of the new Ellery Spleen mystery story.
Carry on.
After dinner, Ellery began to read us the final chapter of the book. He had just come to the last line. As Ellery read, the murder was committed by, there was a shot. Ellery slumped over, dead.
These are the circumstances?
Yes, I ordered the other authors into the rumpus room until you got here.
You found the gun, old fig?
I searched everybody. Nobody in that room had a gun.
Sounds interesting. I should like to see the body, old boy. If it's receiving, of course.
Yes, it's right here. Ellery died in the living room.
Stubborn, I say.
This way, Bones.
Righto.
There he is.
I say, who's this blighter bending over the body?
Sorry, sir. I'm Buggins, the butler, sir.
Well, don't disturb the body, Buggins. You might destroy a clue.
I'm giving the master his liver pill, sir. It takes him on the hour. I've got strict orders, sir.
But it's futile to give a dead man a liver pill. A liver can't live on alone as a rugged individualist, you know.
I'm taking no chances with the master, sir. He might be playing possum, sir.
I don't care if he's playing pisha-pasha. Withdraw from Exhibit A, Buggins.
Right, I shall get back to the cuckoo clock.
The cuckoo clock?
Yes, I'm repairing kit, sir.
Right you are. I say, Rooster, a stack of books here adjacent to the body.
Oh, these are autographed copies of Ellery's new mystery novel. These are the only 10 copies printed so far. He intended to present them to his author guests after dinner.
Don't
see here, Rooster. I refuse to stay in that upper room another minute. I am leaving.
Who is this person, Mr. Rooster?
This is Dr. Fumfet, Mr. Bones. Yes, I am Dr. Fumfet, and I've got to get away. I've got an important operation.
If you're a doctor, old Fump, what are you doing at an author's dinner?
I'm also an author.
Oh, an author doctor.
Yes. I wrote memoirs of a doctor, Odyssey of a doctor, Confessions of a doctor, Station Wagon doctor, Station Wagon without a doctor without a station wagon.
If you're a doctor, why didn't you give first aid to Ellery's spleen when he was shot?
Me? What do I know about medicine?
Well, say you're a doctor.
Yes, but I've been so busy writing doctor books, I've forgotten my profession.
I see.
Now, out of my way, cad. I have to go and put in an appendix.
I say you have forgotten medicine, haven't you? One doesn't put in, one takes out an appendix.
I'm putting this appendix in, fathead. It's the appendix to my new book, How to Win Doctors and Influence Nurses. Let me go, if you will, please.
You can't go. I am Detective Fetlock Bones, Dr. Fumfet.
Well, very interesting, very interesting. Well, good night, Mr. Bones. I'll take my autographed copy of Ellery's book. Oh, I'm shot. Good heavens, I'll call a doctor.
Too late. I just diagnosed myself. I'm dead.
That's right, he is dead. Very good doctor, I should say, diagnosing so skillfully.
Where did that shot come from?
Well, I heard glass shatter. The bullet was fired through the window. Where does this window lead, Buggins?
To the terrace, sir.
Very good. We shall barge out and overpower the murderer. Lead the way, Buggins.
Sorry, Mr. Bones. I've got to repair this cuckoo clock.
I'll go with you, Bones.
Carry on, Rooster.
I'll open the door.
I say, Trull, who are you?
I'm Myrna St. Vitus Fink.
Is this creature an author, too, Rooster?
Myrna St. Vitus Fink is the great surrealist poet.
And also possibly a part-time murderer?
Oh, no. No, I didn't kill Ellery Spleen, I swear. How could I kill Ellery? I loved him.
Then why were you hiding out here on the terrace? Short, dark, and lumpy?
I had hidden a surrealist love poem in Ellery's vest. I was waiting for him to find it.
Myrna, you were in love with Ellery.
Could I help it? I'm a surrealist. Not. Am I?
If this person's poem is in the body's waistcoat, Rooster, her alibi is in order. Let us adjourn to the body.
Come in, Myrna.
Here we are. This bulge in Spleen's upper waistcoat pocket. I say it's the poem.
Yes, my poem.
Read it, Bones.
I shall. It is called Surrealist Surrender. Celery, Ellery, Ellery, celery. Cupids on the grass, alas. Pigeons, hop-toads, neck on necking. Will it, Ellery, come to pass?
No, it can never come to pass. Alas, to pass.
Please control yourself, Myrna.
No. I'll join Ellery. I'll end it all. I'll go out and eat some cafeteria crab meat. That will do it. No. I shall die with Ellery's book clutched to my breast. I'll take my autographed copy of my lover's book. Oh, I'm shot.
Well, I'll be...
Move over, Ellery. Here I come. Oh.
Dead.
Good heavens, just as she reached for the book.
I say, Mr. Bones, this other window is broken.
Don't tell me, Buggins. I'm the detective.
You know, it's getting gruesome in here with these three bodies.
Yes, frightfully lumpy underfoot, too. I say, Buggins, neaten up a bit.
I'm repairing the cuckoo clock, sir.
Bother the cuckoo clock. It's getting frightfully untidy here. You might stack the bodies in the corner, if you will.
Yes, sir. I shall stack the master first. What was that? Sorry, sir. I seem to have dropped something, sir.
A pendulum.
Yes, sir. It's from the cuckoo clock, sir.
I shall examine that cuckoo clock. Ah, I thought so. Buggins, I arrest you for the murder of Ellery Spleen.
You're balmy, if I may say so, sir.
Yes, Buggins had his back to us, Bones. How could he shoot anyone? You heard the windows break.
That was me clue, Rooster.
The shots didn't come through the window?
Definitely not. Buggins fired the shots. To divert our attention, he threw parts of the cuckoo clock through the window.
I think I should pop out for a short meander about the rookery.
Overpower him, Rooster.
I say you're dislodging me dicky, sir.
Quiet, Buggins. Bones is deducing.
And conscientiously, if I do say so, Rooster. Buggins, you fired those shots.
How can I fire the shots, sir? I've no gun.
No, but you've rigged up this cuckoo clock as an infernal machine.
But, sir,
You've removed the entrails of this cuckoo, Buggins. You've mounted the cuckoo on a revolver barrel. The cuckoo's leg you have fastened to the trigger. When the cuckoo popped back, the cuckoo's leg fired the shots.
Is that right, Buggins?
Yes, mercy, Mr. Rooster.
Why, you...
Please, sir, you're elevating me dicky. It's cutting me windpipe.
Are you prepared to make a statement, Buggins?
I confess, Mr. Bones, you've caught me with me cuckoo down.
I knew it, Buggins.
But I only meant to pip off the master, Mr. Bones.
Ellery Spleen? Why?
It was those murder mysteries he wrote. They all ended the same way. The butler did it. The butler did it. I told Spleen if he wrote one more book where the butler did it, I'd kill him. He did, and I did.
But the others here, Buggins.
I killed them to keep them from taking copies of that butler smear and tripe out into the world. I've saved the honor and prestige of the butling profession.
Straighten your dicky, Buggins, and let's pop along.
Will I get the chair, Mr. Bones?
I doubt it, old boy. Anyone who eliminates 4 authors today is doing mankind a favor. These dead authors here have fulfilled the ambition of every writer today.
Meaning, sir?
They've made the Spook of the Month Club.
Oh, very good,
quite
sir.
good. Let's... Ladies and gentlemen, it is a far cry from comedy to culture, but as a comedian, I'm getting a real thrill tonight by presenting the most famous voice of radio's cultural side. It's a voice that has long shepherded the world's great music across the killer cycles and brought countless hours of enjoyment to millions. It is, in fact, the voice of Milton Cross.
Thank you, Fred.
Mr. Cross, I know that you have a message of real importance. May I extend to you the hospitality of our microphone?
Thank you very much, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, last Monday, the Metropolitan Opera Company opened. 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 Last Monday, the Metropolitan Opera Company opened.
Oh, my, I did it far out. What a success. Fruit and oatmeal bars in a pouch. But I need a symbol to get attention. Delicious fruit fillings and whole grain goodness. And the foil pouch means everything's fresh, moist, easy to carry. Perfect for lunch boxes, for quick breakfast or snacks anytime. Now, how do I get that across? I know. I'll hire a marching band, pom-pom girls, light show, and...
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal. Okay, take him on. Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's doing. Yeah, sure, here's now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and oh, that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
What, my 6-gun against your bowie knife? You wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Noli.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Noli.
Didn't know that, did you? Watch.
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Noli?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing in coffee. Even great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's that coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleeping, Nolly. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
And now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Why did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's the funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Zant and Nolly Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me. But even so, Zant ain't been much use since Nolly cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Nolly's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Zant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Nolly.
Oh, why do you need me?
Nolly killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Nolly did it?
Well, Nolly tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Nolly killed him.
Does Nolly have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Santa. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Nolly Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Nolly. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Nolly later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Nolly's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. wasting time coming out here and now all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Noli Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Noli and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Noli.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Noli ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Noli.
What's Marcy here for?
You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Noli?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Noli.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Noli. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zantz?
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking it. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. And they'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So he told you? That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zand anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Shirley, this is the last straw.
It is, huh?
Here, a 2-day trip, and you're packing enough for a 2-week cruise.
Oh, Jack.
Oh, no, look. 2 antiperspirants. Why do we need 2?
Come on, Jack. You know I can't go anywhere without my secret roll-on.
Secret. We're taking my spray. Can't you use that?
Oh, no. See, nothing beats my secret roll-on for stopping whiteness. Not even your He-Man spray. That's why I always use it.
You mean to tell me that secret roll-on is that strong?
You betcha. It really helps keep me dry.
Okay, if it's that strong, let's both use it.
No.
No?
Secret's made for women. Smells pretty, see?
That does smell
And
nice.
it doesn't make me smell like one of the boys.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Huh?
Well, we can both use it as long as it's strong.
Forget it, Jack.
Secret roll-on, strong enough for a man, but made for a woman.
Hey, you know something?
What's that, Jack?
If your secret keeps you looking this good, I'm glad you're keeping it for yourself.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Jell-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Is It.
The season opens. Marbles, skipping rope, bicycles, baseball, new hats for wives, and seed catalogs for husbands. There's one word for it, spring. And there's one dessert for it, Jell-O. For Jell-O's bright and glowing colors certainly suit the season. And Jell-O's delicious, extra-rich fruit flavors are refreshing as bright springtime breeze. Serve it any way you like. It's bound to make a hit. A shimmering mold of layered Jell-O, perhaps strawberry, orange, and lime. A frothy bowl full of whipped Jell-O in tempting pastel colors. Twinkling little Jell-O cubes, maybe raspberry and lemon. There are lots of ideas to choose from, and Jell-O makes every one a success. For that extra-rich fruit flavor tastes as delicious as the real ripe fruit. And that's why Jell-O desserts are so satisfying every time. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. This is it, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, every Sunday at this time it is my custom to bring you Jack Benny. Tonight, however, Jack is confined to his house with a slight cold.
Slight? I went to see him this morning, and there was a man with a sickle sitting on his bed.
Oh, he isn't that bad.
Say, how'd Jack get that cold anyway?
Well, he got it from Carmichael, his polar bear.
Well, it's his own fault. He shouldn't have kissed him.
It wasn't that. Jack's been taking care of him, and that's how it happened.
Boy, between Jack and that polar bear, Rochester sure got his hands full.
He certainly has. Well, anyway, let's get on with the program. Now, folks, inasmuch as Jack is unable to be here tonight, Phil, Kenny, and I are going to try to bring our own little show, which we hope to.
Jeepers creepers, I ain't closed my peepers. Jeepers creepers, I ain't shut my eyes.
Rochester.
Gosh, oh, get up. I can't hold my head up. Gosh,
Rochester, quiet. I feel bad enough without that Central Avenue serenade. Hand me that cough medicine, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks.
This room sure is funny sight. You in one twin bed and that polar bear in the other.
Well, what's funny about it?
If there was a walrus on the sofa, you'd look like Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, don't be so fantastic. Quiet, Carmichael. Daddy's right here with you. Quiet now.
I can't understand why you didn't put that bear in the other room.
Well, because you wouldn't take care of him, that's why. I asked you to do me a little favor, and you refused.
A little favor? You wanted me to open his mouth and swab out his throat.
Well?
Man, that's just bad casting.
Well, look, Rochester, what are you afraid of? He won't bite your hand.
He won't?
Of course not. He's tame, isn't he?
Well, I'm tame, too, but I get hungry.
Why, Rochester... Rochester, you ought to be ashamed of yourself being afraid of Carmichael. You've got a yellow streak clear down your back.
Not anymore. He scratched it off.
Oh, he did, eh?
Boss, one of these days I'm going to give that bear a goldfish with a Mickey fin in it.
You'll do nothing of the kind, so don't be so smart. Gesundheit, Carmichael. Where's that nurse I hired, Rochester? She's never around.
I saw her down in the kitchen playing fan-tan with the cook.
She is? My goodness, she shouldn't play cards with Swing High. He's very lucky. Now, for 3 weeks straight, he's won his salary from me. What a gambler.
Well, he might be all right at cards, but he don't know how to handle them Mississippi marbles.
Oh, shooting dice, eh? Rochester, have you been taking Swing High's money away from him again?
Well, that ain't fried rice I've been toting to the bank.
Now, I want you to stop with that dice shooting immediately. You're wearing out all your uniforms at the knees. Now, go in the kitchen and get the nurse.
Here she is, boss.
Oh, yes.
It's time for your hot toddy, Mr. Carmichael.
My name isn't Carmichael. I've told you 1,000 times Carmichael is that bear in the other bed.
Oh, that's right. Do you mind if I put an X on your forehead?
No, go right ahead. I want you to be happy here. Now, look, Miss...
Latouche.
Oh. Miss Latouche, I wish you'd take my temperature. I think I'm getting a fever.
Okay, as soon as I give the bear his hot toddy. Now, come on, Carmichael. Open your mouth.
Better be careful, nurse.
Man, look at those teeth.
Carmichael, drink this hot toddy.
Gee, you certainly are a brave girl. How old are you, Miss Latouche?
Just 20.
20, eh?
You better leave that bear alone so you can vote next year.
He's right, Miss Latouche. You better watch yourself.
Oh, he's just bluffing. Now, Carmichael, for the last time, drink this hot toddy.
Well, he sure went for that. Was it good, Carmichael? Now, don't show off. It wasn't that strong.
I think I'll go down and have one myself. See you later.
Now, Rochester, see how easy it was to handle Carmichael? Weren't you ashamed to let a woman show you up like that?
I sure was, boss.
You're not afraid of the bear now, are you?
Now, tomorrow, and when old rocking chair gets me.
Well, you're just big sissy. You're worse than Fred Allen. There he goes again. Every time I mention that fellow's name, Carmichael has a fit.
Yeah, why is that?
Well, you see, Allen is part Eskimo, and they're natural-born enemies. Now, look, Rochester, you better call the doctor and tell him to come over here right away. I keep getting chills all the time. And answer the door.
Okay, boss.
Well, what do you say, Carmichael? How about another game of checkers? You're one up on me, you know. Well, if you don't like it, we'll play later. And don't eat all the bananas. They were sent to us jointly. Come on now, Carmichael. Give Daddy a banana. Come on now. Give me one, I say. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the matter?
Oh, Carmichael's got all the bananas, and he won't give me one. Carmichael, give me one of those. Ouch.
Well, you got it.
Yes, he would have to hit me with the ripest one. Oh, well, he was just playing.
How do you feel, Jack? Any better?
Oh, I feel awful, Mary. I ache all over. One second I'm hot, and the next second I'm cold. Then I turn hot, then I turn cold.
Oh, stop. You sound like a shower bath in a cheap hotel.
Well, there's nothing to kid about. And those pills you left here yesterday.
What pills?
Those pink ones you left on the dresser. I took all 6 of them, and they didn't do me a bit of good. What are you laughing at?
Those were buttons for my new dress.
Buttons? Why, you had them in a bottle, and the label said aspirin.
That's my dressmaker, Madam Aspirin.
Oh. You just planned the whole thing. I know you. Gesundheit, Carmichael. Gee, that bear is so sick.
That reminds me, Jack, I don't think Rochester likes the polar bear very much.
Oh, he talks a lot, but in his heart, he's very fond of that animal.
Oh, yeah? Well, I was in the library a few minutes ago, and you know that space in the wall between the moose's head and the stuffed owl?
Yes?
Well, Rochester's got a big sign there, reserved for Carmichael.
Oh, then I better keep an eye on him. Say, Mary, I was just thinking, I bet they're having a tough time without me on the program today.
Oh, don't be so egotistical. They're probably doing all right.
They are, eh? I can just see Phil Harris trying to run the whole show with that Hollywood and Vine chatter of his. I'll turn on the radio and we'll listen to it.
Okay, hand me the earphones.
Mary, I haven't got that set anymore. I got a new one. Turn that switch there, KFI.
Orange, lemon, and lime. So look for the big red letters on the box.
Oh, darn it. We missed Don's commercial.
I'll gladly repeat it. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you visit your neighborhood grocer, be sure to ask him for a package of Jell-O. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So look for the big red letters on the box.
Attaboy, Don. That was a goodie. Right in the groove. Yeah, man.
Listen to Phil.
And now, boys and girls, you're going to hear a little ditty from our little old tenor who's got plenty on the ball. The 8-ball, folks.
Oh, brother, is he corny.
Quiet, I want to listen.
Well, what's your song going to be, Kenny?
I'm going to sing a beautiful number entitled A Little Bit of Heaven.
That's swell, Kenny. Rip into it. Swing it, boys, and don't spare the drums. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. He makes me sick.
Have you ever heard the story of how Ireland got its name? I'll tell you so you'll understand from whence old Ireland came. no wonder that we're proud of that dear land across the sea. For he's the way me dear old mother told the tale to me. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the sky one day and nestled on the ocean in a spot so far away. And when the angels found it, sure it looked so sweet and fair. They said, suppose we leave it, for it looks so peaceful there. So they sprinkled it with stardust just to make the shamrocks grow. 'Tis the only place you'll find them, no matter where you go. Then they dotted it with silver to make its lake so grand. And when they had it finished, sure they called it
That was A Little Bit of Heaven, sung by Kenny Baker, and very good, Kenny. Boy, you really laid him in the aisles.
Thanks, Phil, and I dedicate that number to our pal Jack Benny, who was sick in bed with a cold.
Oh, isn't he a sweet boy, Mary?
Well, he didn't even send you flowers.
That's right, the little brat.
Say, Phil, did you tune in last Wednesday night and listen to Fred Allen?
Yes, I did, Kenny.
Oh, boy, I thought I'd die when Allen said that...
Darn it, I wanted to hear that. Who turned off the radio?
Carmichael.
Oh, yes, he just hates Allen. Say, Mary, did you hear him last Wednesday night?
I sure did, and he certainly exposed you, you big faker.
Faker? What are you talking about?
Well, Allen had the real Jack Benny on his program, and they proved you were an imposter.
Imposter?
Yes, you can't get away with it forever, Maxwell Stroud.
Maxwell Stroud? Let me get this straight. Did he say that my right name was Maxwell Stroud and the fella on the program was the real Jack Benny?
Absolutely. He said that when you were both babies, they got you mixed up in the hospital.
Well, now, that's just a big lie because I wasn't born in a hospital. I was born in a taxi cab. And I better say it was a yellow one, or Allen will say it next Wednesday and get a big laugh. Going around telling people that I'm Maxwell Stroud.
Well, aren't you?
No.
Then why have you got the initials MS on all your belt buckles?
Listen, Mary, that MS stands for movie star. Which I am. It's just a little publicity that I wear around my waist.
And you know what else, Jack?
What?
Allen said you were so cheap you put your finger down a moth's throat to get your cloth back.
Oh, he said that, eh? Well, he's a fine one to talk. Any man that'll open a can of sardines, eat the fish, use the can for a cigarette case, and then have the key made into a button hook, Why, he's had a cake of bath soap for 12 years, and you can still read ivory on it. Anyway, when I get back on the air next week, I'm going to settle that Maxwell Stroud stuff. Oh, nurse! Nurse!
I'm coming.
Will you please bring me a glass of water? My throat's awfully dry.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Mary, this is my nurse, Miss Latouche.
Well, Minnie, of all people. Hello, Mary.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Sure. Gee, Minnie, I haven't seen you since we used to go dancing at the Palomar together. Yeah, them were the days. Say, Mary, do you remember Joe Finkelhoff and Pete McGuire? Oh, yes. Are you still going around with Pete? Yeah, but I'm married to Joe.
Now, that's very interesting, nurse. Now, how about my glass of water?
Right away. Say, Mary, what are you doing these days? Are you still with the May Company? No, I'm in radio. Oh, radio? Who are you working for? I don't know. It's either Jack Benny or Maxwell Stroud.
Mary. Hey, nurse, what about my glass of water?
Say, Minnie, remember the time we went to the masquerade and we dressed up like hula dancers? I'll say. And someone dropped a piece of ice on my back and I won first prize.
Listen, nurse, I'm going to get a glass of water if I have to tap my knee. My goodness.
All right, keep your shirt on. I'll be right back, Mary.
What I have to go through for a little glass of water. I'm so thirsty I could drink a gallon. Carmichael, I said gallon, not Allen. Oh. Don't be so touchy. Gee, he hates Allen.
Say, boss.
Yes, Rochester?
Here's some flowers just came for you. 3 beautiful roses.
Only 3 flowers. Who are they from?
The card says, "We the people."
Oh, my public. Incidentally, Rochester, while I've been in bed here with nothing to do, I've gone over our monthly accounts, and there are a few items I don't understand.
Is that so?
Yes. I'd like to know where all that money's been going to.
I'll be back in a minute, boss. There's somebody at the door.
There's nobody at the door. Now, come here. Excuse us a minute, Mary.
Go right ahead. Don't mind me.
Now, look, Rochester, I don't know what kind of a system you've been using, but our food bill is something fierce.
It is kind of high.
High? Now, look here. Last month alone, caviar, $95. I don't remember eating any caviar.
I got that for myself.
Oh, you did. Now, look, Rochester, I like caviar, too, but I can do without it.
I know, boss, but with me, it's a magnificent obsession.
I don't care if it's from the picture of the same name. You gotta cut it out. And all this scribbling and abbreviations. Look at this. PCTTHOMDO, $25. What in the world is that?
You won't like that one.
Never mind whether I like it or not. What does PCTTHOMDO stand for?
Pork chops to take home on my day off.
Isn't that awful? Now, Rochester, from now on, I want you to stop carrying food home.
Can I mail it?
No! I'll take charge of the books after this. Now, call the doctor again and tell him to hurry over. I don't feel so good.
Okay, boss. I'm sure going to miss that caviar.
Caviar yet. What a guy.
Why don't you fire him, Jack?
I can't. He's got some letters I wrote to Garbo, and he won't give them back. Say, Mary, tune in on our program and see how the Jolly Boys from Encino are doing.
Okay.
All right, Phil, I give up. Why is a kiss over the telephone like a straw hat?
Because it's not felt.
Oh, our poor audience. Oh, I wonder how Phil got that big laugh.
He probably hit Kenny in the face with a pie.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
And now, folks, the boys in the band and myself are going to entertain you with a little swing number. Yeah. A little song entitled, Mother Feeds the Baby Garlic So She Can Find Him in the Dark. How's that one, folks? Are you listening?
Yes, you big fool. That is positively cruel. Oh, nurse, where's my water?
Oh, yes. Do you want ice in it?
I don't care if the Queen Mary's in it. Get me a glass of water. Feed the baby garlic. Wait till I see him next week.
That was Honolulu, played by the orchestra and conducted by His Majesty of Rhythm, Phil Harris. Just call me Madge, yeah.
Well, he's off again. I wonder who writes Phil's stuff anyway.
Oh, some waiter at the Wilshire Bowl.
That's quite possible.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, the Harris High Class Art Players will present an original Western melodrama entitled Buck Harris Rides Again.
Original? Did you hear that, Mary? Buck Harris rides again. Why, he stole that from me.
Go on, I bet he never even thought of Buck Benny.
What good gravy, girl. Come to your senses.
Please, Jack, I want to listen.
Now, before we go into this play, folks, I'd like to announce that any resemblance to persons living, dead, or laid up with a cold is purely coincidental.
Coincidental, my eye.
Oh, shut up.
Now, in this little Western drama, I will play the part of Buck Harris, the hero.
Some hero.
And as we are short of girls tonight, Kenny Faker will be my sweetheart, Daisy Carson.
Gee, my corset's killing me.
Imagine Kenny playing a girl's part.
Now, as the scene opens, we find Sheriff Buck Harris on the trail of Cactus Face Elm.
Turn the radio off. Turn it off. I can't stand it anymore.
Oh, all right.
Boy, if I had my strength, I'd go down to the studio and put an end to this outrage.
Say, boss, the doctor's here. You want to see him?
No, Rochester. I'm lying here in bed because I can't find my pants.
You're pressing them under the mattress.
Never mind that. Now, show the doctor in.
Okay, here he is.
Oh. How do you do, doctor?
Well, young man, you need a shave.
That's the bear. This is me over here. By the way, Dr. Nelson, I'd like you to meet Miss Livingston.
Really? Are you the Mary Livingston?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Mary. Well, Doc, now that you're here, I wish you'd look me over. I feel much weaker today.
All right, just open your pajama coat and I'll take a look at your chest.
Okay. There you are, Doc.
My, you're kind of caved in there.
Yeah.
Get a load of that chest. It looks like Laurel Canyon.
Oh, don't be so funny. Watch your cigarette, Doc. That's my mouth, not an ashtray.
Pardon me. Now, let's see.
Oh, so you're not Maxwell Stroud, eh?
What are you talking about?
So you're not Maxwell Stroud?
No, I'm not.
Then what's that MS tattooed on your chest?
That's Morris and Silvers, my old vaudeville agents. They used to brand their clients. Now, button me up, Doc. I've got a chill.
Not yet. I've got to tap your chest first.
Say, it's a pretty big mallet you've got there, isn't it?
Yes, I play polo after work.
Go ahead, Doc.
Now, hold still.
Ooh.
Hey, what's that?
It's a bullet I got in the war.
There's a lot more in his back.
Are not. Now, hurry up, Doc. I've got an awful chill here.
All right, now you stay in bed and keep warm. And if you want me during the night, I'll be under a table at the Coconut Grove. So long.
So long. Oh, wait a minute, Doc. While you're here, I wish you'd examine Carmichael.
Oh, yes, the bear.
Let's see you tap on his chest.
Rochester. I'm a little worried about Carmichael, Doc.
All right, let's take a look at our inflated poodle. Now, open your mouth, Carmichael. Come now, open your mouth.
You see how easy the doctor handles him, Rochester?
Yes, sir. My.
He's got a pretty heavy cold, hasn't he, Doctor?
Cold nothing. This polar bear is suffering from a bad case of measles.
Measles? Why, that's impossible.
Oh, yeah? I'll bet you $10 that under his fur there are little red spots.
Now, that's silly. Spots under his fur.
Let's rip it off and find out.
Rochester, get out of here. Well, what do you think we ought to do, Doc?
Just keep him warm and quiet, and I'll drop back in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye, Quack.
Bear hasn't any more measles than I have. Tune in the radio, Mary, and see what Buck Harris is doing.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Sheriff Buck Harris, having finished a hearty lunch that was topped off with a dish of tempting, delicious Jell-O, garnished with sliced bananas and whipped cream,
Leave it to Don.
is now on his way to visit his sweetheart, Daisy Carson.
This ought to be good.
We now pick up Buck Harris riding over the prairie.
Imagine Harris on a horse.
Yeah, I'll bet it's got a Marcel mane.
Yeah, and a finger wave in the tail.
Woo, partner. Woo, woo.
Partner, that's my horse.
Well, here's Daisy's house now. I'll see if she's in.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and puffy eyes.
Well, gal, them ain't exactly tea bags you're peeking over.
Did you hear that, Mary? They're doing the same kind of jokes we did.
Come on, Daisy. How about a little kiss?
No, 1,000 times no.
Come on, Daisy. Why won't you kiss me?
My girl will get jealous.
Mary, turn that radio off. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
What's the matter with you anyway?
What's the matter with me? They're ruining my program. That's what they're doing. I'm going right over to NBC studio and put a stop to this whole thing.
You can't go out of the house, Jack.
I can, too. My cold isn't so bad.
It's not that. Take a look at your face in this mirror.
My face?
Here, look at those spots breaking out.
What? Oh, for heaven's sake, I've got the measles. Darn you, Carmichael. Rochester, call the doctor back.
Okay, boss, and if I get any mail in the next 2 weeks, hold it.
Rochester, come back here.
Although you often hear the phrase, pretty as a picture, you don't very often find a dish that lives up to it. But Jell-O really does, with its 6 rich, glowing colors. And tonight we have a new Jell-O dessert for you, one of the prettiest yet. Jell-O Banana Foam, a new idea. Fruit-rich, shimmering strawberry Jell-O with a swell new kind of meringue topping. It's easy to make, and here's how. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and mold in individual sherbet glasses. Then for your topping, take 1 crushed banana, 2 teaspoons of sugar, and 1 stiffly beaten egg white. Blend them together. Fill this rich, foamy topping on the strawberry Jell-O just before serving, and believe me, you have a picture. Rich red strawberry Jell-O, creamy white banana topping. It's grand. Just be sure to use genuine Jell-O for your Jell-O Banana Foam, for Jell-O brings you that delicious extra rich fruit flavor. So get some strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and try this new dessert.
This is the last number of the 25th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. So be sure and listen in for further adventures of Buck Harris.
Oh, yeah, we'll see about that.
Shut up. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Heard on the program were This Is It from Stars in Your Eyes and Honolulu from the film of the same name. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Stock up. Craft prices are down at Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta continues to give you the edge against inflation, this time by reducing the price of over 50 Kraft food items, like Kraft macaroni and cheese dinners, Velveeta, Miracle Whip, Parquet. Over 50 Kraft food items reduced. The more you buy, the more you save. So stock up now.
And save on Kraft.
And tell a friend.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly in The Whole Town's Talking with Paul Guilfoyle. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the miraculous things about radio is the feeling of intimacy between the people on your side of the microphone and the people on this side. Long before I ever met tonight's stars, I considered them as old friends because, like millions of other radio listeners on Tuesday nights, my ears belong to Fibber, Magee, and Molly. We introduced them to you as legitimate actors about a year ago, and by return mail you asked for more. Finding the right kind of more took a little time, but I think we've got it here in a play called The Whole Town's Talking, which is a good bet to keep the whole country listening to the return engagement of Fibber, Magee, and Molly in the Lux Radio Theater. This return engagement will be good news to every member of our audience from Mississippi to Manitoba. And we just received a letter from Manitoba that I'm sure will interest you. It's from a woman in the town of Portage-la Prairie, who writes, "Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your splendid plays. They make Monday the highlight of our week. As you probably know, we on the prairies are going through rather hard times. Grasshopper plagues, drought, hail, and wind have all taken their toll, and we don't have a lot of money for entertainment. So your plays fill a big want in our lives. And thank goodness, Lux soap is not a luxury. Not in price at any rate, even though it is a luxury in quality. We never use anything else." That's a letter of character from a woman of character. And all over this continent, other women agree with her appraisal of Lux toilet soap as luxurious, but not a luxury. And now get ready for The Whole Town's Talking, adapted from the Columbia screen hit. It's a gangster story, but don't be alarmed, because it's like no other gangster story you ever heard of. It presents Fibber Magee as a mild-mannered clerk who has the colossal bad luck to look exactly like public enemy number one. And, well, that leads to so much trouble that even Molly can't square it. Now the curtain goes up on Act One of The Whole Town's Talking, starring Fibber Magee as Wilbur and Molly as Jessie, with Paul Guilfoyle as Killer Mannion.
Killer Mannion, hey, public enemy number one in jailbreak.
$5,000 reward.
Killer Mannion, dead or alive.
Killer Mannion.
Dead or alive. Killer Mannion.
This is the big news of the day. In New York, 7 million tongues waggle furiously over the latest hijinks of the nation's most desperate desperado. But J.G. Carpenter is not interested. J.G. Carpenter, president of Carpenter Plumbing Supplies, is concerned only with plumbing. In his magnificent office, J.G. has the head auditing clerk on the carpet.
Now, look here, Seaver. You know how I feel about punctuality?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, why don't you do something about it? I've just checked the time records. The people in the auditing department are always walking in late.
Yes, J.G., but you see...
Now, get this, Seaver. The next one that comes in late is to be fired. You understand? That's an order.
Yes, sir.
These time records show only one employee without any marks against him. Number 48. How long has he been with us?
Number 48? Why, that's Wilbur Jones. He's been here almost 15 years.
15 years and never late? That's the sort of people we want. How much is 48 getting?
$27 a week.
15 years and only $27 a week? Raise him at once. Give him 28. Hold on, wait a minute. What day is this?
The 16th.
Well, make it retroactive to yesterday.
Yes, sir. I'll tell him, J.G.
Well, go ahead. And remember, the next employee who comes in late is fired. Now, get out.
Miss Baedecker, tell Wilbur Jones I want to see him at once.
He's not here, Mr. Seaver.
Miss Baedecker, I said Wilbur Jones.
But I'm telling you, he's not here. He's late.
Late? Jones is late?
Yes, sir.
Wilbur Jones? Of all people, I can't believe it. Wilbur Jones.
That rabbit, can't this bus go any faster? Here it is 5 minutes after 9, and we're creeping along like a mouse after a cat.
Mice don't creep after cats, Wilbur.
They would if they were as mad as I am. I'll sue the bus company. Hey, Bud, conductor.
Now, Wilbur, keep your shirt on.
Keep my shirt on. Don't you realize what's happening, Jesse? I'm going to be late. For the first time in 15 years, I'm going to be late.
Make it 30 years. I'm late, too.
Yeah, but what will Mr. Seaver say to us? You know Mr. Seaver.
Heavenly days, Wilbur. Forget Mr. Seaver. Sit back and relax and enjoy the sunlight. Ah, Wilbur, it's spring. Take a deep breath. Isn't that a wonderful smell, Wilbur?
Confidentially.
Wilbur? Isn't there any romance in your soul? Spring is in the air. Spring and love.
Oh, sure.
Now look at that couple up in the front seat. He's had his arm around her ever since we passed Grant's tomb.
Yeah, and I'll bet he has a swell Charlie horse in that arm by the time we get to Columbus Circle.
And I'll bet he'll be as proud of it as if it were Seabiscuit. Come on, Wilbur. You put your arm around me. Go ahead.
Now, Jessie, for goodness sakes. Gee whiz.
Ah, go on, Wilbur, go on.
Oh, no. Not in public, Jessie. Shucks, you know how I feel about such things like that.
Oh, you make me tired. Anyone would think we weren't engaged. We are engaged, aren't we?
Sure we are.
Well, then.
Hey, that reminds me. I hope you never mention anything about our engagement around the office. Seaver hates to think of anybody marching up the aisle unless there's a filing cabinet at the end of it.
Oh, the office again. Forget the office.
I can't. You know how they feel about their employees getting engaged and married and all stuff like that there. We've got to keep it a secret.
Now, listen here, Wilbur. I've been keeping this secret since 1929, and I'm getting a little tired of it.
Jessie, not so loud.
1929 to 1941. That's 12 years by dead reckoning. I've used up a dozen diaries and not an orange blossom pressed in any of them. Now, what are we waiting for?
You know what we're waiting for. Someday my ship is going to come in, and then we'll be all set.
Your ship. Have you sent the divers down yet?
You'll see, Jessie. It won't be long now. Something's going to happen. I got a feeling.
Ah, all right, Wilbur.
Come on, let's get off here. We can make better time walking. We're getting off.
Extra, read all about it. Killer Man breaks jail. Killer Man in large. Fibber. Fibber, mister.
No time, son.
It's all about Killer Man. Holy cheese. I didn't say nothing, mister. I didn't say a word. Holy cheese.
What's the matter with him?
Don't ask me. Come on, Wilbur.
Hey, officer. Officer, I just seen him, officer.
Yeah? Seen who?
Killer Man, and he just got off a bus.
Well, well. And what would Killer Mannion be doing around here?
I tell you, I just seen him.
Go on, beat it, kid.
Listen, Killer Mannion's picture's right here in the paper, and this guy looks just like him. I tell you.
Go on, I said. Get out of here before I run you in.
All right, don't believe me. Copper.
Go on.
You better go on in first, Wilbur. I'll sneak in while you distract his attention.
Okay. Say, Jessie, have you noticed people looking at me?
Why, no, Wilbur, have they?
Yeah, like there was something the matter with me. Do I look funny or something?
Well, no more than usual, dearie. Now go on in and I'll see you for lunch in the drugstore.
Yeah, well, wish me luck.
Jones?
Oh, hi, Mr. Seaver.
Go ahead, Jones. I'm waiting. Why are you late?
Oh, well, you see, Mr. Seaver, I bought a new alarm clock last night, and it carried a 5-year guarantee, and this morning it went back on me.
You went back on me, Jones. You placed me in a very difficult position. 15 minutes ago, J.G. himself instructed me to raise your salary.
J.G. himself? Oh, thanks, Mr. Seaver.
You're welcome. But he also gave me instructions to fire the next employee who came in late.
Huh? He did?
Yes, and you're both people. Oh, now what am I going to do?
Well, why don't you fire me and then, quick like a flash, hire me back at an increase in salary? That'll make everybody happy.
Jones, you have a brain like a steel trap. But I think the spring is a little loose. Well, I'll try to figure out something. Now, you better get busy on that McIntyre account. We're behind already.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Seaver.
Mr. Seaver, can I see you a minute?
Why, certainly. Step in my office, Miss Baedeker. Well, Miss Baedeker?
Mr. Seaver, look at this picture in the paper.
Well?
Who is it?
Killer Mannion, I believe.
Yes, but who else? Who does it look like?
Why, bless my stars. It's Wilbur Jones.
Isn't it funny? They look like two peas in a pod.
Killer Mannion and Wilbur Jones. Why, they could be twins.
Can I post this on the bulletin board, Mr. Seaver?
You may certainly not, Miss Baedeker. And I'll thank you not to mention this in the office. Let the employees have jokes on their own time.
Why don't you give your order, Wilbur?
I will if I can catch that girl's eye. Hey, Mert!
Just a second, buddy. I only got 2 hands.
Well, all I wanted was a deviled egg and a milkshake.
Well, take your time. Who do you think you... Oh, my goodness. Let me out.
What's the matter?
Hey, what's this all about, anyway?
Search me, dearie.
The police.
The police! Police! Mannion! Let me come! Get the police! Police!
Seems to be some excitement about something.
Well, they're all yelling for the police.
Maybe we better help. Come on, Jessie. Police! Police!
Did you hear that girl? She said something about Killer Mannion.
Killer Mannion? Who's he?
Well, he's a gangster. Wanted for bank robbery and murder.
A gangster? Oh, let's get out of here, Jessie. Help! Police! Police!
Get there.
All right, men. Surround the place.
Police! Police!
Oh, stop yelling, Wilbur. There's the police now.
One move and we'll drop you, Mannion.
You hear that, Wilbur? They act as if Mannion was right here. I don't see him any place.
Maybe he's the little Mannion who wasn't there. Don't you get it, Jesse? I says maybe he...
Ain't funny, Wilbur.
Are you coming peaceful, Mannion, or do we have to drill you?
Hey, let's get out of here, Jesse. They're going to shoot somebody.
Don't move, Mannion.
Come on, Jesse.
Hey! All right, men, close in.
Officer, somebody shot my hat off.
Grab him, men.
Yeah, grab him. He can't do that to me. Hey, let go. Oh, hey.
Wilbur, leave those policemen alone.
Pick him up, Mannion.
Mannion? I'm not Mannion.
Watch out, men. He may have a gun.
Heavenly days, what is this?
We got you, Mannion. Cassidy, grab the dame.
Let go of me. Hey!
Listen, wait. You're making a mistake. My name is Jones.
Call the station, Brian. Okay, sir. Tell them we just captured Killer Mannion and his gun mob.
Might as well come clean, Mannion. We got you dead to rights. Listen, for the 10th time, I'm not Mannion. You've got the wrong man, I tell you.
Shut up! Shut up!
But I'm not Mannion. My name is Jones. I work for the J.G.
Shut up! Shut up! Hello! Yeah, that's the D.A. What? You did, huh? Good. What about the dame? Yeah, well, she'll talk. Tell Boyle to keep working on her.
Listen, you've got to let that girl alone.
Shut up! Shut up! There's no use playing Gaga, Mannion. We got you and we got your girl. You might be interested to know we just picked up Slugs Martin.
Well, so what? Who's Slugs Martin?
Shut up! Shut up! Hello! Get me Boyle. You better come clean, Mannion. Who pulled that Bloomingdale bank job?
Why ask me? My job is with the J.G.
And the Warren City Trust in Harrisburg. I suppose you're going to deny that.
I haven't denied anything.
Oh, so you confess, eh?
Why, certainly. I do not, and if you don't quit picking on
Shut
me...
up! Hello, Boyle. That dame talking yet? We'll put the screws on her. We got to get some action on this thing.
Hey, okay, Chiefy, I'll get action. I got the dame here right now. I'll call you back. Well, baby, it might interest you to know that your boyfriend just confessed.
What? But how could he confess? He doesn't know anything. Oh, he could be taught.
I tell you, he confessed to the D.A. just this minute.
Well, imagine that. Well, as long as he's confessing, there's no reason why I shouldn't, is there?
Now you're talking.
What would you like me to confess, Mr. Boyle?
What about that Bloomingdale bank job? Who did it?
Who would you like me to say did it?
Mannion, of course.
All right, Mannion did it. Anything to please.
That's a girl. And how about the First National Bank at Harrisburg? Mannion did that too, didn't he?
Sure, Mannion.
And the Evanston job?
Mannion.
And the Express Company job at Peoria?
Mannion.
Now we're getting someplace. What about that union job in Scarsville?
Mannion, of course. Who else?
Come on, Mannion. There's no use stalling. You killed 2 guards when you escaped from prison. Why don't you confess, Mannion?
But I tell you, I didn't. You can't.
Shut up! Shut up!
J.G. Carpenter's over.
Tell him to come in. Who is he?
Oh, that's my boss. He'll identify me. Hot dog, I'm saved.
Here he is, Chief.
Well, what is the idea of dragging me down here without an explanation of any sort? I'm a busy man.
I'll only take a minute of your time, Mr. Carpenter. I just want you to identify somebody. Take a good look at this man.
Hello, Mr. Carpenter. Remember me?
Do you know him? What do you say?
Yeah, what do you say?
I never saw him in my life.
There we are.
Oh, but look, Mr. Carpenter, I work for you. I've been working for you for 15 years, Mr. Carpenter. Well, why, we're just one big happy family. You said so yourself. That makes me practically your son, Mr. Carpenter. Surely you don't want to see your own...
Shut up!
I'm getting tired of being told to shut up. And if you think...
Shut up!
Okay, bud.
Well, how about it, Mr. Carpenter? Does he work for you?
Well, maybe he does. We have a large office, over 100 clerks, so I can hardly... Wait a minute. He does look a bit familiar at that.
There, you see? He knows me.
I have seen his face before someplace.
Why, sure you have, Mr. Carpenter. In front of the building, in the elevator, by the water cooler, in the men's...
I know. I've got it now.
See? He's got it.
I saw his picture just this morning. This man is Killer Mannion.
No.
Why,
no!
that...
No, I'm not
Oh,
Killer
you
Mannion.
work for
My name is...
Killer Mannion. Why don't you come please, Mannion?
What about the farmer's trust job at Denver?
That was Mannion, too.
The mail car robbery at Colorado Springs.
Mannion.
Who drove the death car?
I did.
You did?
Sure, Mannion didn't have his driver's license, the silly boy.
I don't get funny. What about that jewelry store in San Diego?
Mannion did it.
The Central Bank in Frisco.
Mannion always has.
You're gonna burn, Mannion, so you might as well spill it now.
My name is Wilbur.
Shut up! Shut up! What are you stalling for, Mannion? What'll it get you? Why don't you talk?
You won't let me talk. Dad, Ratted, why don't you let me get...
Where's the DA? Where is he?
Who are you? Get out of here.
Keep your hat on. I'm Healy of the Express. I just had a flash from my office.
What is it?
Mannion just robbed a bank uptown.
You've been drinking.
I know it, but it happened just a few minutes ago.
Well, we've got him here, this guy who says he's Jones.
I'm not Jones. I'm Mannion. I mean, I'm not Mannion. I'm Jones.
Hey, Chief, I gotta see you.
Don't bother me.
Chief, it's important to check this man's fingerprints.
Wait. Well?
Something's wrong. They're not Mannion's.
Oh.
You see? You wouldn't listen to me, smart guy.
Can't believe it. He looks more like Mannion than Mannion himself.
All right, sister, right in here.
Mannion did it. He did them all.
Listen, Chiefy, I just been grilling this thing.
Not now, Boyle, not now. Mr. Jones, I'd like to apologize for the whole thing.
Oh, shucks, that's all right. Sigh. I didn't have anything to do anyway.
Chiefy, you mean that this guy isn't...
What's the matter with you, Boyle?
I'm okay, Chiefy. I just swallowed something, that's all. Excuse me, lady.
Oh, Mr. Boyle, I forgot to tell you. You know the burning of Rome? That wasn't Nero at all. It was Mannion. Surprise!
Look, why can't I go back to the office now? They just give me a $1 raise, and I got to prove worthy of their faith in me.
Yes. Can't we leave now, Mr. D.A.?
You see, I...
Shut up! Shut up!
That's little Sir Echo in the brass buttons there, Jesse. Press the third one on the left, and he says, shut up!
Look, Jones, I can't let you go now.
Why not? I'm not Mannion.
I know that, but you look like Mannion. You'll be back here again the first time you show your face in the street. Every cop in town will be picking you up.
That's right, Wilbur. You'd be a toreador for every harness bull in town.
Well, what are we going to do? Stand around and holler shut up at each other?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. You got any suggestions, McBride?
Sure. Keep him here. I'll have the warden fix up a nice cell for him.
A cell? For how long?
Oh, just till we pick up Mannion.
How long will that take?
Well, we ought to have him pretty soon now. We've been after him for 6 years.
Oh, lovely. I'll be waiting outside the prison gates, Wilbur, with a minister.
Gentlemen, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather wait at home. Thanks very
Wait
much.
a minute. I've got it. It's all right. Come in here right away.
What are you going to do, Chief?
It's a cinch. All I have to do is write a letter saying that Jones isn't Mannion. Then if he gets into trouble, he can flash it.
Oh, that's fine. That'll fix everything.
Yes, a little literary liniment in case of a pinch.
That's it. Sit down, Miss Albright. Take a letter. To whom it may concern. This is to testify that the bearer of this letter, Mr.
Wilbur Jones, the second.
The second what?
The second, Wilbur Jones.
Oh. Mr. Wilbur Jones, the second, is not to be molested by the police because of his resemblance to Killer Mannion. If the bearer of this letter is picked up at any time, he's to be released at once. Signed, Hubert B. Spencer, District Attorney. How's that, Jones?
Hemingway couldn't have done better, Bud.
P.S. In the event that bearer is shot first and questioned afterwards, rush at once to the nearest hospital.
Hey, wait! Hey! Well, I'll tell you. I was sitting in the drugstore on the fourth stool as you go in. Or was it the fifth stool? No, I think it was the fourth.
Yeah, come, folks. Quiet, please. Quiet. Mr. Jones has returned to the office after a very trying experience. Furthermore, I'm sure you all have work to do. To your desks, please. Oh, Jones, J.G. wants to see you.
Who?
J.G. in his office.
Oh, my goodness. His private office?
His private office. Go right in, Jones.
Ah, Jones, come in, come in.
Mr. Seaver said you wanted to see me.
Yes, that's right, Jones. This is Mr. Healy of the Express.
Put it there, killer.
Oh, hello.
Have you seen the evening papers?
No.
Well, don't miss them. You're a hero, Jones.
Jones, Mr. Healy has an idea, and he wants to talk it over with you.
Yeah?
It's like this, Jonesy. The paper figured this might be a good time to pull the life story of Mannion. And I got a hunch. Who's the best man in the world to write that story outside of Mannion himself? The man who looks like Mannion.
A good idea, I thought.
An inspiration.
You mean you want me to write for the papers? Like Pegler and Winchell and Beatrice Fairfax?
Sure, make a great story.
Oh, but I don't know anything about Mannion.
You don't have to write the stuff yourself. All we want is permission to use your name by the man who looks like Mannion. We'll run your picture every day together with Mannion's. It's a cinch to run for 30 days, maybe longer. Your moniker and your face on the front page for a month. Think of it, Jonesy. Think of it.
Yes, sir, I will. I'll think of it.
Don't think too long. We want to get started right away. Now, look, what do you think of Mannion?
Well, I haven't thought...
He's a coward, isn't he?
Is he? Oh, all right, sure.
Great! Mannion's double says Mannion's a coward. That'll kill him. What would you call him? A moron with a gun?
Well, I wouldn't say...
A moron with a gun. Jonesy, you're sensational. I couldn't have thought of a better expression myself.
I'm getting confused.
Think nothing of it. You're a writer now, Jonesy. All writers are confused.
Oh, it's been a wonderful day, Wilbur.
Yeah, did you see the late edition? Mannion's double says Mannion is a moron with a gun.
Did you really say that, Wilbur?
Oh, that was nothing. I kind of got a gift for whipping out stuff like that, I guess.
Oh, Wilbur, you're wonderful.
Now, you know, Jesse, in a way, I'm sorry it's all over. Things are going to seem pretty dull from now on.
Well, here's my place. You better get home and get some sleep. Good night, Wilbur.
Good night, Jesse. I'm tired out. Mannion's double says Mannion is a moron with a gun. Like the yellow rat. A coward at heart. Take his gun away from him and what have you. Say, I'd like to meet that guy. Yes, sir, I'd like to meet him. I'd go right up to him and I'd say...
You'd say what?
Huh? Who?
Turn on that light, Red.
Okay, boss.
Who are you? What are you doing here? This is my apartment. You're a trespassenger, that's what you are.
Take a look, tough guy.
Oh, Killer Mannion.
Yeah, Killer Mannion. The moron with a gun. The yellow rat. The sneaky coward.
Oh, wait. I didn't say that.
Keep your mouth shut.
Don't point that gun at me. You never know when them things are loaded.
Flip him on the jaw, Red.
Sure, boss.
Oh.
Pick him up, Red.
Sure, boss.
Yeah, that'll learn you not to talk, Mr. Jones.
Look at this guy, boss. He's the spitting image of you.
Yeah, I ain't so sure I like that. Hey, what's the idea, Jones?
I can't help it. I was born this way. I don't like it any more than you do. I don't want to look like you.
Why not? What's the matter with looking like me?
Well, taking it alphabetically.
Keep your mouth shut.
Yes, sir.
All right, tough guy. Hand over that letter.
What letter? Oh, you mean the one I won playing basketball for Peoria High School? It's sewed onto my green sweater, and my green sweater's right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
You get away from there. I'm talking about the letter the DA gave you. I read all about it in the paper. Hand it over.
Oh, you mean this letter?
Yeah, give me it. I'm taking care of this for a while. Now listen, buddy. We're going to go 50-50 on this pass. You're going to use it in the daytime and me at night. It's going to come in mighty handy. That's why I dropped in to see you. But if you know what's good to you, you won't open your trap about my being here, see? To nobody, understand? And don't get careless after I leave. Because if something happens to me, one of my boys will take care of you.
Gee, thanks. It's about time somebody took care of me. Because...
All right. Now you just go to bed for the night, see? I got some work to do. I'll be back in the morning. Come on, Red.
Oh, wait. Listen.
Go to bed.
But I can't. I won't sleep. I'll be restless all night.
Yeah, we'll fix that. Hey, Red, give him a pill.
Sure, boss. Good night, Mr. Jones.
Good night.
All right, Red. Set the alarm for 7 o'clock.
Act 2 of The Whole Town's Talking, starring Fibber Magee as Wilbur and Molly as Jessie, with Paul Guilfoyle as Killer Mannion.
Read all about it. The story of Killer Mannion by Killer Mannion's double. Wilbur Jones, a man who looks like Mannion, tells all.
Wilbur Jones, the man who looks like Mannion, looks awful this morning. His face is haggard, his eyes are bleary, and he's sporting a black and blue mark on his chin where the killer's henchman delivered his sleeping potion. Alone in his room, Wilbur Jones, the man who looks like Mannion, surveys himself in the mirror.
It can't be true. It was all a dream. That's what it was, a bad dream. Mannion wasn't here last night. He couldn't have been here. He's not coming back this morning. It was only a dream.
Hiya, Jonesy.
Hi, Killer. It was only a dream. Killer Mannion.
Keep your trap shut. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I was dreaming. I woke up.
Well, don't wake up so loud. Here's your letter. 2 cops stopped me last night. It worked like a charm.
You mean they let you go?
Sure. They thought I was you. That's a laugh, ain't it?
I can hardly keep my face straight. Or should I say our face?
Oh.
What's the matter? My gag was just as funny as yours.
It's my stomach. It's all shot to pieces.
Honest? I thought you said they let you go.
They did. It's that hamburger I ate for breakfast. It ain't setting right again.
Oh, well, is there anything I can do for you? I could let you have some castor oil.
Castor oil? You want to kill me? I'd rather take arsenic.
I haven't got any arsenic, but I could run down to the drugstore.
What?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean it that way.
You better not. Here, I brought you the morning paper. Read it to me.
I've got to get to the office, Mr. Mannion. I can't waste my time.
Read it!
Okay, Bud.
Anything about me in it?
Let's see. Yeah, here's something. Killer Mannion holds up State Armory. State Armory?
That's right. Go ahead.
Oh, listen. It says here you killed 2 guards.
That's a lie.
Huh?
It was Trey.
Read what it says.
Killer Mannion holds up State Armory, kills 2 guards. At midnight yesterday, public enemy number 1, Killer Mannion, cold-bloodedly slew 2 guards in a raid on the State Armory. Accompanied by 2 of his men, Mannion surprised the guards at the armory and shot them dead. Oh, dear.
Go on.
He then entered the armory and stole several machine guns.
How many?
Several.
How many is that?
Oh, I don't know.
It was 6.
Oh.
Why can't these guys get things straight? Go on, you better beat it now. I don't feel so good.
Me either.
And remember, 1 word out of you and you're out like a light.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what time do you get off?
5 o'clock.
Well, you'll be back here at 6 prompt.
Yes, sir.
And bring the afternoon paper.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Yeah, you know those things you're writing about me?
Oh, yes. I think I'll call them off.
What for? That's okay with me. Only you be careful what you pull, see? You be nice to me, see? Or I'll stop being nice to you.
Hello? Hello, this is Mr. Jones speaking. Wilbur Jones II. Can I speak to Mr. Healy, please? It's about those articles I'm writing. Huh? Well, when do you expect him? 6 o'clock? Oh, I can't see him at 6 o'clock. I've got to be home at 6 o'clock. All right, I'll try to make it. Goodbye.
Good morning, Wilbur. You didn't meet me on the corner this morning.
Oh, hello, Jessie. I'm sorry about that, but I couldn't make it.
Were you held up, dearie?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yeah.
Ah, well, famous people are always late. What's all those letters on your desk? Fan mail?
I guess that's what you call it. 6 ladies want my picture.
Your picture? Oh, Wilbur, isn't it wonderful? Yesterday you were nobody, and today you're a public figure. Look, did you see the morning paper? Mannion killed 2 guards last night.
Yeah, I read it to him.
What?
I read about him.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Why?
Well, you look funny. And where'd you get that mark on your chin?
Huh? What chin?
That chin right there. On the bottom of your face.
Oh, that I hurt myself shaving. I'm a little nervous today.
And what were you shaving with, a baseball bat?
Oh, Jessie, I've got to speak to you. It's about those articles I'm writing. I'm all upset.
Well, come on out in the hall. We can't talk here. What do you mean you want to stop writing about Mannion? They're paying you, aren't they?
Yeah, but all those things they're saying, like about Mannion being a coward. Jessie, I don't know if those things are true.
Well, what difference does it make? He's a gangster, isn't he?
Yeah, that's just it, Jessie. Suppose he reads those articles and gets mad. Why, he might shoot me or something.
Now, listen here, Wilbur. Are you a man or a mouse?
Well, I never saw a day when a piece of cheese looked so appealing. Nothing personal, Jessie.
Now, listen, Wilbur, you've got to go on with those articles. It's $250 a week. If we're going to get married, this is our chance.
Did you say married or buried? Oh, all right, Jessie.
That's the boy. The trouble with you is you've been under too much of a strain, Wilbur. Why don't we go out for dinner tonight and relax?
Tonight? Well, you mean tonight?
Sure. You're allowed out at night, aren't you?
But I can't make it tonight, Jessie. I just can't.
Why not?
Well, my roommate is going out tonight.
Your roommate? You never told me you had a roommate.
He just moved in with me.
Well, why can't you go out if he goes out?
It's the only time I have to be alone.
I see. And you'd rather be alone than be with me at dinner tonight.
Oh, no, you don't understand.
I understand. You don't love me anymore.
Oh, Jessie, don't say such a thing.
That's what it is. Success has gone to your head.
Nothing's gone to my head. It's just that I can't go out tonight.
Yeah, because your roommate's going out. That's a fine reason.
Well, he probably wants to rob a bank tonight.
What?
I mean, it's probably bank night somewhere, and he's...
Now, just a minute. Say, who is this roommate of yours?
He's an old friend.
Where'd you meet him?
Where? Oh, I used to know him at school.
Oh, a college chum, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
What's his name?
His name?
He has a name, hasn't he?
Oh, why, certainly he has a name. His name is... that's funny. I had it right on the tip of my tongue.
Wilbur, you're acting very strange. You're not sick, are you?
Huh? Yeah, that's it. I'm sick.
Well, I thought so.
Yeah, that's why I can't take you out tonight. I'm going to be sick.
Oh, all right now, Wilbur. Calm down now. Just go home and take a dose of castor oil. You'll be fine in the morning.
What time is it, Red?
10 minutes after 6.
10 after 6. I told I got to be here at 6 sharp with that letter. I'll break him in pieces.
Now, take it easy, killer. We can't keep beating that guy up all the time, or he won't look like it anymore.
All right, shut up.
There he is now, boss.
Hey, wait. That ain't him. He's got a key.
Maybe it's the cops.
Hey, you get in the bedroom. I'll handle this.
Watch your step, boss.
Hello, Wilbur. How you feeling?
Huh?
Well, aren't you going to ask me in?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let me look at you. Heavenly days, Wilbur, you look awful.
Oh, yeah?
And just listen to your voice. What's happened to it, Wilbur? You weren't hoarse this morning.
I caught a cold.
You got the flu, that's what you got. I'll call the doctor.
Wait a minute. Put that phone down.
Wilbur, I don't like the tone of your voice. Please put the phone down.
All right, please. But put it down. I don't need it, Dr. C. I'll be all right. All I need is to be left alone, see?
You're talking awful funny, Wilbur. Are you sure you haven't got a fever?
I'm all right, I tell you. Get going. Scram.
Now, listen, dearie, I don't mind you looking like Killer Mannion, but when you start talking like him, that's going too far. Now, stop this nonsense.
All
Come on.
right, all right.
Where's your roommate?
Huh?
Your roommate, the fellow you said was living with you.
Oh, did I tell you someone was living with me?
Oh, don't tell me you don't remember. Your old college chum?
Oh, yeah, sure. My old college chum.
Hey, Red. Come here, Red.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Red? I'm Wilbur's fiancée, Jessie Clark.
Yeah? I'm pleased to meet up with you.
What's that you said?
I'm very pleased to meet up with you.
Where did you go to school, Wilbur? Barber College?
The lady just dropped in to say hello, Red. She's leaving right away.
Oh, no, I'm not. There's one little thing I've got to do, Wilbur. Tell me, Mr. Red, did Wilbur take his castor oil?
Huh? What do you mean, castor oil?
There, I knew you wouldn't take it, you big baby, so I brought some along with me.
Now, wait a second.
Mr. Red, will you get me a spoon, please?
Certainly, lady. Tea, soup, or dessert?
Listen, that's out, see? I don't like that stuff. It makes me sick.
Ah, don't be such a ninny.
I won't do it, see? Now you cut it out.
Wilbur, I'm losing patience with you. Now stop playing gangster and take your medicine like a man.
Here's the spoon, lady.
I'll get you for this, Red.
Boss, I didn't do nothing.
Don't pay any attention to him, Mr. Red. All this talk about Killer Mannion is getting him. He wouldn't hurt a fly, would you, Wilbur? Now open your mouth.
No, I won't.
Open your mouth, I said.
You let me alone.
All right, then I'll have to hold your nose.
No. Let go. Let go, black door.
Open wide, that's the boy.
You cut it out now. No.
Ah, there we are. Fine. Now. There. Now that wasn't so bad, was it, Wilbur?
I'm dying. I can't stand it.
Ah. Don't be silly. You'll feel fine in the morning. Good night, Wilbur. Good night, Mr. Red.
Good night, lady. Pleased to have met up with you.
Pleased to meet up with you, too. Good night.
And the next time it happens, I'm going to push your face in, see? Keep that dame out of here.
Okay, Killer, okay. Shucks, I didn't know she was coming here.
Why was you late anyway?
I told you I had to see Mr. Healy about those articles. I fixed it so as I'm going to write them.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, that's great, because you're going to write 'em my way. When's the next one coming out?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah? Well, sit down and write it.
Yes, sir.
I'll show 'em how much of a coward I am. I'll slip you some dope that'll make 'em dizzy. I'll give you stuff that nobody knows but me. Are you ready?
Sure. And don't think you're unique, Bud. You ain't the first gangster that started dictating.
Ah, shut up. Now, you just put down what I give you. You said I'm as brave as the gun in my hand. All right, you just listen to this. When I broke out a stir, I had a gun, yeah. But it was a phony. That's the kind of a false alarm I am. Have you got that down?
Yes, sir.
I put the turnkey out with my hands. Then when I made the turn in the corridor, it was jammed by a brace of malarkeys.
Huh?
A brace of malarkeys. Cops, bulls, malarkeys.
How do you spell it?
What's the difference? Write it down.
Yes, sir.
I pulls the phony gat and I makes him reach. Then I grabs a heater and I turns it loose on him. Lead is flying all over the joint.
Fibber, the star of Kill Man and face the brace of malarkey. Fibber!
Just a minute. You mean you think those articles are phony?
I mean just that, Mr. Spencer. Washington sent me here to clean this thing up, and I'm going to do it. I tell you, the key to the whole situation is this fellow Jones. Did you read that article the other day?
Yes.
It's about Mannion's prison break. Jones says that Mannion had one of the guards fixed.
That's right.
Did you know that?
No.
No one knew it except me and a couple of the men in my department, and we kept it a secret. Now, how did Jones know it?
Well, it might have been a stab in the
Oh,
dark.
is that so? Read the article. It's written as if Jones had been an eyewitness to the break. Worse than that, as if he had taken part in it.
Now, look here, Mr. Russell. You don't think...
I don't think anything. But there's something funny going on, and I want Jones followed. Day and night.
I tell you, the heat's on, killer. They just slapped a 25,000 buck reward on you.
Raising the ante, huh?
Yeah, and there's two guys tailing Jones. Why, every time he moves out of the joint, there's two bulls on him. How have you seen them?
That's right, killer. I've seen them, and they're tailing you, too, every night.
We got to scram, boss. We got to get out of here.
What do you say, killer? This heat's getting me.
Now, sit down and cool off. I got an idea.
Yeah, what?
What's on your mind, killer?
I've just been thinking. Supposing Killer Mannion happened to get shot.
Huh?
The heat'd be off, wouldn't it? If Mannion was croaked, the cops would all settle down to sleep again.
Oh, boss, we wouldn't want you to do nothing like that.
What are you talking about?
Bumping yourself off just for us. It ain't worth the sacrifice.
Oh, shut up, you dope. I ain't cooling myself off on nobody.
What you said...
Hey, boss, I think I'm getting it. You mean we croak this guy Jones and the coppers will think it's you?
That's it. What do you think, Red?
Great idea, boss. When do I plug him?
Now, take it easy. We got to make this thing look good. You see, we ain't going to plug Jones at all. We're going to let the cops do it.
How you going to fix it, boss?
Leave it to me. By tomorrow morning, Jones will be as cold as a cucumber.
I don't get it, boss.
You're not supposed to get it. I don't expect you to get anything. All the brains you've got are in your trigger finger.
Oh, gee, boss, thanks.
Where's Jones tonight? He ought to be here, oughtn't he?
No, I let him have the night off. His boss is giving a big dinner for him. Poor Jonesy. You know, he's a kind of a nice little guy at that.
Yeah, he was. I ain't ever met him.
That's a shame, ain't it? A fella like that to go so soon. Kind of makes me sad.
Me too. What time do we have him rubbed out, boss?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you our guest of honor, the man who looks like Mannion, Mr. Wilbur Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be with you this evening because I know you're all interested in the articles I'm writing about Killer Mannion. To write those articles, folks, a writer really has to live with the character he's writing about. Why, when I sit down to my typewriter, I always have the feeling that Mannion himself is right there with me. Yes, sir. Oh, but then it's always been natural for me to write such about crimes and criminals. Why, when I was a journalism student years ago, my articles about the local jug put me at the head of the class. Jughead Jones, I was known as an end. But that's another speech.
Yeah, and a long one.
And I just want to say that if Killer Mannion could know what I have in mind to write about him next, he'd have one of his hoodlums right here in this audience ready to shoot me and... Oh, my gosh. He got me. I'm shot. Get a doctor.
Oh, here,
yes.
here. Take it easy, Wilbur. It was just a photographer's flash bulb exploding.
I sure am glad you told me that was just a photographer's bulb exploding there tonight. Jesse, how'd you catch on so quick?
I guess I know a flash in the pan when I see one. Anyway, Wilbur, that was a wonderful speech tonight.
Oh, I guess it was all right.
All that about feeling like Killer Mannion. Now I know what was the matter with you that time.
What time?
The time I came up and gave you the castor oil. You remember?
Oh, that time. Oh.
Sure.
Oh.
Why, you were living the character, weren't you? You were Killer Mannion that night.
I certainly was.
You know, I sort of liked you that night.
Huh? You did?
Why, sure. You were so masterful.
I was, huh?
Sure. That's what a woman likes, Wilbur. A masterful man. I had all I could do to hold your nose when I gave you the castor oil. Well, good night, Wilbur. I'll see you on the corner in the morning.
Sure, I'll be there.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it? Look at that moon up there.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Look, Jesse, you say you like masterful men. Well,
Well, Wilbur?
Well, I was thinking, we've been engaged now for 12 years, and, well...
Yes, Wilbur.
Jesse, do you suppose it'd be all right if I kissed you goodnight?
Oh, Wilbur.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Whole Town's Talking. The following day dawns bright and clear. The day on which Wilbur Jones is to be rubbed out. Killer Mannion's trap has been well laid, and the unsuspecting Wilbur is about to put his foot in it.
Sit down, Jones. I want to speak to you.
I can't stop now, Mr. Mannion. I got to get to the office. I've got to get out the McIntyre account.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
But Mr. Seaver will be mad.
You don't have to worry about him either. After today, Jonesy, you won't worry about nothing.
I won't?
No, Jonesy. I've been pretty hard on you. I got no business to ask favors of you, but I got a hunch, Jonesy. You see, I'm like a lot of other great guys, Jonesy. I act on hunches.
Yeah, I kind of do myself sometimes. I mind one time in Peoria.
Listen, Jonesy, I got a hunch that I'm never going to get out of this town alive.
Oh, that'd be too bad, I guess.
When Red and I make our break tonight, I got a terrific hunch that we ain't going to make it.
You're going to try to leave town tonight?
Jonesy, if I let you go now, will you promise not to tell? If I let you walk out of here right now, can I depend on your sportsmanship? Not to tell the cops or anybody about our trying a getaway tonight?
Well, if it's a matter of honor, Mr. Mannion, you can trust me.
See, that's swell. Now, before you go, Jonesy, I want you to do me and me old lady a favor.
Your old lady?
My mother.
Have you got a mother?
Sure, Jonesy. A little gray-haired lady. What do you say, Jonesy?
Well, if it's a favor for your mother.
That's the stuff. Now, you see this envelope, Jonesy?
Yeah.
Well, there's $10,000 in this envelope. I want you should take it to the First National Bank and put it in a safe deposit box. Then, when they croak me, I want you should take it out and send it to my mother. Her name and address is inside the envelope with the money. Will you do this one last thing for me? Will you?
Well, I'll do it for your mother.
Gee, that's swell. Thanks, Jonesy. Now you better get going. The First National. And don't forget it.
Yeah, but what about my pass? My letter from the district attorney. You took it from me last night. Where is it?
Gee, Jonesy, I've been careless. I lost it.
Lost it? But how will I get to the First National Bank without being stopped? Who do you think I am, the Invisible Man?
Yeah, I thought of that. You can stick on a disguise. I've done it myself lots of times. Here, look. You see?
What is it?
It's a mustache. Here, I put it on you. How's it feel?
It tickles.
Look at yourself in the glass, Jonesy. Would you know yourself?
Say, it does make a difference, doesn't it? I don't look like the same man. I look kind of like Ronald Coleman.
They wouldn't know you in a million years. Now get going. As soon as you planted the dough for me, you're a free man.
Okay, I'll do it.
Stick the dough in your poke.
Where?
Your poke, your pocketbook, wallet.
Oh, okay. So long, Mr. Mannion.
So long, Jonesy, and good luck. Hello. Give me the police department.
That was nice work, killer. I'd have fallen for it myself.
Shut up. Hello, police department. I got a tip for you. Mannion's on his way to the First National Bank. He's going to pull a job single-handed. He's wearing a black hat and a phony mustache. Yeah, and you better shoot on sight because he's got a gun.
Hello, Boyle. Boyle, this is Spencer. We've just had a hot tip. Mannion's going to stick up the First National. Put 20 men with machine guns just inside the door. When he walks into the bank, let him have it.
I beg your pardon, officer. Can you direct me to the First National Bank?
Right over there, buddy.
Thank you very much. Boy, what a disguise. Never even recognized me.
Hello, Wilbur. What are you doing with that mustache on?
Jessie.
Where'd you get it, Wilbur? You didn't grow it overnight, did you?
Jessie, keep quiet. Don't say a word.
What are we being so quiet about?
Listen, I've got to get to the First National Bank.
What's that got to do with you wearing a mustache?
Nothing. I'm in disguise.
Not as far as I'm concerned, you're not.
Oh, look, Jessie, let me alone, will you? I've got an errand to do for a little old lady.
How old?
I don't know, but I've got to get to that bank.
Well, come on, I'll go in with you.
All right, but don't speak to me.
Here's the door here. Go ahead, Wilbur.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Wait, it's gone.
What's gone? Your mustache?
No, the envelope with the money.
What envelope? What money?
Oh, I can't tell you. Oh, where did I lose that money? Where did I lose it?
Wilbur, what are you raving
I
about?
must have dropped it back at the apartment.
Wilbur, something's very fishy here.
Jessie, I can't explain it now. I've got to go home. Goodbye.
Wilbur! Wilbur, wait, Wilbur!
What do you mean he got away? Hello? Hello? I told you to get him when he walked into the bank. All right, never mind the excuses. I want Killer Mannion, and I want him today.
Let me in. I lost the money. Let me in.
Oh, hello, boss. Is it all over?
Who are you?
Me? What's the matter, killer? Don't you know me? I'm Harry.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Oh, boss, stop riding me. You told me to wait here till he bumped off Jones.
What did you say?
Jones? Is he croaked yet?
Croaked? No, I don't think so.
You should have let me get him, killer. I'd have pulled him off right.
Hey, I gotta get out of here. One side, Bud. Harry.
You want me to come along?
No, you stay here. I want to be alone for a while.
Hey, killer, what's the matter with you? You're talking funny, killer.
Funny? What's funny?
Is your voice changing, killer?
Yeah. I got a cold, see? My throat's sore. It's laryngitis.
Well, why don't you gargle with something?
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll go down to the drugstore and get something. Now, so long, Harry. Keep an eye on the joint.
So long, boss.
Just a minute, Wilbur.
Oh, my gosh. Out of my way, sister. I'm in a hurry, see?
You sit right down there and listen to me, Wilbur. What's this all about?
Yeah. What's it all about, killer? Who's the mom?
Don't pay no attention to her. She's just a scoit, I know. Come on, Jesse, scram.
A scoit. That's fine talk, Wilbur Jones.
Hey, killer, she's calling you Jones. His name ain't Jones, lady. He's Killer Mannion.
Oh, he is he?
Scram, Jesse, scram.
I will not scram. You're not fooling me, Wilbur. There's something going on here, and I want to know what it is.
Jesse, please.
Sit down. Sit down.
Hey, just a minute, lady. You can't talk to the killer like that. You want I should cool her off, boss?
No.
Give me the word, and I'll plug her.
Put that rod away. I'm running things around here, see? I'm the killer.
You're Wilbur Jones, and stop this nonsense.
I'm the killer. Killer Mannion. For heaven's sakes, believe me.
Oh, I'm getting all mixed up.
There's nothing to be mixed up about. I know this man. I ought to. I've been engaged to him for 12 years.
What? You never told me that, killer. Congratulations.
Thanks. Jesse, will you get out of here?
Not until we get this straightened out. You're in some kind of trouble, and I'm here to help you.
Jesse, you're helping me into my grave.
You know, this is very funny, killer.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, what's so funny about it?
Well, this dame says you're engaged.
Well, what of it?
Nothing, except I don't think your wife is going to like it.
Why, he hasn't got a wife.
No?
Sure I have. You remember, Jesse. I told you about Gordy.
Gordy who?
Her name is Mabel.
That's what I said.
My brain is in a whirl here.
Oh, it's no use, Wilbur. You might as well stop pretending. I don't know what your game is, but I'm tired of being it.
Oh, I need some fresh air. Can I open a window, boss?
Yeah, sure. Kick the wall down for all I care.
Yeah, thanks, boss.
Jesse, listen. We got to get out of here. This guy thinks I'm Killer Mannion.
Yes, and so do you.
I do not.
Well, then why do you keep talking like him?
Jesse, try to understand. If he thinks I'm Jones, he'll cool me off.
What?
Cool me off. Plug me. Kill me.
Hey, boss, look who's coming down the street.
Who?
The killer.
The killer?
Yeah, Killer Mannion. He just trying to... Today, say. Hey, wait. Something just come to me.
Now, listen, let me explain.
I got it. The killer's coming here now, and you say you're the killer. One of you is lying.
One of who?
Now I see it. You're Jones, ain't you? You're Wilbur Jones.
Certainly not. That must be Wilbur Jones coming up here now.
Don't tell me it's a killer.
How can he be the killer? There can't be two killers, can there?
No.
Well, then he must be Jones. Because if he ain't Jones, then I'm Jones, and I can't be Jones because I'm the killer.
Talk slow. I'm getting rattled.
It's simple, Harry. Jones must have busted away from the molecules at the bank.
Huh?
They turned a typewriter on him, and he took it on the lamb back here.
Yeah.
The heat is on, and the bulls are on his tail. The joint will be swarming with dicks, and we'll all be sent to the jug.
Now you're talking like the killer.
I am the killer.
Are you sure? We can't make no mistakes now.
I'm the killer. This guy coming up is Jones.
Okay, that's all I want to know. When he comes in, I'll let him have it, huh?
Wait, no, don't shoot him.
Huh?
Just bop him on the head with your gas.
Oh, I get it. Humane, huh?
There he is.
Okay, I'll open the door.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Jones. I got him, killer. Did I do good?
Ah, you did fine, Harry.
Hey, what's the matter with the killer?
Oh, he's okay. He just fainted.
Just a minute, boys. You can all get your pictures of Mr. Jones if you just take your time. Boys, you can quote me as saying that we've rounded up Mannion's whole gang, thanks to Mr. Jones here. And I take great pleasure in announcing that Mr. Jones is therefore entitled to the full reward of $25,000.
Jessie, $25,000.
Oh, Wilbur.
You know what that means, don't you?
What, Killer? What, Wilbur?
Well, it means that you and me, you and I, well, my ship has come in.
Go on, dearie.
Jessie, I've been meaning to ask you, do you believe in, would you like to be my first mate?
Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Kay Francis and Warren Williams in My Bill. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Fibber, Magee, and Molly appeared tonight through the courtesy of the makers of Johnson's Wax. Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as District Attorney, Huey Robinson as Red, Edwin Max as Harry, and Ralph Sedan as Fibber. Our music is directed by Louis Silver, and your announcer has been Melville Roy. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
That's me and my father, Will Rogers. He taught me a lot of things when I was a boy, and I'll always remember what he said about food. Know what's in it before you eat it. I know exactly what's in grape nut cereal because it's so simple. It's just natural wheat and barley with vitamins added, and it's baked into crunchy little nuggets that even look simple. So if you're looking for something good with breakfast, I got a simple answer for you. Grape nuts, the simple cereal.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
That's wind you're hearing. A special kind of wind that only blows in high and dangerous places. The wind the old Indians call the ghost wind. When you hear it, it means trouble, and real trouble. Because you only hear it when you're way, way up in the peaks, up in the top of the Rockies, where a man is really on his own, where he's all alone, with danger. When I hear it, I'm reminded of one of the most exciting and unusual adventures Henry and I ever had. A hair-raising story about the bare, silent places and empty air and the fiercest birds in the world. I call it In the Eagle's Nest. Yeah, come in.
Lieutenant Larson reporting, sir. Pilot, United States Special Aeronautical Survey Department. Helicopter Division attached to...
Sure, Ted. I know all that. You go through that whole speech every time I see you. We're not that formal out here in the wild, you know.
Sorry, sir. I kept forgetting. It's just that at cadet school Well, I have something special to report.
Good news or bad?
Well, I don't know for sure.
Now sit down. Let's talk it over.
Thank you.
Okay, shoot.
Well, sir, you know I've been taking the helicopter on some pretty long flights lately, finishing up the aerial photographic survey for the ranchers. And for the last week or so, I've always swung around through Lost Canyon. It saves dodging a lot of those high peaks.
Yeah, it's pretty wild country.
Yes, only one cabin in the entire area.
I know. Let's see, that's where old man Margrave lives. And all alone. Must be 80 if he's a day.
That's what worries me.
Why?
Well, the old fellow usually runs out and waves when he hears the copter, or I see smoke from his chimney. But I haven't seen him or the smoke for a week.
Is your helicopter ready to fly right now?
Yes, sir. I can take off any minute. Why?
Lieutenant Larson, sir, we're paying a call on old man Margrave right now.
There it is, right down there. Can you see it?
I can just make it out, I think. Is that it, by that stand of pines?
Yeah. Now all I have to do is land.
What's the matter? Did you forget Al?
No. It's the updraft. In these canyons in the hot weather, it's rough business. So hang on. Hold on tight, but don't sit too rigidly.
I'll do my best. Whoop! Hey, we're going up again. I thought we were going down.
That's that updraft I told you about.
Oh, you mean the ghost wind?
The what?
I'll tell you later.
Right. Well, we made it.
And just about time, too. I don't like the look of things here.
Yeah, me neither. Kind of lonely. Quiet, too, isn't it?
Too quiet.
Sure is a ramshackle old building. First time I ever saw it from the ground level.
Nobody home. Let's try the door.
Look. Is he dead?
I don't know. Look at those rope marks. But he's been tied up in that chair for days. You got a first aid kit in the copter?
Sure.
Well, go get it while I cut these ropes off.
Right.
Poor old fellow. There we are. Mr. Margrave. Mr. Margrave, can you hear me? It's the forest ranger. Still alive. Mr. Margrave, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
The greatest treasure our country ever had. I got to save it, protect it, keep it for all our treasure.
Mr. Margrave.
Here you are. Is he gone?
No. Rub his wrist, and then his ankles, where the ropes were. I'll break one of these ammonia vials under his nose.
Ranger, is that you?
Yes, Mr. Margrave. I'm here to take care of you.
Oh, thank you.
Now, don't try to talk too much. How do you feel?
Just tired. Very, very tired. Those men, so cruel. I wanted the treasure, but I didn't tell. Safe now. Must rest. Ranger.
Yes?
The seventh brick. The seventh.
What about the seventh brick?
He's out.
I'm afraid so. Malnutrition and shock and fright. I don't think he was tortured or injured, other than those rope wounds.
He looks like a mighty sick man to me.
He is. Can you carry 3 in the copter?
Yeah, if I have to.
Well, this is it, then. I'll hold the old fellow as best I can, brace him with my arms and legs, and you fly us back to Knotty Pine as fast as that contraption of yours will go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot. The seventh brick. That was a clue, a message you wanted me to get.
The fireplace's brick.
Oh, of course. Here's the 5th, 6th, 7th brick in the top row. It's loose.
You're lifting it right out.
And underneath is a little black notebook filled with tiny writing. That's the clue I needed. Let's go. Knotty Pine Hospital and fast.
Okay, I'll take his feet and you take his head and shoulders. You got the book?
In my pocket. You ready? Easy now. That's right. There we go. A little more.
We'll have him there in no time. Why,
There they are.
Who?
The men we're going to bring to justice. But right now, our job is to get this poor old fellow to a hospital.
Here we are. Lift him right in.
Up with it. That's it. There he is.
I figure we can make it to Knotty Pine in 20 minutes.
Good. Don't waste any time. Fire away for now. You'll settle with me later.
Where are they?
Out of sight up the canyon.
Are they firing at us?
No.
What are they firing at?
I think I know, but I can't be sure yet.
Hawk?
Yeah?
Hawk, I hate to think of hurting that harmless old man like that. Why, he couldn't have hurt a flea.
Quiet. She's coming back. Keep quiet. I gotta take good aim.
You missed her.
I don't care whether I hit her or not, you dummy. Or him either. I just want to scare him so bad they'll go away and not come back. Then we can investigate their happy home in peace and quiet.
Don't look like they're ever gonna go away. For keeps, that is.
They'll go, all right. After I fire this rifle at him a few more times.
I suppose. I still hate to think of that poor old man.
Yeah, poor old man, my eye. You want to get rich, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, the old geezer said there was a priceless treasure out there, didn't he?
I
Didn't
guess
he?
so.
Yeah. You guess so? Is that all you can say? I guess so?
I guess so. I just hate to think of that old guy. That's all. I hate hiding in this cave day after day. I'm afraid maybe the law was in that heliocopter. I don't like shooting at him. Most of all, I don't like that wind. The ghost wind, they call it. The ghost wind.
I never heard of that ghost wind either, Lieutenant. But you can be sure that Bill has. He knows just about every single thing there is to know about the West.
Ghost winds, rifle shots, lost treasures, old men tied up in cabins. The whole thing has me buffaloed. Why, when I think of that old gentleman...
I've been thinking about him, too. In fact, I've been praying for him. He and Bill have been in this hospital here a long time now, it seems to me.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've been praying, too.
And your prayers have been answered. Old man Margrave, only I should say Dr. Margrave, is sleeping comfortably now. Doc says all he needs is food and rest. We found him just in time.
Did you say Dr. Margrave?
I sure did.
Doctor? He didn't have any patients up there in Lost Canyon, did he? Nobody lives there but him.
He had patients, all right.
Who?
I'll tell you later. Right now, we have to work fast. Henry, is your football outfit down at school?
Sure.
Well, run down there and get it. Then hurry back to my office. The whole thing. Shoulder pads, hip pads, heavy shoes, heavy socks, pants. Better bring 2 pairs of pants and about 3 jerseys.
What am I going to do?
Lieutenant, do you suppose you could get one of those round, clear plastic helmets over at the air base that would fit Henry here?
Sure, but...
They're pretty strong? Strong enough to resist a sharp blow?
Well, you can bounce a hammer off them, but...
Good. Get one. Do they have those heavy insulated gloves that the electricians wear over there at your place?
Well, I think so,
Well, get
but...
a pair. I'll see you both at Ranger headquarters in about a half an hour.
Okay.
Right, sir.
Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to the storehouse for 500 feet of 1-inch extra strong hemp rope. Then I'm going to the butcher shop for 10 pounds of chopped raw beef. We've got to hurry up and save old man Margrave's treasure. Well, here we are. Did you get all the stuff I asked for?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sure, Bill. Only...
Yes, I've been scratching my head for an hour, trying to figure things out.
All right, let's begin at the very beginning. We know 2 men tied up Dr. Margrave and tried to get his secret out of him.
Did the old man tell you?
No, he was too sick, too tired to talk.
Well, how did you know that...
I know the old man doesn't smoke. But there were cigar butts and cigarette butts on that cabin floor. That would ordinarily mean 2 men. Just to double check, I looked at the ground outside the cabin, and there were the tracks of 2 men, clear as day in the sand. One man was wearing heavy logger's boots, and the other wore moccasins.
Bill, what else did you find out?
A cartridge that you stepped on right outside the door of the old man's cabin. It was a valuable clue. I measured it with my calipers and micrometer here at the office and found out a funny thing.
Oh, what's that?
That shell was fired recently, you can still smell the powder, from a 10.75 millimeter express rifle.
Never heard of one.
It's an odd size, I admit. It fits a high-velocity express rifle. Kind usually used only for very big game. Probably the rifle we're looking for is a Mauser or a Mannlicher Schoner.
Hey, I know a man who has one of those fancy Mannlicher, whatever it is, rifles. It's the only one I ever saw.
Yeah, I know him, too.
He's that man, the tough fellow named Sanderson. The one they call Hawk.
Right. Lieutenant, did you notice old man Margrave's chair, the one where they had him tied, was over by the north window, facing out toward that big cliff?
Well, yes.
So?
Ah, the secret treasure. It's something to do with the cliff.
Right, and that's where we're going, just as soon as I explain my plan.
To the cliff?
The cliff?
Almost to the top.
Hey, Banjo Eyes, wake up. We may have work to do soon.
Okay, Hawk. I was only kind of closed my eyes for a minute, like.
For an hour, you mean. Hey, listen. They haven't been back since the last time I shot at them. Maybe they're gone for good. We'll wait a little longer and then go up and get that treasure.
What is it, Hawk?
I got it figured out from the way the old guy acted. It's diamonds. That's what it is, a whole pack of them. That's a thing he could hide up there easy.
Diamonds?
That's the way I got it figured. Keep a watch out. They might come back, you know.
Okay. Hey, Hawk. Hey.
What?
What about the old man, eh?
We'll fix him after. We got time.
But, Hawk.
Yeah?
Suppose them cops come after us. Hey, Hawk?
We're way out in Lost Valley, stupid. Nobody knows we're here. Nobody knows who we are. And they'll never find out. Never.
Hold it a second. Ranger headquarters, Knotty Pine. Yeah? Yeah? Well, Right. Yeah. Right. Thanks. That was the state capitol. I wired in for some information. Hawk Sanderson has a criminal record a mile long, and he's wanted for armed robbery right now. He has a buddy named Banjo Eyes Brunson, kind of a stupid man.
And he wears moccasins.
Well, now we know who they are, but not what they're after.
We know that, too. But let me tell you. Old man Margrave is a doctor of philosophy. His life work has been the study of birds. I found all this out from that little black book. It's his diary. For about 20 years now, he's devoted all of his time to the study of the great American bald eagle.
Our national emblem. Why, they're extinct almost.
Exactly. They're very rare, extremely rare. And a pair with a nest full of young eagles would be something more valuable.
Hey, you know, I've seen them. A pair of them. They have a nest right near the top of that sheer cliff that's right behind the old man's cabin. They're terribly big birds, and they're bald eagles. Say, you know...
Let me read from the old man's diary. Thursday, clear and warm. Found the unmistakable traces of the second eggshell today.
Right at the foot of the cliff below the nest. This means 2 fledglings have been born. Friday, clear and warmer. Found the 3rd eggshell fragments today, a clutch of 3 young eaglets. I am excited and happy. 2 men dropped in to visit. Couldn't help telling them I'd found a priceless treasure. They acted so strangely, I was afraid to tell them any more, but did indicate that the nest up on the cliff face had something to do with it. Don't want them to harm the fledglings. Saturday, cloudy and colder. Both eagles bringing food to the nest. These are the first 3 young eaglets reported in over 30 years. I am very happy.
I can see those same 2 men coming back. The larger one has a rifle. They act so oddly, they alarm me. I only hope they don't harm the young birds, or worse yet, frighten away the parent birds, so the youngsters will starve. That would be a tragedy indeed.
Is that it?
That's it.
And he was willing to die to keep the secret of those young birds. Bill, what can we do?
Well, 2 things. First, feed those babies. That firing you heard was undoubtedly done by hawk and banjo-eyes.
To scare away the big birds.
Exactly. An eagle can be a dangerous opponent, especially if you're trying to get too near its nest. But if the birds were frightened away with rifle fire, Hawk and his pal would have no trouble.
But if those young birds aren't fed, they'll die. I still can't figure out why those men tortured the old doctor.
I have a pretty good idea. When the old man began to talk about treasure, their minds immediately would think of jewels or money. And when Margrave mentioned the nest, then wouldn't talk anymore.
Yeah, they'd think he'd hidden something in the nest. Gold, maybe. Or money.
Right. And they tried to make him talk, and he wouldn't. They decided to scare the big birds away and find out for themselves.
Yeah, and let the little baby birds die.
I'm afraid men like that wouldn't care about what happened to any young birds.
But these baby birds are important to our country.
Which is one reason why we're going to try and save them.
There's the cabin.
And way over there's the nest.
Yep. Fly as close as you can, Lieutenant.
Right, sir.
I don't see anything of those men.
No, but I'll bet they see us.
Hey, what's that? Like I was afraid of all along. It's that flying machine.
Get back in a cave. They'll never see us.
What'll we do?
Just keep quiet and wait. It takes a man with a lot of brains to catch the hawk.
That's what worries me most.
What?
Maybe they have a lot of brains.
To get near the nest, we have to fight that updraft again, so hang on.
Sure it comes in gusts.
You're telling me. There's your nest.
I can see into it. There's 1, 2, 3 little birds. They look mighty weak.
If they haven't been fed for a couple of days, they are weak.
Why can't we just throw the food in?
Lots of reasons.
I can't get any closer than this. Don't dare run a chance of having my lifting blades nick the side of the cliff.
Oh.
The ghost wind plus the wind from the prop blades would scatter the meat before it got near the nest.
Oh.
And look up. You see that overhang? The cliff bulges out right over where the nest ledge is.
Only about 4 square feet of level space on that ledge. There's no room to land. Watch it. Don't shift your weight any more than you can help it. I'm going up. I'm going to try to beat this updraft. I mean the ghost wind. Up we go. You don't have to be afraid of a helicopter.
I'm afraid of that there heliocopter. What's it swooping and zooming around here for?
I don't know.
Are they looking for us?
Nah.
I ain't so sure.
Well, I am.
Suppose they are looking for us.
I got this rifle here, ain't I?
Yeah.
I won't let myself be caught while... Hey.
What?
Sounds like they're going away.
Wow. It's cold up here.
Cold?
Me too.
Henry here has on 2 pairs of football pants, 3 pairs of heavy wool socks, 3 football jerseys, shoulder pads, hip pads, heavy cleated shoes, and he's cold.
It isn't me. It's that ghost wind.
Yeah, I know. It blows here along the face of the cliff and on the cliff top all the time. Even on a still, calm day, it never stops.
Scientifically, it's an updraft caused by the warm air of the valley coming in contact with the cliff face, which acts like a chimney, so the warm air rushes up the cliff to the top where it's colder. Scientifically...
Yeah, because nobody knew where it came from. For why it whistles and howls even on a windless day. Well, the Indians call it the ghost wind. It is ghostly.
Hey, while you've been gabbing, I've been at work. I made a bowline knot in the end of this rope. Put one foot in the loop, Henry, and tie this short rope around your waist and around the big rope.
Why? What's...
You're going over the cliff. Fasten that helmet on him, Lieutenant. Put on those heavy gloves, Henry, and hang that bag of chopped beef on your belt.
Oh, sure, but... Well, what's...
We're too heavy. It'll take a youngster like you to swing down there safely. Now, I've got the big rope snubbed around this old pine tree here, and the lieutenant and I'll lower you down. When you're opposite the nest, shout, and we'll tie it off.
I get it. Sure. Hey, my voice sounds kind of funny in this helmet.
Then yank at the rope until you get yourself swinging, so you can swing yourself in under the cliff bulge and get a foothold on the ledge.
Right, Bill. Then I'll just dump the food in the nest.
No, feed each eaglet by hand. They can't eat any other way. Just drop pieces of meat in their mouths.
Oh, boy. I never thought I'd be a waiter in the Eagle restaurant.
Or in charge of an eagle nursery.
Hey!
Come on, over you go. That's it. Easy now.
Hey! What if those eagles come back?
I don't think they will. If they do, just duck your head and fold your arms over your face. They can't hurt you with all that padding. They don't attack with their beaks. You're too big for them to carry away.
I just hope those eagles know that. Lower away. Well, here's the nest. Man, sure is a long way to the ground down there. This ghost wind keeps blowing me around. Oh, well, I gotta start swinging there. Good thing I took rope climbing in gym. Let's see. We pull and swing. Pull and swing. Oops, almost made it. Once more. Pull, swing. Made it. Now then, lunchtime. Gotta get this sack open there. Lunchtime, little birds. Boy, they sure are hungry. I must look like an eagle. Man, why they eat that whole bag full in about 2 seconds? Phew. I guess it's time for me to start back. So long, eagles. Here I go, out into nothing. I hope this rope holds. Ooh, it's still a long way to the ground. Oh, well. I'll yell to Bill so he can pull me back up. Okay? Okay!
Hey, there's the signal. We'll pull him up now.
Right.
Take it slow. Bill! Yeah?
Bill, look at the rope.
Yeah, I see it. Stop pulling.
Oh, those sharp rocks down there where the cliff bulges, they're just like knives.
Right.
When we pull the rope up, they cut and shred the rope just like razors.
Yeah. The rope slides down all right, but we can't pull it up without shredding it apart.
But, Henry...
Only one thing to do.
What's that?
We'll just lower the boy all the way down to the floor of the valley. I brought more than enough rope to reach that far, just in case of an emergency like this. Henry's aerial elevator is going down. All right, start lowering. Lower away there. Lower. Lowering. Lowering.
It's nearly noon. Sun's high.
Yeah.
I'm sick of this whole business. I have half a notion to...
Hey, look, that shadow. Right in front of the key. I'm going to see if I can find out what it is.
See anything?
Hey, it's a man on the rope. No, it's a boy. It's that youngster, the forest ranger. The ranger. That boy there on the rope means the ranger's in this, too.
Oh, me. They're after us.
Maybe so, maybe not. Just to be on the safe side, we'll get the boy. He'll land right outside this cave.
What'll you do with him?
I don't know, but I do know the ranger will never do anything to us if we have that boy. Keep still now. He's almost to the ground. I'll keep him covered with the rifle.
There he is.
Put your hands up and come in here. In here and quick, you.
What are you doing?
I'm holding you as a hostage.
You can't. Force me to arm you. Get up on top of that cliff right now. They know who you are, what you did.
Shut up.
Hawk, he's only a kid.
You keep quiet, too. I'll handle this.
But the ranger.
You may never live to see the ranger.
Oh, yes, he will. Grab him, boys.
Hey,
Push
let
that
go.
rifle out of his hand. I've got his arms pinned. Push it loose. That's it. Now point it at him. Watch the trigger.
What are you trying to do here?
Get up yourself,
What's wrong with you?
Sanderson.
Why, you banjo out.
You banjo is going straight from now on. I'll take my medicine, and I'll fight old men and boys. Stand still there, you Hawk. What do you do now, son?
Right now, you and I keep Hawk covered. Now we wait for the ranger. And thanks.
Look up, way up there in the sky. There they are, the father and mother eagle. They've been carrying food to the nest every day. So I know the eaglets are doing well.
We're all glad. And just think, only 2 weeks ago, Hawk and...
Hey, what happened to Hawk and his pal, anyway?
Hawk will get a long sentence, but Banjo-Eyes, although he must be punished, will certainly be considered because of the way he helped Henry here.
And the eaglets are safe.
Yes, thanks to Henry and his adventure in the Eagle's Nest. Well, that's about it. The Eagles grew up, and guess what? We even got a letter from the president thanking us for what we did. But a forest ranger can never rest, so see you next week for another exciting adventure with
Ranger Bill!
They were a strike force of different, daring, dangerous men who had to work together or die. Robert Shaw.
We're not commanders. We're deserters.
Harrison Ford.
There's no bridge in the world that can't be blown.
Barbara Bach. Edward Fox. Franco Nero. Carl Weathers. Richard Jaws Keel from Alistair MacLean's monumental bestseller, Force 10 from Navarone. Rated PG.
Now playing UA Cinema Center, Westwood, Holly Theater, Hollywood, and selected theaters.
2 of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Over here.
Swan's a soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The 6 hits and a miss. And George Burns and Gracie Allen. And now we take you to the Burns home, where George and Gracie are just finishing breakfast.
More cream, dear? Another slice of toast?
No, thanks.
Well, did you notice the toast wasn't burnt this morning? I finally had a man come up and look at the toaster.
Good. It's about time.
I made him take it apart and check the whole thing. He charged me $5, but it was worth it.
Found out what the trouble was, huh?
Mm-hmm. I was leaving the toast in it too long.
Oh, fine. For another $5, you could probably tell you why the waffle line doesn't make coffee.
Oh, George. Everybody knows that. There's a shortage of coffee.
Let's just drop the whole thing.
Oh, look there. Look out of the window.
Where? What?
There's Mr. Morton leaving for his office.
Oh, thrill divine.
Mrs. Morton is walking out to the gate with him. Now she's kissing him goodbye. George, have they been married to each other the same length of time?
course they have. Why?
Well, she kisses like they were just married, and he kisses like they've been married 8 years.
Gracie, you shouldn't watch your neighbors. It's not nice, you know.
You're right there. Oh, look, across the street, there's Fred Pomtag leaving for his office. And Mrs. Pomtag is kissing him goodbye. It must be heavenly.
Stop being silly.
George, I wish you didn't work at home. If you had an office, I could kiss you every morning.
Well, I do kiss you every morning.
I know, but you never give me the pleasure of kissing you goodbye.
Look, I don't need an office.
Well, we're just missing the best part of married life, that's all.
Darling, I have no use for an office, and believe me, we're not missing the best part of married life.
But in the movies, whenever Melvin Douglas is married, he always leaves for the office in the morning and kisses Irene Dunn goodbye.
Gracie, do I have to remind you that I'm not Melvin Douglas?
No, George, you don't have to remind me.
We've been married for years, and this is the first time you ever mentioned an office.
But I've thought about it. Yesterday, I sort of made believe that you were leaving for the office. I actually stood in front of the house and waved for 5 minutes.
Just waved to no one?
Well, not as it turned out. But they all finally left and went over to the USO.
Smart piece of waving. Good.
All the husbands of the girls in the club have offices downtown.
For the last time, sweetheart, I don't need an office downtown just to do our radio program. That little rumpus room we fixed up for me is fine.
Well, no, it isn't at all. At night, Blanche Morton can ask her husband if he had a hard day at the office. But how does it sound when I say, did you have a hard day in the rumpus room, dear?
Gracie, let's drop the discussion now.
But, George.
Now.
Oh, it's my darling little duck. I'm awfully glad you're here, Herman. Mama wants to ask you a question. Now, you're not very proud of your daddy, George, are you? But suppose your daddy had a great big swanky office. Then you'd be proud of him, wouldn't you?
I wonder if they'll ever draft ducks.
But, Herman, if your daddy has an office, he'll be a big, important man like those men who control the railroad. And then he'll take you on the choo-choo. My darling, that's the best imitation I ever heard. Mama's so proud of her clever little boy.
Oh, that's fine. A ham with drumsticks. Gracie, maybe you've got something with that office. At least I'd get away from that silly duck.
Oh, that's wonderful. You hear, Herman? Your daddy's getting an office. He's going to be a big businessman like Henry Kaiser. Do you know what Henry Kaiser built?
Herman, I'd just like to remind you one thing. The government needs fat. They need it for bullets and bombs, and they want us to take it to our meat dealers right now. Herman, what are you doing this evening? Go on.
George.
Beat it.
George, I'm going to run up and get my hat.
What did you say, dear?
I'm going to get my hat and we'll go right out and pick out an office.
Okay, dear.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. I'll be right back, George.
What's going on, George?
Oh, nothing. I'm going to work in an office.
Work in an office? George.
What?
If I catch you sitting on the boss's lap, I want my ring back.
Stop being funny. I'm going to rent an office for myself.
Oh, well, you're lucky I came over. I know a girl who's a great secretary. Her name is Gwendolyn.
Well, I don't want a secretary.
Oh, but she's great, George. Her shorthand is sensational. Listen, the other day I dictated a letter this fast. Now, get this. Dear Madam, in case you haven't heard about it, Swan is the new pure white floating soap that's great for washing the dishes. Because Swan gives you suds faster than any other floating soap, and that's true even in hard water.
Yeah, but I don't want a secretary.
And George,
you see,
Gwendolyn read that letter right back to me. She read it back to me in shorthand. She said, Dear Ma, Swa e nu white floso, da e grateful what the
Forget it. Look, I don't need a secretary. I'm just
But George,
a little
Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn is the Toscanini of the keyboard.
Really?
Yes,
Well,
she types 160 words a minute. You ought to see those beautiful white hands flying over the keys. And why do you think she has beautiful white hands, George? Why, Bill? I'll tell you, George. Well, sir, she uses Baby Gentle Swan for every soap and water job in the house. And no matter what you use Swan for, whether it's washing the dishes or some hankies, hose, and undies or anything, Swan is kind to your hands. That's why, George, and I'm glad you asked me.
Bill, I don't care if Gwendolyn uses Swan to play her mandolin.
George-
You see, I'm not using a
George,
secretary.
who will write your letters, answer your phone, and remind you of things you mustn't forget? Like the fact that Swan saves you money. Because with Swan in the house, you don't have to buy easily wasted package soap.
Okay. Stop talking. I'll hire her.
Hire her? You can't hire Gwendolyn. She's got a job. And she's crazy about her work.
Why did you do all that talking?
Well, George, I don't exactly hate my work either. Goodbye.
At breakfast, I'll bet he wears a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Oh, George, while I was putting on my hat, I was thinking how wonderful your office is going to be.
You are?
Mm-hmm. Monday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Monday night, you'll kiss me hello.
Oh.
And Tuesday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Tuesday night, you'll kiss me hello. And Wednesday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Thursday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Thursday night, you'll kiss me hello.
Wait a minute. I didn't come home from the office Wednesday night.
You didn't? Well, don't let it happen again.
What?
The idea of leaving your poor little wife home slaving
Oh,
over a hot
stop
stove while
it,
you're having a
stop it,
daytime in your office.
This is Paul Whiteman. Tonight, Jimmy Cash sings of a time we all hope will come soon, when the lights go on again. All right, Jimmy.
When the lights go on again, all over the world, and the boys are home again, all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love. When the lights go on again, all over the world, and the ships will sail again, all over the world, then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing. When the lights go on again, all over the
Gracie, this office building looks too expensive. I'm going across the street and try the other one. All I need is just a little cubby hole.
Well, I'll talk to the manager and see what he's got here.
Yeah, but don't look at anything too expensive.
Well, you don't have to worry, dear. You know what I always say? A pound of pennies is wise foolish.
Well, I know you always say that, but all I want is just a little cubby hole. I'll be right back.
Oh, all right. Oh, let's see now. Oh, here's the manager's office. Are you the manager?
Yes, indeed, little lady.
Well, my husband would like to rent one of your offices.
Oh.
Just a small cubby hole.
Oh.
Well, not too small, of course. Sort of a medium-sized cubby hole.
Oh.
You know, like an office, like a large office.
Oh.
He'd like a big suite with 3 big rooms.
Oh, well, I have the very thing you're looking for. Now, if you'll just sign this lease.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm much too careful to rush into anything that quickly.
Oh, I see.
Has this suite got windows?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, good. Where do I sign?
Right on that dotted line, little lady. Here's a pen.
Thank you. Gracie Allen Burns. There you... Oh, my goodness. This lease is for 99 years.
Is something wrong?
Well, you see, my husband is a very healthy man, and he'd be upset if the lease expired before he did.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't worry about it, little lady. Now then, what kind of office furniture will your husband require?
Well, I don't know. What do you usually put in your offices?
Oh, it all depends on what the office is used for, madam. Could be desks and steel files, a cabinet for law books, a dentist's chair, an operating table, a stock ticker.
Well, that sounds satisfactory.
Which?
All of them.
All of them?
Of course.
Little lady, do you happen to be married to Orson Welles?
Oh, no. His name is George Burns, and that's the name I want on the door. George Burns Limited.
With that office equipment, I hardly think he will be.
I'll say. What?
I said with that
never mind. I think I'd like to see the suite now.
Oh, yes, of course. It adjoins my own office. Just right out this door, if you please.
Oh, here's my husband. Now we can see it together.
Gracie, I saw the cutest place across the street for only $25 a month, just exactly what I wanted.
Wait. I want you to see the little place I picked out.
You picked out?
Uh-huh. All right, Mr. Manager, open it up.
Gladly.
There. Isn't it snug? Isn't it cozy?
Snug? Cozy?
Yes. And just think, it's yours for 99 years.
Oh. What an office. 6 filing cabinets, 5 desks, 12 chairs. What a job moving this furniture in here.
George, you'll have to move it all out again.
Move it out? Why?
It spoils the echo.
Look. Gracie, will you sit down? All I wanted was one little room. And I've got an office you could hide a flying fortress in.
Oh, but now I can kiss you every night when you come home. If you had a little office, I'd just give you one little kiss. But you've got a big office with 3 big rooms, so I'll give you 3 great big kisses.
Well, glad you didn't rent the whole floor. I'm not as young as I used to be. That's funny. Who knows we're here?
Well, it's probably the girls from the employment agency. I told them you'd want a secretary.
Now, wait a minute. All I wanted was just a little cubby hole.
Well,
I don't
all
want
big men have secretaries, George. You can take one of these girls temporarily, and then later on you can hire somebody more experienced, like Secretary Morgenthau or Secretary Hull.
Look, Gracie.
Come in. We're from the Acme Agency. Are you the party who's looking for a secretary?
Oh, yes, I'll interview you both. Your name is?
Lucille Helt. I'm very good. I'd still be working if my last boss hadn't been drafted. Before he was drafted, he was in women's dresses.
Well, I suppose it takes all kinds to make an army. Lucille, what would your salary be?
Well, 20 a week.
20 a week? Oh, that's not enough. You should get at least 35.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Well, in fact, for a girl who's really a good secretary, I don't think $50 is too much, do you?
Oh, no, $50 would be fine.
Well, I'm sure you're capable, Lucille, but that's a little more than my husband can afford. Next girl.
Gracie, she said she'd work for...
Please. What's your name, miss?
Geraldine Bojo. And I'm very good at taking shorthand.
Well, I'll try you out. I'll dictate a short business letter to you. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
George Burns Limited. Dear Limited, we received your contents, and the 15th inch was duly noted. Thanking you in the past for advanced favors, we are. Now, read it back.
George Burns Limited. Dear Limited, we received your contents, and the 15th inch was duly noted. Thanking you in the past for advanced favors, we are.
Oh, I'm sorry, Geraldine, but that letter doesn't make a bit of sense. Next girl. Next girl. No. Oh, dear. She was the last one.
Well, good. Forget the secretary.
Oh, no, George. I'm going to keep trying until I find you a girl who is intelligent and capable and clever and... Well, I know just the girl.
Well, all right. Send her around next week.
Oh, why wait? I can start right now. Go ahead and dictate.
You?
Yeah, me.
Oh.
hits and a miss, and the boys in the band, and one of Jerome Kern's and Johnny Mercer's very, very best, Dearly Beloved.
This office is ridiculous, Gracie.
Miss Allen, please.
Huh?
Well, I'm just your secretary now, so you better call me Miss Allen. Or Toots.
Toots.
Yeah, and I'll call you GB.
GB?
That's office talk for George Burns. You know, your initials, GB.
I don't want you to call me GB.
But that's the way it's done, dear. My sister Bessie used to be secretary for a man named Philip Simmons, and she always called him FC.
I don't care what your sister Bessie did. All I wanted was a little cubbyhole.
It's fun being a secretary. I hope I don't make a great big fool of myself and fall in love with the boss.
Oh, stop. I'll be the laughing stock of all my friends.
Oh, don't you worry, dear. They laughed at all great men. They even laughed at Lincoln, but he went right ahead and invented the highway.
All right.
Don't get excited, GB.
And quit with that GB. GB. What is this? Probably the janitor. Come in.
Oh, wait, George. The secretary does the work. Come in.
Thanks.
Holy smokes, what a place.
Do you like our little office, Bill?
Well, yeah, I've always wondered how the Rose Bowl would look with a roof.
You haven't seen anything, Bill. Look at this.
Where's the barbecue pit?
I've got 3 rooms like this, and it's silly. I've got no business. No one wants to see me.
Oh, hey, excuse me, boys. I'm going out into the hall.
Gracie.
Yeah, I've got an idea.
George, why don't you get a smaller office?
Why? Because the landlord had Gracie sign a 99-year lease.
A 99-year lease? Why, he can't do that, George. Give me that phone. I'll break that lease for you.
Bill, how can you break the lease?
Listen, I didn't go to law school 2 months for nothing. Hello, landlord. I'm calling for George Burns. Now listen, you unethical, money-grabbing old... Me? I'm Bill Goodwin, and I'm telling you that if... You do? Well, gee, it is a wonderful soap, isn't it?
Bill, the lease. You said something about breaking the lease.
Yes, sir, landlord. That's exactly what I always say. Swan is the new, pure, white floating soap that's a honey for suds. Yes, sir, I never saw such suds in all my life. Fast, too.
Look, Bill, you came in, you said you had an
idea.
Oh,
your wife,
about,
too,
huh?
Well, why shouldn't she be? Especially since there's a little baby in the house. Swan's perfect for bathing the baby. It's as mild and pure as the finest Castile soap. That's what makes it so swell for your face and hands. Yeah, like peaches and cream.
The lease bill. Break it. Yes.
Break it. Oh, landlord, Mr. Burns suggests you break it.
Break it.
Yeah, break Swan in two.
Yes.
Use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework and put the other half in your bathroom for your shower or tub.
Look, Bill, you brought this on yourself.
Oh,
You see, I
that's
was
great.
minding my
Just great. A cake of Swan in every office? Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Well, that's a fine way to break a lease.
Now, wait a minute. You want to break the lease with a landlord who's going to give Swan soap to all his tenants? Why, shame on you. It's men like you who cause bottlenecks.
Leaving so soon, Bill?
Well, yes. Gracie, your husband is without a doubt. Who's your friend?
Oh, him? Well, he's the gentleman I found out here in the hall. What'd you say your name was?
William Murray?
Mr. Murray is going in to see George.
Oh, well, chins up, Mr. Murray. So long.
All right, Mr. Murray. GB will see you now.
Well, what do I want to see him for?
Well, Mr. Burns just opened this office, and you can be his very first customer.
But I can't afford to buy anything, lady. You see, what with the $25,000 ceiling and the fact that I ain't worked in 12 years.
Why, it won't cost you a cent. Everything is with our compliments, absolutely free of charge. Go right in. I'll wait out here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
How'd do?
How'd do?
Nice office you have here.
Thanks.
Big.
Yeah.
Mighty big.
Mighty big. Who are you anyway, and what do you want?
I'm your first customer.
Customer?
Yeah, I'm kind of in a hurry, so if you don't mind, I'll just take one and go.
Take one what?
I don't know. What business are you in?
Radio programs.
Well, you better give me just a small one. I don't use them very often.
Look, Bud, you must be in the wrong office. I don't give away any samples. Now, there's the door right there.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I took up your time.
That's all right. Goodbye.
In case I don't see you again, I'd like to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Out.
Well, did you enjoy your visit with GB, Mr. Murray?
He gave me a brush.
Oh, well, that's nice. Take care of it. You never know what they'll ration next. Come again.
Pardon me, miss. I'm looking for the office of Rubicam and Young, attorneys at law.
Well, go right in. GB will be glad to see you.
Oh, is GB Rubicam or Young?
Well, he's not young.
Well, then he must be Rubicam. I'll go right in. Good afternoon.
Yes, what is it?
I'd like to divorce my husband.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
You're the man I want.
Who, me?
Yes. I want you to go to Reno with me.
What?
I'll pay all your expenses.
Well, gee, this is very flattering, lady, but you see...
Then you'll go?
Well, look, I'm a married man. I...
What difference does that make? You're a lawyer, aren't you?
A lawyer? I'm no lawyer.
Oh, so you just wanted to hear my troubles, huh? Curious, huh?
Ouch!
Hereafter you can listen to Mr. Anthony.
What's going on around here?
This way, Mr. Davis. Another customer, GB.
So you've been sending in these people?
Lady, I'm sort of in a hurry.
Oh, and GB will take care of you right away, Mr. Davis.
Gee, lady, I don't know.
What is this? What does this guy want?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'm sort of in a hurry.
Oh, your worries are over, Mr. Davis. Just ask my husband about whatever's on your mind. Go on, ask him.
Okay. Hey, mister, is there a place on this floor where a fella could wash his hands?
Out. You and your ideas. This office will drive me crazy. And I'm stuck with a 99-year lease.
Oh, you worried about the lease? Well, I'll break it, that's all.
That's all, huh?
Well, where's the phone?
Just break it, that's all.
Hello?
Oh, boy.
Hello, is this the manager? Well, this is Mrs. Burns. I'd like to break my lease, please. You will? What? Oh, all right. Well, thank you very much. Goodbye. Well, it's all settled, dear. Come on home.
You mean you got me out of the lease?
Well, sure. All you have to do is pay him for 98 years.
98 years?
Mm-hmm. He's given us the last year free to keep our friendship.
Oh.
George and Gracie will be right back. So I'm just going to say this. One thing you can be sure of about Swan soap, it agrees with your skin. And while it's just common sense, if you've got to keep your hands in water dozens of times a day, you might as well be using a soap you know will be kind to your hands. Remember that about Swan, huh? Well, now here are George and Gracie.
Oh, well, after a day like that, it's sure nice to be home in bed. Thank goodness that fella finally tore up the lease. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night, GB.
I'll stop with that GB. From now on, that office talk is out.
All right, George. Well, PD.
PD?
That's office talk for pleasant dreams.
Oh.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Well, I, Swan, how about you? Well, I, Swan, how about you? Well, I, Swan, how about you?
Oh, sure you can't stay for more coffee?
It's late, and Jim never has a second coffee.
You know, I'd love another cup.
Jim never had seconds of my coffee. And I make pretty good coffee. But that night, we both discovered U-Ban.
U-Ban, special coffee, because it's made with special beans, 100% Colombian, for taste and aroma so deliciously rich.
Hey, how about seconds for me?
U-Ban, with richness worth a second cup.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Scrapper McGuire's Hero. The Green Hornet strikes again. two men sat on one of the bunks in a prison cell talking in low tones. Red Doyle, the older of the two, had decided during the few months they were together that young Curly Lambert was okay.
Well, Curly, they'll be come to let you out soon.
That's right, Red. Today's the day.
Yeah, I'd be sorry to see you leave in a way. You turned out to be good company as a cellmate.
It took you a long time to decide that, though, Red.
Well, when you first came in here with that high-class look and nice way of talking, I was kind of suspicious.
Sure, I know. But you can't play the con racket unless you have the looks and way of talking to go with it, Red. We were just in different rackets, that's all.
You know, another thing that made me suspicious was that I got 5 years for being in the racket I was caught at. And you was in for 6 months for a misdemeanor. Yet they stuck us into the same cell.
You soon found out about that, though.
Yeah. And the guard wised me up that they was overcrowded and had no place else to put you. Yeah, you didn't look any too pleased yourself, Curly.
I wasn't at first. But I got used to you. Tell me, that racket of yours, stealing small parts from war factories, it was rather risky, wasn't it?
It was risky for me, you can bet on that. I'm the dope who took the rap. Sitting here in stir while the others are going on making dough.
Red.
Huh?
How come you were the only one caught? I mean...
Why didn't I squeal on the others?
Yeah. Well, now, if you think I'm being too curious...
Oh, go on, kid. That's what I like about you. You wasn't the nosy kind. And I'll tell you why if you really want to know.
Okay, if you want to.
And there was 2 reasons. First, if I'd have squealed, I'd have been rubbed out. Second, they stowed away enough dough for me to make a good start later.
Did the racket break up when you were caught?
That's a laugh. It's going bigger than ever. You see, I was only one of the factory truck drivers. I got nabbed unloading the stuff at a certain place. But that was only one of the places the gang used.
I'd sort of like to get into something different. Good paying racket when I get out.
There ain't no better paying racket than that one, kid. Say, if you really want to get onto something like that, maybe I could put you wise.
Oh, I don't know, Red. Maybe you wouldn't want to put me in touch with
Why
them.
not? Nobody knows you better than I do. Now listen, when you get to the city, you go look up a guy by the name of Charlie Kane. Tell him I sent you, see?
Charlie Kane, huh?
Yeah. Now don't forget the name. He lives in the flat at 411 River Street.
I'll remember. Is he the head of the gang, Red?
Who, Charlie? Now, he's a foreman in the war plant. None of us ever knew who Charlie took his orders from. We just did what Charlie told us.
Oh? Well, I'll go see your friend, Charlie.
Yeah, you do that, kid. I'm sure he'll give you a start.
I just thought of something, Red.
What?
I'll let Guy know I'm really a friend of yours. Might not take my word for it.
Yeah, that's right. Charlie's cagey about meeting strangers. Wait a minute. Hey, look. You see this?
Looks like a lucky piece.
It is. Charlie gave it to me himself once. You'll know you're a friend of mine if you show him this. Yeah. Take it with you.
Sure is nice to be back in the old town. First thing for me to do is to get a room at the downtown hotel. Then I'll look up friend Charlie. I hope Red doesn't get
Look at
mad.
that kid!
Moses, the kid's falling right in the path of that truck. Maybe I can make it.
Hey, the boy will be killed. Hey, that guy's trying to save him. They'll both be hit.
Gonna be close. Here goes.
Hey, what happened?
Well, who's hurt?
I never saw anything like it.
They'd have hit him. I couldn't stop in time. I
think-
jammed the...
We're all right. How about it, son? Let me help you out.
I'm okay, mister. You kind of knocked the wind out of me for a minute. Hey, that was some tackling, mister.
Yeah, roll that boy right from in front of that truck.
Gee, mister, you saved my life. I don't know what to say, but thanks.
That's all right, son. Glad I made it. What's your name?
I'm Scrapper McGuire, a copy boy on the Daily Sentinel. Gee, mister, you're a hero.
Forget it, kid. So long. Be careful next time.
Hey, wait a minute, mister. You didn't tell me who you are. Hey, wait. I'm going to follow him and see where he lives. He's sure one swell guy. But the Sentinel ought to put his picture in the paper for saving my life like that. Gee, I know he came in here, but I don't know his name. Well, he's got to come out sometime.
Well, Scrapper McGuire. Now, what in heaven's name you hanging around this hotel lobby for, I'd like to know?
Oh, hello, Mr. Axford. I followed a man here, and I'm waiting for him to come out.
Sure, and I thought you were a copy boy, not a detective. Why should you be following a man?
Well, he's a hero, Mr. Axford.
A hero, is it?
Yep. He saved my life a while ago.
Saved your life, you say?
That's right. I was running across the avenue and I fell. I saw a big truck coming right at me, but I couldn't get up in time. All of a sudden, he came running from the sidewalk, made a flying tackle like a big football player, and rolled me out of the way.
Holy crow, Say now, Scrapper, you ain't just making this all up, are you?
Nope, honest, cross my heart, Mr. Axford. He left before I got here, so I followed him. I thought we ought to have his picture to put in the Sentinel or something.
Say now, that kind of thinking shows you have the makings of a good reporter, that it does. It would make a nice little story for the Sentinel.
I wish he'd come along. I should have been back long ago. Mr. Gunnigan's going to be wondering where I am. I've been gone now almost. Hey, look, over there.
What?
That's him, the guy who saved me, coming from the elevator now. He's going right on toward the street door. Come on. Hey, mister, wait! Oh, gee, there he goes.
Never mind, Scrapper. You go on back to the Sentinel. I'll grab a cab and follow you, hero, and bring back the story.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Axford.
Taxi! Taxi! See you later, Scrapper. So long.
So long, Mr. Axford.
Follow that cab that's turning the corner. Step on it.
Late that afternoon, Mike Axford entered the office of Britt Reed, well-known playboy and young publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Well, Axford, what's on your mind, if anything?
Reed, I ran onto something mighty funny this afternoon.
Really? What?
Well, 'twas this way. I was following a guy who saved Scrapper McGuire's life today.
Saved Scrapper's life? What do you mean?
Sure, and you can get that story from Scrapper later, Reed. Anyway, Scrapper thought his hero ought to have a write-up and a picture in the Sentinel.
Oh, I see. Go on.
Well, the guy went to a place on River Street. He went into a flat on the ground floor. As I got to the door and was about to knock, I heard voices inside. And what they were saying made me wait a minute to listen.
That's right. When'd you get out of stir? Got out this morning. Red gave me this to show you.
I gave that luck piece to Red myself. I guess you're okay, buddy. What's your name?
My friends call me Curly. Curly Lambert.
Curly, huh? Okay, Curly. Meet another friend of Red's. This is Limpy.
Yeah. Glad to know you, Curly.
Same here, Limpy.
Now you can open up and tell us why Red sent you here to see us.
Sure. Have to make a living. You get what I mean? Red thought maybe I could help out in your racket.
You don't look like the kind that goes in for rackets, fella.
You think Red would have sent me to you if I wasn't...
That's right, Charlie. Red wouldn't take no chances.
Okay, Curly, count yourself in. I'll give you all the dope later on. Where are you staying?
I'm staying in a room over on 3rd Street for the time being.
Well, I guess you're going to like working with us. Since you've been in stir once, you'll be sure to be careful. Limpy, get a couple of glasses. We'll have a shot or two with Curly here. Later on, we'll talk things over.
As about then, I decided I'd better scram out of there, Reed, without trying to talk to Scrapper's so-called hero. I thought you might be interested to hear about it.
Oh, I am interested, Acton, especially since you heard Red Doyle's name mentioned.
Sure, that's just it. I remember that Doyle case some months ago.
Yes, he was caught stealing small parts from that war plant. Evidently, the chap that Scrapper McGuire thinks is a hero is really a crook.
Just what I thought, Reed. Sure, and I heard him say he just came out of jail and wanted to join up in some racket or other with the other two.
Yeah, I know.
There's one thing more, Reed.
What?
He said he was staying in a room on 3rd Street.
So?
So he was lying, that he was. He's staying at the downtown hotel.
Well, that's interesting, too. That's a small hotel, but respectable. It's strange he should lie about where he lived to the men he wants to join up with. What was his name again?
Curly Lambert, I heard him say. Do you think we should tip off cops' headquarters about them?
Well, there's time for that, Axford. As a matter of fact, they haven't broken the law yet, so far as we know.
But I heard him say
Well, it
that
takes
they-
evidence, not hearsay, to get a conviction, Axford. I'll have a talk with Scrapper about what happened today. In the meantime, if you want to get down to the hotel and try to keep an eye on Curly Lambert, you might turn up the evidence that'll warrant calling in the police.
Sure, Reed. That's just what I'll do. I'll shadow that guy until he tries to pull something, then call the cops. Maybe we might get a scoop for the Sentinel out of it at that.
Leaving the Sentinel office, Axford went to the downtown hotel to shadow Curly Lambert. After a long wait, he saw Lambert go out and followed.
Sure, and he's turning into that side street. Probably going someplace to eat. Sure. There he goes into that eating place across the street. I'll just mosey inside myself for a bit of coffee so as I can get a good look at him.
As Axford started across the darkened street, he failed to notice the sinister figure closing up behind him. As he was about to step to the curb, he paused for a moment and stood trying to peer into the restaurant. Suddenly...
Don't move, Fatty.
Holy crap!
Quiet. Sure. Sure, now I'm being as quiet as a mouse.
So, you're following my friend Curly, huh?
Oh, me? No, me good friend. I'm just walking along. That is...
Yeah? Well, Snoopy, this will keep you from walking a while.
Oh!
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now back to our story. A short time after Axford was attacked, the phone rang in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
City room, Daily Sentinel.
Hello? Is Gunning in there?
No, sir. He's out right now.
Who's this talking?
Well, this is Scrapper McGuire, one of the copy boys, sir.
Listen, Sonny, is Mr. Reed around then?
Well, Mr. Reed's gone home. Can I take a message?
This is Sergeant Burke at police headquarters.
Oh, yes, sir.
When Gunnigan comes in, tell him to call me. Tell him Axford got clunked on the head by a thug a while ago. We have him down here.
Well, is he hurt?
He'll pull through, I guess. Only tell Gunnigan he keeps raving about following a crook named Curly something or other. We can't make head nor tail of what he's getting at. I thought Gunnigan knows, so have him call.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll tell him to call as soon as he gets here.
Okay, son. Thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Gee. He was following the man who saved my life today. I know he's not a crook. I'll leave a note for Mr. Gunnigan, then I'm going to the hotel and wait till I see Mr. Lambert. He'll tell me he isn't a crook. I know he will.
Meantime, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. He told about Axford's report on Curly Lambert.
Why you not let Axford tell police, Mr. Britt? Cato, Scrapper seems to have great faith in the man. Evidently he did save Scrapper's life. And therefore I'd like to check on the whole deal before I set the police on his trail.
Or perhaps you think Green Hornet best want to do checking, Mr. Britt.
Right. No telling what it'll lead to, but for the boy's sake, I want to be sure. If the man's really involved with crooks, then he'll have to take what comes. You got everything ready?
Everything ready for Green Hornet appearance, Mr. Britt.
Good. Let's go then.
Stopping in the vicinity of the address on River Street which Axford had given him, Britt Reed left Cato and the Black Beauty for a short time. Soon he returned.
All right, Cato.
You'll not meet with trouble, Mr. Britt?
Fortunately not. Now move the Black Beauty further into the shadows. Then we'll wait and watch.
So our friend Curly lied about where he lives, huh, Limpy?
Yeah, you said it, Charlie. Now, where's that darn light switch? There. You shouldn't have trusted him so quick anyway.
What do you mean, trusted him? Didn't I put you tailing the dope as soon as he left here?
Yeah, but you blew off at the mouth a little too much about the racket.
Ah, sit down and shut up. Outside of the boss, I'm running things, see? I know what I'm doing.
Okay. What are you going to do now?
Now, listen. That dope's coming here shortly, ain't he?
Yeah, but I don't...
Well, I want to know just what he's up to. So, play him along a bit, see? Then we'll... Look.
Look at what? You act like you saw it.
You fool, look there in the middle of the table.
A paper medal.
Don't be a dope all your life. That's a seal. The seal of the Green Hornet.
What? The Green Hornet?
Limpy, you know what?
I know I'm getting out of here fast.
Sit down.
Don't yell at me like that. My nerves ain't so strong right now. What are we going to do, Charlie? We got to...
Shut up and listen. Stop shaking, will you?
Well, I can listen, but I can't stop shaking.
Ah, you make me sick. Now, here's what I think. That guy Curly is hooked up with the Hornet, see? Stooling for the Hornet on our racket.
I don't like that Hornet.
So what? Who does? Now, we'll just wait till Curly comes in. Then we'll take him to see the boss. After we tip off the boss that he's in with the Hornet. The boss will know what to do.
The boss better know what to do or we're sunk.
Dry up, will you? I'm calling the boss right now. We'll make arrangements to meet him at the old warehouse so as he can meet Curly. Yeah. And maybe the Green Hornet, too.
Well, Charlie, I didn't expect to meet the big boss so soon. Thought no one ever did meet him but you.
I'm the only one who ever seen the big boss, Curly. He always wears a hood over his head when he meets the rest of the gang. I knew he'd want to meet you right off.
I hope he approves so I can start right in with you.
You'll know exactly how he feels about it, Curly. Right away, too. He's like that.
Hey, Charlie.
Now what?
I think we're being tailed by another car, that's what. Maybe
Shut up.
Who do you think it is, Limpy?
Skip it, Curly. He's got the heebie-jeebies tonight. He gets that way now and then. Well, we're almost there, Curly. And something tells me you and the boss are going to have a lot to talk about. He's just dying to meet you. Yeah.
A short time later, Curly Lambert was ushered into a small office at the rear of the old warehouse. His interest immediately centered on the heavy-set figure seated at a table at one side of the room, a figure whose head and shoulders were covered by a black hood.
So this is the man Red Doyle sent to us, That's right, boss. This is Curly Lambert that we discussed over the phone.
And I take it you're the boss of the organization. Is that right?
That's correct, Lambert. What game are you and the Green Hornet trying to play, Lambert?
What? I and the Green Hornet? Oh, you must be joking.
I assure you I'm not joking. Answer my question.
There isn't any answer to that one, mister. I've never met the Green Hornet.
He lies, boss.
Hey, what is this anyway?
You should ask.
I have the answer to that one, Lambert. This is the end of your game, whatever it is.
I still don't know anything about it.
We know you do. But we're not to be caught napping. We're sure the Hornet followed you here. When he arrives, you'll find a warm welcome.
What do you mean?
First this.
Hey. Why pull a gun on me?
This'll take care of you when the Hornet gets here. I want him to see you get what's coming to you.
Hey, but supposing he don't want to stand around and watch, boss?
Limpy, sometimes your stupidity bores me. Look above there on the door.
Well, I'll be... What's that for?
A net.
Some idea, huh? The boss is smart. That is a cargo net, such as they use to load small but heavy stuff aboard ships out there. It's rigged up in such a way with poles that by releasing that single rope near Charlie, it'll drop fast and heavily over anyone entering the door. That's how we'll get the Hornet tonight. As soon as that door opens, Charlie will release the rope.
Creepers, won't he be surprised?
The element of surprise is what I'm counting on. Right after the net falls on the Hornet, my dear Lambert, then you'll get a bullet. And after that, the boss will finish off the Hornet. You two ain't so smart after all, Curly.
But all this is crazy, I tell you.
Crazy or not, tonight we'll see the end of both you and the Green Hornet.
Outside the warehouse, a shadowy, sinister figure skulked along the side of the building. Another figure silently approached. Then the two stood for a moment in the darkness, talking in low tones.
What'd you find out, Mr. Britt?
They're in an office at the rear of the warehouse.
You think they expect Green Hornet?
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Were you able to see into office, perhaps?
No, the window's covered completely by a drawn shade. Also, it's pretty high from the dock. Did you find a pole?
Yes, sir. It's there on ground.
Okay. Now let's synchronize our watches to the second. I'll hold the flashlight. There.
Watch is same right to second, Mr. Britt.
Good. Get the pole, then in exactly 5 minutes to the dot, do your stuff. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Now I'm going inside for the showdown.
Gee, boss, do we gotta wait like this? I feel kind of creepy.
Keep your trap shut, Limbie, or the boss might turn that rod your way.
Hey, don't give out with ideas like that, Charlie. Ain't I got the jitters enough now?
Listen, all of you, I tell you won't...
Quiet. Hey, boss. I thought I heard something. Get ready with that rope. I'm ready, boss.
Look at...
What?
The doorknob's turning.
Shh!
Hey, he kicked the door open and didn't come in.
Hey, what the...
The window.
I'll move. You're covered. He was wise to that net trick. Use your rod.
I'll get him. Shoulder.
The boss plug cut.
Let's try a little table tipping on your boss.
No! Hey, the boss is out cold.
Come on, Charlie, take some gas.
Wait! I ain't Charlie. He's him over there. Don't.
A skunk by any other name would smell as bad. Take it.
I know what had happened.
Now you hold it, Hornet. I got the rod, see?
So you have. I also see something else.
This!
Hey!
Edge your foot through the net, don't. Take some gas.
Gas! No, I can't breathe.
I come quick as possible. It's long way around.
The boss man with the hood on got knocked out when the table went over on him. Let's have a look. Come on. I'll take the hood off. Well, what do you know? Rutland, the war plant superintendent.
Also, warehouse full of stolen war material.
Yeah, good evidence. It's a good thing I suspected a trap. They were sure disrupted when I kicked in the door and you smashed the window with that pole. Some fun.
Oh, look, nice-looking fellow. Must be Curly who saved Scrapper today.
Yes, I don't know what his part is in all this. Now, there's a phone. Call the police. They'll find out, and we'll learn in due time. Go to it, kiddo.
The following afternoon in Britt Reed's office...
I'm glad you dropped in, Sergeant Burke. It was nice of you to take care of Axford last night.
He's none the worse for wear, are you, Mike?
Says you, Sarge. It was a hard blow I got.
You and Scrapper McGuire. Two Irishmen looking for crooks. You get socked on the head, and Scrapper goes sound asleep in a hotel lobby. But Scrapper, my lad, you can still have your hero, for that's what Curly Lambert really is this day.
Well, what do you mean? Sure, Sarge. What blarney you handing out?
Just this, Axford. Curly Lambert wasn't a crook at all. He's a federal man.
A federal man?
Right, Mr. Reed. He even went to jail to get a line on them saboteur and racketeers. He'd have got 'em single-handed, too, if the Green Hornet hadn't messed things up a bit. Anyway, they've all been caught with the goods, and we got the big shot behind it all.
Wonderful.
Huh. You think Burke did it all alone the way he talks?
Well, we can't headline the part you took in it, Axford.
Say, Mr. Reed.
Yes, what is it, Scrapper?
Well, can't the Sentinel run a story now about Curly being a hero and saving my life?
Of course. Curly Lambert will probably get the whole front page, with pictures, too, Scrapper.
Gee, that'll be swell. I guess everybody will believe he's a hero then, won't they?
Sure will, Scrapper. In fact, I think even the Green Hornet would agree with you on that.
Up the Lux Street, paper! Russell confesses gang indicted for grand larceny and sabotage. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Up the Lux Street, paper!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Seven's the one with the Hollywood Squares. We've got the stars you want, and they've got the answers you love.
Elizabeth Taylor gave up her American citizenship after she did something. What did she do?
Yes, she went to England and converted her body into pounds.
There's nothing square about the Hollywood Squares. Tuesday night at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the great wave of emigration swept into the West after the Civil War, Many of the wagon trains were attacked and destroyed by hostile Indians, and many more might never have reached their destination if it had not been for the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he acted as guide and guardian for the pioneers and blazed the trail toward the new frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! The Apaches are in the hill country. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Two wagons, flanked by a small body of horsemen, were laboriously making their way over the rough trail to Fort Stevens. On either side of the trail stretched the wild, broken, boulder-strewn wilderness that made up the Pipestone Hills. The air was still, the sun warm, the silence undisturbed except for the wagons and their escort. But suddenly, without warning, there rose high, savage yells, the thunder of hoofs and the sharp vibration of gunfire. And in the space of seconds, the hills were alive with painted men wearing feathered headbands.
It's Apaches! Go for your guns! Fight them off!
Give us to the Redskins, boys!
Let them have it! Pour lead to them!
Boss have got one of the wagons. They're true to our one. What'll we do?
There's only one thing to do. Fight for your lives. Come on, boys!
The attackers, however, not to be beaten off, swarmed into the two wagons and redoubled the intensity of their fire. The whites on horseback held firm for a while, but finally wavered, fell back, then obeyed the command of their leader.
Right for it, boys. Clear out. The wagon's gone and we can't do nothing but try and save our own hides. Come on, fellas, let's go. Get up there. Come on, get up there.
It was a week later that a masked figure, mounted upon a splendid white stallion, guided his horse across the open plains toward the distant town of Lake Falls. Beside him rode an Indian, holding himself erect in the saddle of his powerful paint horse.
There they are, Tonto. See? They're just topping that rise ahead of us. We'll catch up to them in plenty of time.
What we do?
We've got to see that they don't meet the fate of that party that tried to get through the hills to Fort Stevens last week. After what you've told me, I'm afraid the danger is worse than I had thought.
There's plenty danger.
Everyone knows Geronimo's braves are trying to keep whites out of the hills. That's bad enough in itself. But if outlaws are using the Apaches to cover their own raids, then the danger is doubled.
That's right.
Are you sure Apaches didn't attack those wagons a week ago?
Hunter talked to Injun. Him say Apache not do it.
I'm not surprised. It fits in with some information I learned.
What that?
You remember Baldy Gorman? Well, he's gotten together some men and has made his headquarters in Lake Falls. Troops stationed there can't spare the men or time to escort all the parties that wish to cross the hills. So Baldy and his men have been hiring out as guards to anyone with a price to pay them.
Me not know that.
It was a good idea. An organization like that could do a lot of good. No one could object to paying men who risked their lives to offer protection. I wouldn't have questioned it if I hadn't known something of Baldy's past before he came to this section.
Him heap bad feller.
The people up north seem to think so. When the law couldn't touch him, they took matters in their own hands and ran him out. It was Baldy's group that escorted the wagons that were destroyed last week.
That heap strange.
I don't know. The fact remains that one of the settlers survived and reported that Baldy put up quite a fight until he was forced to ride off. The survivor seemed convinced that none of his men were to be blamed for the tragedy. I'd like to give Baldy the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know.
What you think?
There are two suspicious facts. For one, several parties escorted by his band have been attacked. Twice the attacks resulted in what were practically massacres. Yet, as far as I can learn, Baldy has yet to lose a man. Of course, many of the parties his men have escorted have reached Fort Stevens safely. I've learned that few of them possess much money, however. Those that were attacked did.
Why, other fella not ask question?
Why should they suspect him? I wouldn't have myself if I hadn't heard of him in the north. These people ahead of us, I happen to know, are comparatively wealthy. They're Lige Cook, his married sister, and his brother-in-law, Matt Lowell. They intend to settle beyond Fort Stevens, buy Mexican cattle, and start ranching.
There, wagon.
Tonto, we're getting close. You remember our old camp this side of town, just below Copper Ridge? You'd better ride ahead, circle these people, and wait for me there. With the feeling against Indians what it is, they might suspect my purpose if we were seen together.
Me ride to camp and wait.
Good. I won't be long.
Get 'em up, Scout. Get 'em up.
Silver, old fellow, I can't tell these people what I suspect about Baldy because I have no proof. but I think I can persuade them not to hire him. Come on, old boy. Come on, Silver. Come on, fella. Hold on there. Come on, Silver. Hello, ahead.
It's a masked man.
Hold on.
Whoa, back there, whoa.
Whoa, Silver. Whoa, boy.
Don't reach for them holsters, mister.
I'm not an outlaw.
Then what's a mask for?
I wear it for reasons of my own.
But you must be.
I'm here to give you some advice and some news I think will help you.
News about the engines?
Not exactly.
I don't like this. I think you'd better get on your way, stranger. I don't reckon we need no masked hombre's advice.
You're still convinced I'm an outlaw?
You didn't think we'd just take your say-so about it, did you?
And I'll prove I'm not.
You'll prove...
Watch.
Shoot him.
Don't shoot, stranger. Don't shoot.
I have you covered. You're carrying several $1,000s with you.
No.
Listen to
Wait,
me.
please.
If I were an outlaw, I'd take that money. But I'm not going to. You can see for yourself. I'll holster my guns again. There. Lige, you can cover me with that shotgun next to you if you wish.
You ain't taking the cash?
I've told you I'm not.
Matt, a crook would have helped himself to everything we got.
I reckon that's so, all right. Mister, that was a right convincing argument you put up. As far as I'm concerned, you ain't a crook. What's the idea of the mask, then?
We'll not discuss that.
We didn't mean to be over-curious. You said you had some news for us.
Some news and some advice.
What news?
Tomorrow, a detachment of soldiers is taking a wagon load of ammunition through the hills to Fort Stevens.
Yeah? How does that concern us?
You can make Lake Falls before nightfall. I'm sure if you look up Major Hyde when you get there, he'll give you permission to accompany the soldiers. That should mean your safe passage to the fort.
That'd be fine.
It'd be fine if we needed the soldiers, but I've made different arrangements.
Yes?
Uh-huh. Of course, I didn't have no way of knowing there'd be soldiers making the trip, so I sort of fixed it up with that fella Baldy Gorman to take us an escort.
Has anything been definitely settled? Have you paid him yet?
Well, no, not exactly. It was just sort of agreed between us, that's all.
In that case, I'd advise you to go with the soldiers instead.
What's the difference?
It would save you money, for one thing.
Baldy wasn't going to charge us much.
The most important reason is that the Apaches seldom attack soldiers. They prefer to attack civilians.
Yeah, but after what I promised Baldy,
You have your wife to consider, Matt, and you owe Baldy nothing.
I don't know, but what the masked man's got the right of it, Matt.
You think so, Lige?
Well, I think it's just plain sense, come to look at it. That trail to the fort through the hills is plumb dangerous. We'd be sort of foolish not to go along with soldiers if we got the chance.
I think it'd be wisest, honey.
You figure the Major'd be agreeable, mister?
Of course. He'd be glad to furnish escorts for everyone traveling that route if he had the men. In this case, he's sending troopers anyhow.
And I reckon that's what we better do.
I'm glad you made that decision. We may meet again.
But hold
Come on, Silver.
Wait.
No use trying to hold back that fella, I guess. Well, let's be getting into town. Get up there, you critters. Get along with you. Get along there. Get along.
Arriving in Lake Falls late in the afternoon, Matt followed the Lone Ranger's advice. Leaving his wife and brother-in-law to watch the wagon, he sought out Major Hyde. He found the officer in conversation with a group of men in front of the post office and led him to one side where he stated his request.
Of course, Major, if it ain't convenient, why, we can make other arrangements.
Nothing of the kind.
Then it's all right with you?
I'm returning to the barracks in just a few minutes. Lieutenant Doane will be in command of the detail for the fort. I'll explain the circumstances to him and give orders that you're to be picked up when he's prepared to leave.
By golly, that'll be swell.
The details start quite early.
Anytime will be all right with us.
Very well. You understand, of course, that during the escort, you will be expected to follow Lieutenant Doane's orders.
Oh, sure.
That's for your own protection. I doubt that there'll be trouble, but if there is, the lieutenant must have the authority to deal with it in his own way.
Shucks, that'll suit us just fine. You can tell the lieutenant he won't have no trouble with us. Say, Major, just how bad are them Apaches acting up now? As bad as they say?
They're a pesky nuisance.
Done plenty of killing, huh?
Yes, and they'll continue to do so. As long as Geronimo's at large.
Well, you boys will get him one of these days.
And we're trying. And by the way, where's your wagon?
Well, just outside town, right beside the trail as you head for the hills. There ain't no decent place in town to stay overnight, so we're making camp there.
Then the detail will meet you there. You can expect them shortly after dawn.
We'll be ready.
Well, you'll excuse me. I'll be returning to the barracks. Good luck.
You bet. And thanks a heap.
That's quite all right.
You Mr. Lowell?
Huh? Oh, howdy. Yeah, that's my handle. Lowell. Matt Lowell.
Uh-huh. Thought you was. The boss seen you over here and asked me to ask you if you wanted to step over to his office now and fix everything up for your escort.
Huh? Escort? Oh, you're one of Baldy Gorman's men. Is that it?
That's right.
You coming?
Gosh, I'm sorry, but
Well, if you're busy now, the boss will be around all evening.
That ain't just what I meant.
What do you mean?
Well, the fact is, you see, I kind of got things fixed up with the soldiers.
You mean you ain't planning to hire us?
Well, there was no set agreement.
Backing down on a bargain, ain't you?
I said there was nothing set for sure.
Baldy seemed to figure there was. I don't know about this. I kind of hate to go back and tell him. Maybe he won't take it so good.
Gosh, I'm downright sorry if I put him out,
But
any.
you ain't changing your mind any, huh?
No, not as long as the soldiers are willing.
Well, it's your tough luck, I guess, mister. Ain't nothing for me to worry about. Afternoon.
Hey, what was that you said?
Just said it was your tough luck.
Tough luck?
That's what I said. When Baldy makes a bargain, he expects to stick to it. Anybody backing out on him is likely to find he's got ways of making him sorry.
Hey, look here,
Don't say I didn't tell you. Gus, a member of Baldy Gorman's band who had spoken to Matt Lowell, hastened back to the office of his employer to report Matt's change of plan and...
Boss, the fool idiot backed out.
Yeah?
He's made plans to travel with the soldiers tomorrow. Leastways he says he has. But you just give me the word, and I'll go back and change his mind for him.
You will not.
But you said he was carrying at least $10,000. You want us to lose out on all that cash?
Just what was you figuring to do?
Well, a gun whipping wouldn't hurt none.
And what had happened to us when the soldiers found out about it? Did you got the sense to see that the only way we can get by is to keep folks from suspicioning us?
But blast that old boy.
Shut up.
I only
You
want to
only
go...
started out to tell me what to do. Well, don't do it. I'm the boss here. I'll do the thinking, give the orders, and take care of what talking has to be done. The less the rest of you have to say, the better off we'll be. Trigger.
Yeah, boss?
You're going to get in touch tonight with the rest of the boys. Tell them to get their engine fixings ready to you just like we planned.
Sure. You still plan on having them attack just as if we was along?
Sounded that way, didn't it?
But you can't. The soldiers will be there. The boys can't get away with no raids on troopers.
There won't be more than a dozen.
Yeah, but even
And the
so...
soldiers ain't going to get far trying to keep us from the cash if they ain't got bullets to fire at us, are they?
If they ain't got bullets. Gosh, Baldy, they're taking a whole wagon load along.
Sure. And right now that wagon is all loaded and ready to go down to the barn.
You got some kind of a scheme?
Ever see me when I didn't?
What is it?
Shucks, when I heard Matt Lowell and Lige was getting here today, I figured right off that they'd be likely to go with the soldiers instead of hiring us.
Yeah?
So I thought up a plan.
You mind telling us, boss?
Sure, why not? You recollect that soldier owes me all that cash? Comet his name is?
Uh-huh.
Well, he's on guard duty tonight, down where that wagon load of ammunition is.
Meaning?
Meaning that Crummett will do as I say. And meaning that when them soldier boys finds themselves in a tough spot with a certain bunch of Apaches up in the hills, maybe they won't have quite so much ammunition for fighting as they figured on. Nope. I got a notion them soldiers is headed for a great big surprise.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was late afternoon when Baldy outlined his plans to Gus. And that evening, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were in their camp below Copper Ridge, just a few miles from town.
Tonto, I wonder if Matt and his wife and Lige Cook are safe.
Them all right. Them ride with soldier.
But not until tomorrow.
Not right.
In the meantime, if our suspicions of Baldy are correct, he may act.
And what do you think?
Those people are carrying a lot of money with them. Too much for travel in this kind of country.
Not right.
They camped outside town, too. It wouldn't be difficult to steal that cash.
You think Baldy do it?
Frankly, I don't. He's got a good thing here. He'd be foolish to risk anything near town. If he's as clever as he's supposed to be, nothing will ever be stolen by his gang except where Apaches can be blamed. On the other hand, the cash Lowell and Cook are carrying would be quite a temptation. Especially if Baldy should have reason to think that his game couldn't continue much longer. He might take the risk for a quick cleanup and escape.
You got plan?
I think we should keep our eye on both parties. I could watch over Matt's camp until I was sure his group was safely with the soldiers.
And what Tonto do?
You could enter town and keep track of Baldy.
Tonto do that.
And I think we'd better not waste time. Here's
Here, Scout.
If anything is planned for tonight, one of us should get wind of it. All right. Steady, Silver. Yep. And if that happens, he should get in touch with the other at once. But if nothing happens, Kemosabe, return here when the soldiers start for Fort Stevens. I'll do the same. Let's go.
Get him up, Scout. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
It was later that same evening that a small group of horsemen slowly approached an immense barn outside Lake Falls that had once been used as a terminal for freight wagons, but was now employed by the Army. At a low word of command from their leader, they halted their mounts.
Pull up, fellas. No use taking chances.
Whoa there. Whoa. If we stay to the left, we can keep in the shadows, boss.
Yeah. Ready, fellas?
Ready, Wally.
Then come along. If anybody but Crummets on duty, we're just walking by, Savvy. But if it's him like it ought to be, we're all right.
Lead the way. Boss, you think we ought to do
Blast
this?
it, keep still.
Now you're all the time yelling at me.
And for good reason. Now, all of you, don't open your mouths to say a doggone word.
All right.
Halt! Who goes there?
Hold up, fellas. That you, Crummett?
Ollie?
Yeah.
How many fellows you got with you?
Just the four of us you see here. Everything clear? Anybody around?
I guess not. Gosh, Baldy, I don't like this none.
What you like don't matter.
You're going to get me in a heap of trouble.
We'll clear you some way.
But
if you turn yellow now, we'll show you what real trouble is like. Get that?
I can be court-martialed for this.
Uh-huh. You can be shot in the back some night when you ain't expecting it to. Which ain't no better than the other, I reckon. Besides, you recollect what I promised you. And canceling every doubt you owe me from cards.
Well, come on, then.
The door to the barn unlocked, soldier?
I got the key right here.
Here we are. Now hurry up and let us in.
Just a second. The wagon you want is that one right straight ahead of you. See it?
Can we light a lamp?
Don't be such an idiot. You think we want to be found out?
It's going to make it awful hard working in here without a light.
You ain't got the sense of a chipmunk. I don't know what I put up with you for.
We'll just open up the boxes here, right?
You said there was a place inside here where we could hide the ammunition, didn't you, Crummett?
Yeah. There's an old storeroom over in that corner nobody ever goes in. I'll show you the way.
Good enough. There's gravel and sand and such just outside the door that we can use for filling the boxes again when they're empty. Trigger.
Uh-huh.
Climb into that wagon and start handing them boxes down.
All right, boss. What was that?
Boss,
somebody fell down from overhead. I seen him. It was one of them boards stretched between the rafters, and it broke with his weight.
Where is he?
Get him. There he is.
Don't make too much noise. You want to wake the whole barracks up?
I got him. Somebody give me a hand to hold him.
That you, Gus?
Give me a hand. Blasted, he's slipping loose. You let me go.
I got to hold him.
Hang on, fellas.
Can't get loose now.
Crummett, light just one match. We got to see who this hombre is.
Just wait. Here's a match. Take a doggone quick look.
A redskin.
You let me go. Quit trying to break loose.
Crummett, another match. Hurry it up.
You seen him.
I want one more look. If he's the feller I think he is, blasted Crummett like that match.
There.
Recognize him, boss?
Just what I thought. Injun, what's your handle?
Me not say.
Then don't. I know your name without your telling. By thunder, you're Tonto.
Me not talk.
Tonto? Who's that?
Plain poison.
Gonna finish him off so he can't tell what
If
he's seen?
you do, I'll finish you off.
You ain't gonna let him go.
Don't any of you fellas know what the name Tonto means?
Seems like I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't recollect right off.
The Lone Ranger's Injun sidekick.
No. What that means...
That means that we finished him off, that masked hombre would be on our trails till he got all of us.
Gosh, what do we gotta do? We just can't let him go.
Trigger, you're going to take this Injun into the hills. We'll tie him up so you won't have no trouble handling him.
Take him where?
To the hideout the rest of the gang uses. What do you suppose?
And then what?
And then you're going to hold him there. After this job is over, we'll use him for bait to trap that masked man. If we can do that, we'll get rid of both of them.
What if the Lone Ranger ain't trapped?
And all I can say is we better scatter. And the farther we get, the safer we'll be. Because if the Lone Ranger ever catches on to what we've been doing, he'll be after us. And you can bet your bottom dollar he won't stop till he's rounded us up, every last one.
Matt, his wife, and Lige were up at dawn the following morning, prepared to start on the journey through the hills of the soldiers. They breakfasted, arranged all their belongings, and settled down to wait. But it was only a moment later that Lige pointed down the trail.
There's the soldiers, Matt.
They coming? Oh, by golly, there they are. Lige, hand me them reins. We ain't gonna hold them up for a second.
Here you are.
My sakes, I'm glad it's a soldier that's going to see us through them hills. Matt, this is real luck.
You bet it is, honey. Hi there. You Lieutenant Doan?
Oh. Lowell?
That's me.
On ahead of that army wagon. Hold the pace, we said.
Right.
Get up, boy.
Lige, Ruth, we're on our way to blazes with Geronimo. And here's hoping we'll soon be stocking the finest range in the whole West. Get up there. Get along, you critters. Get along.
The cavalcade, consisting of 2 wagons and an escort of a dozen troopers, began the ascent to the lesser foothills into the Pipestone Hills themselves. The pioneers and the soldiers made good time their first day, and when they camped that night, they were near the spot where the wagon train had been ambushed a week before.
Well, here we are, honey. A good part of the way already.
Matt, it was just a few miles ahead that them other folks was killed, wasn't it?
You ain't worrying, are you?
No.
Honey, if you are, you needn't. We got good horses, good fighting men, and a whole wagon full of ammunition. The best thing them Apaches can do is just lay low.
In the morning at dawn, the journey was resumed. It was noon when they passed the scene of the former attack. 2 half-burned wagons revealed the sight, and every man in the party as he rode by kept a nervous watch upon the surrounding hills. No sign of hostile savages was noted, however, and the wagons and escort continued on. The sun dropped toward the horizon, and the trail became a place of strange shadows.
How you feeling, honey? Think you can cook up something pretty soon for a couple of hungry men?
I guess.
Huh? What's ailing you?
I don't know.
Not feeling good?
I don't know how to say it. You'll just think I'm a coward.
Nothing of the kind, Ruth. If you've got something on your mind, get it off.
Sure, honey. Go ahead.
I just feel that we won't never reach camp.
Oh, nerves. Just nerves, that's all it is. Them and these doggone shadows of rocks thrown down.
I don't know. Oh, Matt, I just can't shake the feeling that...
Why, it's nothing to be worried about.
Oh!
Ruth! Hold! There's smoke! Stop those wagons.
Whoa there. Whoa.
Get ready, men. Take aim. Fire!
Matt, grab your rifle. This is a real thing, and we're taking a hand.
After the first sudden burst of firing, however, the attackers retreated behind the many boulders that lined the trail. The soldiers, realizing that their one chance of salvation was to dislodge the enemy, made no effort to conserve their ammunition.
Fire at will! Drive the Redskins back! You hear my order? Keep on firing, men.
Sir, the men are running out of ammunition.
And get some to the wagon. Hurry, man. Lowell, you there, cook. Give this fellow a hand. Break out ammunition. See this distributed.
Jump up in the wagon, Lige.
I'll pass you out, boss.
Got one?
Grab a hold, both of you.
On the ground with it. There. Break it open, mister. Lieutenant's in a hurry.
Well, I'll be. Hey there, pass out another box. This one ain't got nothing in it but gravel and sand.
Here it comes.
There you are. Try this one. Sand again. How in blazes...
Where is that ammunition? Here, you men. This has got to be done quickly.
Beg your pardon, sir, but just take a look.
Good Lord.
I opened a couple more in here. They're all like that. Nothing but sand and gravel.
Impossible.
But just the same, it's so.
But this means we're at the mercy of those Apaches.
What'll we do, sir?
Don't stop shooting. Keep on. Keep shooting.
We're out of bullets.
Got a flame one left.
Yeah, and them Redskins savvy what's wrong with us. Look, they're getting ready to rush.
Matt, what's the matter?
Get over here, honey. The Redskins are coming and we can't fight them off.
Oh, no, Matt, no.
Here they come.
Drop your gun. Fight them hand to hand.
We haven't done it, sir.
Listen.
More soldiers. You hear that? It's reinforced.
Even the engines heard it. Look, they're running for cover.
There they come. There's the soldiers.
Keep it up.
And look. Them soldiers are being led by that same masked fellow we met riding that white horse. Look at him ride.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Come on.
Sir, how did you know we were in trouble? What brought you here?
You'll have to ask the masked man to explain that, Lieutenant.
Baldy Gorman captured Tonto and took him prisoner. Tonto's horse led me to the place where he'd been caught. And it was simply a matter of trailing Tonto until I found him. He told me then about the ammunition being stolen, and it was clear what was being planned.
You sure saved our lives, stranger.
And the way you helped round up them Injuns was something worth seeing.
Only they aren't Indians.
Huh?
How about that over there? Isn't that a die on your prisoners?
Stranger, you was right. They ain't Apaches at all. They was just made up to look like redskins.
Then, Major, this completes the roundup. We got Baldy and the others before we left. This is the rest of the gang.
Renegade whites. Stranger, when the firing squad gets through with its work, there'll be one band of outlaws that will have ridden upon his last raid.
Hail Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! Tunnel's waiting on the trail ahead. There's justice to be done. Hail Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Hello, this is Ben Hooks. Since 1909, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People has fought to make America live up to its promise of justice and freedom for all of its citizens. It wasn't easy then. It isn't easy now. This holiday, give your dollars to the NAACP Dollars for Christmas campaign.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is car. C-A-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Well, we invited some bridge teachers to the program, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Rose O'Brien Olson to be a contestant. And her partner is in the music business, Mr. Lucky Wilbur. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Rose O'Brien Olson, you're a bridge teacher, is that?
Yes, I am, Archer.
And where are you from, Rose?
Tacoma, Washington.
Uh-huh. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Burned your bridges behind you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, your name is Lucky Wilbur?
Yes.
Oh. How old are you, Lucky?
I'm 63.
What sort of work do you do, Mr. Wilbur?
I'm what they call a song plugger.
A song plugger?
Mm-hmm.
Well, really, of course, I know what a song plugger is, but I'm sure some of our listeners out there have never heard of song plugging. Could you tell them what a song plugger is?
Well,
I mean, without us being arrested up here?
I work for a publisher, and when we get a brand new song, well, it's my job to go out and see how many plugs I can get on it.
Mm-hmm.
A plug means disc jockey, orchestra leader, anyone in the entertainment field. By the number of plugs, why, if the song has got a chance at all, we hope it'll become a hit.
Would you get paid by the plug?
Oh, no.
I know a jockey does. I thought perhaps you did, too.
No, not yet.
A disc jockey, I mean. He gets paid by the plug. There's a joke in there, but it isn't worth investigating. How long have you been doing this kind of work?
I've been at
if you can call it work.
Well, actually, 44 years.
44 years?
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the songs you've made famous?
Well, I started on Let Me Call You Sweetheart.
So did I, and got nowhere.
Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland.
I used to sing that.
3 o'clock in the morning
I
in
sang
a
that
little
around
Spanish
midnight.
town.
Huh?
3 o'clock in the morning in a little Spanish town.
3 o'clock in the morning, a little Spanish town? I never heard that. Is that all one song?
No, 2 songs.
Oh. 2 songs? That's in Arizona, isn't it?
No. Wow. And then from there I went.
You have to admire me. I certainly keep plugging away up there. I'm not funny, but I'm certainly persistent. Well, Rose, let's talk about bridge. You say you're a bridge teacher?
Yes, I am.
And where is your school?
It's 611, the Contract Bridge Studio, 611 South Ardmore. Not Los Angeles. We've been there about over 20 years.
I have my own system in playing bridge. I played a couple of times. You kick your opponent in the shins, and then when they bend over, you just look at their cards. Now, how about cheating? Is there much cheating goes on among these card players in the bridge clubs?
Heavens, no, Harpo. Groucho.
It's all right. You call me Harpo, and I'll talk about stud poker. Lucky, let's get back to you. By the way, did you know I did an album for Decca Records last year?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
I haven't heard a laugh like that since Frankenstein was done by Boris Karloff. Well, I'd like to continue this conversation, but the time has come to play your bet, your life. Now, we have questions here ranging from $10 to $100, and you must pick 4 of them. The higher the amount, the tougher the question. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
You play bridge. I'm sure you're good with mathematics. All right, let's see how much money you can make. You selected sports. Mm-hmm. Now, you want to try a $10 question, a $50 or a $100, or just talk it over between you and come to some specific conclusion.
Let's start with $50.
$50, all right. A period in the game of polo lasts 7.5 minutes. What is this period called?
Chucker.
That's right, chucker.
You're on your way with $50.
Now, you would be much safer if you decide on an answer before calling out.
Hi, 60.
60, all right. What is the rubber disc used in ice hockey called?
Puck.
That's right, puck.
You now have $110.
Don't look so somber, Fenneman. This isn't our money.
But it's my arithmetic.
Oh. Which one do you choose this time?
Go up. 10. 70.
70, all right. And what sport is Eric Guerin famous? Guerin.
Jockey.
Jockey is right. Horse racing.
You now climb to $180.
Now, what do you want for your last question?
80. 80.
All right. Who is the winner of the decathlon in the last 2 Olympic Games? Talk it over.
Mathis. Bob Mathis.
Bob Mathias is absolutely right.
And you wind
us with $260.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth
Thank you
dealers.
very kindly.
We have some newlyweds for you, Groucho. Bob and Shirley von Kuznick, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Shirley and Bob Van Kuznick, huh? You're newlyweds?
Yes, we are.
Mm-hmm. And Bob, where's your hometown?
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, on Lake Erie.
And Shirley, where are you from?
I was born in Madisonville in Cincinnati.
What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I'm a laugher.
You get paid for laughing?
Yeah, I put on wire, paper, and that, and a plasterboard on the inside of the houses.
Oh, you're a plasterer, huh? How old are you, Bob?
I'm 26.
You're pretty young to be plastered, aren't you? What's your age, Shirley?
19.
Are you a plasterer, too?
No, I'm not.
How long have you two been married, Bob?
Oh, about 10 months.
Oh. Shirley, is he anywhere near the right amount?
Well, to be exact, it's about 8 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
Bob, when was the first time you met Shirley?
I was in a hot dog stand in Cincinnati in 1951.
In a hot dog stand?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You mean it was just puppy love at first sight, huh? What was Romeo doing there besides getting mustard all over his necktie?
Oh, he was on a 48-hour pass from the Army.
Oh, 48-hour pass?
That's right.
What all did you manage to do on that 48-hour pass?
Well, we went out to Coney Island, went dancing.
In Cincinnati?
In Cincinnati.
Is there a Coney Island in Cincinnati?
Oh, yes, And went swimming, went on all the amusements, took in a couple of movies, went to a show, and a party.
You must have been loaded with money, eh? It's always a mystery to me how a $50 a month GI can spend $300 on a weekend. Shirley, was Bob's Army close enough for him to see you regularly after that first date?
He was at Fort Knox.
He was at Fort Knox?
Yes.
Oh. That's where that $300 a week came from. Right? What were you doing at Fort Knox? Were you a gold brick?
I was an instructor there. I was teaching GIs why we fight in Korea, troop information education.
How long after you met Romeo did you get engaged, Shirley?
About 6 months.
What happened after he proposed, Shirley? Did he go and ask his general for a better job?
He went AWOL.
From who? You or the Army?
Army.
You know, you could get into trouble going AWOL, Bob. How long were you over the hill?
Oh, about a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Year and a half.
Surprised the Army missed you. That is, I'm surprised the firing squad missed you. Where'd you go for such a long time?
Well, I was teaching in my lesson plan that the survival for Western democracy was at stake in Korea, and somebody'd always say, wasn't he practice what he preaches? And after a lesson was over, and so I just went to Korea.
You went to Korea? How'd you do that?
I just decided to go and went out to the West Coast on an airliner and...
Well, how'd you swing it? I didn't know you could just pick up and go to Korea.
Well, after I got out there, I went up to Seattle there, and I saw the ship there, and I knew it was going to Korea from the way the GIs were talking around there, and so I went over to the naval barracks there where they were billeted, and early that morning there was an advance detail of cooks and bakers leaving, and so I put on a white mess jacket and an apron and went down to the dock that morning real early, and there was only about 15 of us, and luckily it was raining at the time because an officer there said, "Are these the men?" He said, "Yeah," and he says, "Well, it's raining, you better get the men out of the rain," and so we went aboard, and I went forward and got lost with the crew. I got to Japan.
Well, how far did you get before they finally caught up with you?
Well, they never did catch me. I got right up to the front lines.
Well, tell us about your experience as an AWOL soldier on the front lines. How did you get lined up with an outfit?
Well, the first outfit I came across was the British Princess Pats, and I stayed with them for a while and on some assaults there, and then I worked my way over to their flank to a South Korean infantry unit. and I stayed with them for about 3 weeks.
Now, weren't you frightened? After all, you had more or less short-circuited all the training the ordinary soldier gets before he goes into action. Were you scared?
Well, I was scared some lieutenant might tap me on the shoulder and say I was wanted at Fort Knox.
Well, what finally happened? Did the Army ever find out what became of their wandering boy?
Well, I finally told the platoon sergeant about it.
And what did he say?
Well, he told the lieutenant about it then.
Yeah? What did the lieutenant do?
Well, I went to captain, from the captain on up to the colonel to I Corps.
They were passing the buck private, in other words. What happened then?
Well, I went to Far East Command in Tokyo, and then from there to the Pentagon in Washington.
Well, it certainly can get lost there. What happened when it got to the Pentagon?
Well,
did they shoot you or anything? Hang you?
They finally court-martialed me and fined me $10.
Well, you can get that half the exhaust in your car is smoking. Fined you $10, huh? Now, after you gave yourself up, how did they ship you? Did they ship you home right away?
Well, after my court-martial there at Tokyo, I requested to be sent back to my adopted tank unit in Korea, and so my request was granted, and next morning I was shipped back to Korea. I served a full tour then with that unit.
Well, that's an incredible story, Bob. A man assigned to Fort Knox wants to get something easier? Imagine a guy hanging around Fort Knox and dying to get to Korea and get into action. Shirley, you've probably heard the story 1,000 times. Did he leave out anything important?
Well, he was wounded and decorated a couple times, and there was a platoon up on the hill which needed some ammunition. They needed a volunteer to drive through the front to bring them the ammunition, and so Bob volunteered to go up there, and he got through all the enemies and everything, although he was wounded.
Were you dressed as a cook this time, Bob? Well, put her there, huh?
Thank you.
I think this country is pretty safe with fellows like you hanging around. Now, Shirley, how soon after Bob got home did you get married? Did you wait until he closed the front door? Or did you get married immediately?
Well, it wasn't immediately. We got married that evening.
Oh, well. I'm glad you waited a reasonable length of time. You certainly took a chance waiting a whole day. You might have got a telegram from Patagonia saying, having a nice war down here. I'll be late for the wedding. Signed, Bob. Well, now let's see if you two can win a lot of money. I have to be impartial up here. You realize that. I'm not allowed to say what I'm really thinking, but if you don't win the equivalent of Fort Knox, there's going to be some heads rolling in the morning around here.
In the race for the $1,500, the bridge teacher and the song plugger won $260, and the secret word is car.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected American history. You know how to play this game? I have 10 questions. I weigh 10, 20, 30, all the way up to 100. You must pick 4 of the 10. As they increase in value, they get correspondingly tougher. Is that clear?
Clear.
Now, which one do you want to start with?
We'll start with the 5th question.
5th question, $50. The first and most prominent signature among the names on the Declaration of Independence has become a symbol for all signatures. Whose name is it?
John Hancock.
That's absolutely right, John Hancock.
We're off to a good start with $50.
You have $50 that nobody can take away from you except the Revenue Department. Now, what is the next one you want to try?
We'll try the 7th question.
$70. Who was the general in charge of the government forces annihilated in the Battle of the Little Big Horn?
General George Custer.
That is absolutely right.
You now have $120.
What is the one you're going to try now?
We'll take 8.
80? William H. Seward, as Secretary of State, was responsible for a land purchase that was known as Seward's Folly. What was Seward's Folly? He purchased some land for the United States. He was Secretary of State. If you don't know, guess.
Louisiana?
I'm sorry, it's Alaska.
But they still have $120.
You have $120 that nobody can take away from you. Now, which one do you want to try for on your final question?
10? Do you want to try the 10?
We'll try the 10th question.
The $100 question?
Yeah.
Who was the first man to become president of all the 48 states?
George Washington.
The 48 states.
Oh, the 48
now,
states.
Think it over for a minute. Not the 13, but the 48.
Calvin Coolidge.
No, it's William Howard Taft. Or if you want to be really technical, I would have accepted Eisenhower as the answer, since Ohio was formally admitted to the Union in 1953. So anyway, they won.
wind up with $120.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and I'm sorry you didn't win more. All right, George, who's next?
Groucho, we asked for volunteers tonight. People.
the Army?
No. People with interesting stories. We asked that type of person to volunteer.
I see.
And just before we went on the air, a Roxy Jamgogian and Walter Atkinson were chosen to be on the show. And here they are. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Roxy Amgochian. Who's there?
That's me, Groucho.
That's you?
Yeah.
How far did I miss the pronunciation?
Well, not any farther than the average person.
Oh. What kind of a name is Yamochian?
Shamgochian.
Shamgochian?
Yes.
What,
It's an Armenian name.
Armenian, huh? Well, what should I call you? Araxi?
My friends call me Roxy, which is much easier to say.
Oh, don't mention Roxy, will you?
No?
I played the Roxy in New York. We did 5 performances a day, and each performance lasted an hour. And on Saturday and Sunday, we did 6. So if you must have a nickname, I'll call you the Palace or the Majestic Theater in Chicago. Do you have a job?
Yes, I do. I teach at the Fairfax High School.
Oh, really?
In fact, I've been there since the school opened.
What do you teach?
Well, until just recently, I taught drama and public speaking, had the play production work. But just now, I'm in the English department.
Oh, you teach English?
That's right.
And where are you from, Walt?
I'm from Madison, Georgia. That's close to Athens.
I thought Athens was in Greece. Is that still your home, Georgia?
No, I was when I left. When I was 10 years old, we went south.
You went south? You went south from Georgia?
Yes, we went to Florida.
Oh. I thought the only thing south of Georgia was Africa, South Pole.
No, we went south. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs got too rough, and we went south. But, I mean, they drove us plumb out of Georgia.
What do you mean by plumb out? You had no plums?
No, we loaded up in a truck and headed south for Florida. And then when we got it...
You went by boll weevil to Florida?
No, the boll weevil drove us out. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs.
Oh. I thought zuzu was a ginger snap, huh?
The zuzu bug is quite a bug.
It is? Well, evidently. What is could you describe a zuzu bug for us?
You know anything about cotton?
I know Joe Cotton. I've seen him in
the
movies.
zuzu bugs, they suck the blossom, sting the bowl, pull up the stalk, and cover up the hole.
Well, I don't blame you from screaming out of that. Where'd you wind up?
We landed in Umatilla.
Well,
That's between Asketul and Okie-Humpkie.
Well, where else could it be? What was the name of this river?
The Ocklawaha.
Oh. Well, why did your family decide to settle in Umatilla?
Well,
did they know anybody
Umatilla,
there?
As we were passing through Umatilla on this truck, a rear tire blew out. And we kind of settled there then.
Well, you'd have settled any place where the tire blew out, is that it?
Well, in this case, we settled in Umatilla.
Uh-huh. I don't think I'm familiar with Umatilla. I haven't been there recently. Where is it located?
Umatilla, I told you. It's between Asketul and Okie-Humpkie.
Well, he hasn't changed the story any. What kind of a joint is Umatilla? Is it anything like New York City?
No smoke, no smog. Lots of rain and very little fog. Apex of the Golden Triangle, the home of the Okefenokee Queen watermelon and the big mouth bass. The heart of nature's wonderland. Umatilla, you'll like it. Three filling stations, an all-car garage, a post office, and a barber shop.
Wait a minute. You said something. You said car. Okay, up. You said the secret word car, so you get $50, and Mrs. McGutcheon gets $50.
What did I say?
You said boll weevil, and that's the secret word tonight. You just happen to be lucky that boll weevil was the secret word. It wouldn't happen again in 100 years. Huh? It was either boll weevil or umatilla. I don't remember. Well, it's certainly been a confusing experience talking to you two. But now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You know how to play our new quiz? I have a list of 10 questions. You pick the category yourself. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple lead with $260.
Let's see how much money you can make. You select a dictionary quiz. And being from Fairfax High, you ought to be very good at this, Mrs. Yamagochian. Now, which question do you want to choose first? You can start with 10 or 100 or 50.
Let's start with 4.
You don't want to discuss this with her at all?
That's all right.
Question number 4, that's $40?
Number 4, yes.
All right, a man who grinds grains and makes flour is called what? Talk it over.
A miller.
A miller on the D, that's right.
You now have $40.
Now what do you want to do?
5.
Number 50. Huh? If you were indolent, what would you be?
Lazy. You'd be lazy.
That's right.
You now have $90.
Which one?
Well, we did 8. Shall we try 8?
80?
8.
$80. If an aviary is a place to keep birds, what is an apiary? A-P-I-A-R-Y. Apiary? Apiary. Apiary.
Bees.
That's right. The place to keep bees.
You now have $170.
Now, which question do you want to try for? The 90, 100, 60, 30?
60.
60. What is the Latin phrase that means solid earth?
Terra firma.
Yes, he knew that.
And you wind up with $230.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means the bridge teacher and the song plugger with $260. In just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Hello, this is Arlene Francis, here to tell you about the 1954 DeSoto Automatic. This dramatic new 1954 DeSoto is called the Automatic because it's the one car designed and built to carry out your sudden orders instantly, silently, and safely at all speeds. Parking or steering, DeSoto Full Power Steering works for you all the time and does the work of turning the wheel for you. And this year, the DeSoto Automatic offers you Power Flight transmission. With Power Flight Drive, you have really astonishing getaway power, and you never even lift your foot from the pedal. More big news is that the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine is now a full 170 horsepower. Take it from me, you'll want to see this 1954 DeSoto Automatic right away at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now here's the bridge teacher and the song plugger all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
In 1889, an American newspaper woman went around the world in 72 days, 6 hours, and 11 minutes. For $1,500, what was the name of this famous New York journalist? Talk it over. Okay, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Wasn't Francis Quimby, was it?
No, it was Nellie Bly, very famous name.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
They won $260 in the
Well,
quiz.
that's not so bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you very much, guys.
You bet your life.
Thank you. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. So wise up, check up, fix up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you.